colder water, warmer air. And these happened when I was down there about 10 or 12, whatever, 8 years ago when they had the big fires and things. Let me finish.
Come on, man.
And you can determine that the objects are above eye level. And I just posted a picture showing that in rare form.
Okay.
So
when the
world can't be flat. It has to be convex.
When the water is warm and the air is cool, that's when we would have sinking?
No.
Well, it's the opposite of what you said.
No. When the water is cold and the air is warm, you have looming.
Okay, we'll reverse that.
What?
Let's get into the hard.
Reverse that.
So you have warm water. Let's say you have 70-degree water, and you have like 32. This happens occasionally, by the way. 30-degree air, and then you look across the water. You can have some sinking.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yes, but that is very rare.
So hang on, please. Why are you bringing ball earth structures? What do you call those things that hold up buildings? Fucking word escapes me. Scaffolding. Why are you bringing ball earth scaffolding into flat earth thinking? All of these explanations apply to the phenomenon we see visually over an extended span, Zanuck. But don't you tell us that we should be able to see as flat earthers all the way to a target? So Travis presents you a certain image, or gives you the idea of a certain image that you see all the way to a target on a flat plane. So does that not justify the flat earth? Because there's other factors involved.
No, because I have
involved through the air, but
showing those. Okay, you ask me a question, then you start talking immediately over me.
I'm done now. Go on, yeah.
No, you're not asking. Been rude.
You teach us that, Zanuck.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Very succinct.
I just clarified
very accurate at what I'm saying, and he's still doing it.
Come on, man. You're amusing. I love you, bro.
Buying time, Dave. That's what he's doing.
No, it's cool. Zanuck's cool, man. He takes things with a grain of salt.
He's buying time.
Well, Zanuck, how do magicians create their illusions? By using what? Are you there, Zanuck? I know you didn't leave.
Yeah, let me give you a picture that can make the point I'm trying to make. Hold on.
Okay, but answer my question.
I'll post it right now.
Answer my question while you're doing that.
Can post a picture for you, Zanuck.
Put his widget down. He's not creating widgets anymore. He's looking up a picture. That's good. No more click. So I'll tell the audience the answer to my question. A magician will create an illusion by using the mirror.
We don't need any anecdotal made-up stories, magic stories. Come on. I got your picture here. I got your picture. So very clear.
Here. Have a little bit of due respect, please.
Am I on a bet? It's only going to take me a second, Zanuck, I promise you, and then you can have the floor. So a magician will create an illusion using mirrors and angles. So that's kind of what the atmosphere does. When you're trying to do things with an angle over the marine layer that is mirroring and reflecting and doing all that, you usually will get some type of optical illusion. We call it miraging, but there's different terms. But for someone to say that sinking is not happening or looming is not happening doesn't really, I don't know why they would say that, because you just need the reverse temperatures and things. So
he'll bring the we know of all Earth into consideration in the flat Earth model.
Hold on, can I talk to Zanuck real quick?
Hang on, Zanuck.
You said I could respond.
Dude, okay. I just cleared the floor for you.
All right, thank you. So, no, that can happen, but there's one more factor besides temperature. That gives you an opportunity to have sinking, but it's going to be minimal. Why? Because the pressure gradient is still going to be negative. It's still going to be going down as you go up, even if there's a temperature inversion. Now, there could be a slight area, a very, very narrow band angularly, where you have an inversion of actual density, but it can be very, very narrow. So no, you cannot have the
You're
inversion.
making it too obvious, Zanuck.
You cannot have the inversion. That is
You're just making it too obvious that you're holding onto your ball. So
look at my picture.
Use words like very slight and minimum and narrow margin.
Let me talk about my picture. Let me talk about my pictures. Hold on.
All right, go ahead.
I put them in there. And they're very clear to his point. Okay. Travis put a point in there. I put two pictures that are the clearest I saw of a loomed and not loomed. In my book, this is loomed and not loomed. And he say, well, how do you know which one's which? There's ways you can do that. And here's how you tell. You look at both of the objects, and then you see where the level line is, and then you see which one is higher than level. If the one on the right is higher than level, then it has to be loom. And by the way, the clues are there. We have movement of air. You see the chop on the water? Raki, you can appreciate that. You're a water guy like me. The other one is still water, and there's a little bit of inversion there. You got calm waters, and that's a hot, warm day. Look at the sky too; it's grayed. Got a little smog because LA. The blue water, clear, wind, everything. There's very little refraction.
Awesome.
The right
That's
side,
awesome.
refraction, and it's loomed up, and you can determine that absolutely by measuring the angle. End of story.
So we have loomed up, we have loomed down. Do we have loom right and left for a sphere?
Look in and out.
That's our point, man.
Yeah, hold on, just real quick. Again, Zanuck, listen, you're coming with more information than I've been able to find even on Andrew Thomas Young and let's say the Georgia State University EDU site. Okay, so again,
country, right?
Again,
What information?
Pete, go on mute, bro. Okay, look, Zanuck, did you hear what I just said?
What information did he say that you didn't heard before? You didn't hear before?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Talking to Zanuck, man, but Zanuck is not answering.
Hey, can you hear me right now?
Yeah, just carry on.
Travis.
I know. I think I'm going to break up. So if I can say it right now, Zanuck went into more detail about the conditions. Okay, Andrew Thomas Young does not describe the conditions. He just draws diagrams of what he thinks is happening. So I would like to know Zanuck's sources. Thank you.
Well, it's Snell's law.
Zanuck isn't going to
Everything he said, it's just according to the basics of
Hang on,
refraction.
so if Zanuck isn't going to apply immediately, because I was sort of in and out in the conversation, Zanuck hasn't developed a flat Earth model over an extended span where the ground is water. What would be we expect to see? This is where the horizon, Horus, is encoded there. This is where the horizon, or what it seems to be the horizon, is demarked in the ball as a geometrical horizon, capable of moving, of course, but fundamentally geometrical horizon. Whereas on the flat Earth, it's always, and has to be always, an illusory horizon if it doesn't rise to close enough to eye level.
So yeah, that would be refuted by the observations in which we know the conditions.
You base all observations on the theory which emanates from one side, which is a spinning ball.
No, Snell's law is completely independent from
physics. Then designed around.
You're interrupting him.
No, but all of the laws of physics designed
You're
around
still
this
interrupting.
basic premise. I'm finished now.
Oh, you think Snell's law is based on the spherical model?
As applied to a spinning ball Earth, not in reality. All of these things have their own value, but when it applies
Snell's law.
to a picture.
Snell's law is irrelevant to this discussion.
Of course not.
I agree to that too.
Why?
And I can show you personally pictures that I've taken of Zanuck's oil rigs on the left side, where one or the right side, I forget, where one appears lower in the distance. I can show you boats that that look just like that. The close one looks just like you would normally expect to see it, and the one further away a little bit is hidden about halfway. Well, neither one are far enough away to be hidden by any Earth curve, right? They haven't reached the horizon point yet. So why is one hidden halfway? It's just the atmospheric conditions of the day. That's all he's showing there is refraction. Now, where
How
he's
does
getting
it-
it, who the hell knows, man? But
No, I
either
didn't.
the Earth isn't the size that we're
I
given.
didn't make a full sentence there. Go on.
Okay, well, either the Earth isn't the size that we're given, or refraction is what we know. It's a way that light can distort things and create optical illusions.
Yeah, and we have a description of how that works, which is Snell's law. How isn't Snell's law relevant here?
You didn't listen to what we said, did you?
Right. Well,
I
let
did,
me
and I
add that.
don't see how that
Okay.
leads to.
We agree
No,
with
it's
you.
not.
It is everything but Earth curve. Whatever you want to throw at it. You can throw the kitchen sink at why that boat that's not beyond any Earth curve given would be hidden halfway. The one that I took, that I know my viewer height and I know the size of the boat and how far it is. I don't need to know water temperature. You know why?
Right.
Because it's hidden for reasons other than physical
Right.
Earth curve, man. I know it's optical. It can't be
Right.
anything else.
Why isn't Snell's law relevant?
Oh my God.
Dave, hang on, Dave. These people are trying to frustrate us endlessly by bringing us back to square one. Let me ask you a question, genuinely. You've taken yourself off a ball momentarily. Forget about all the seeming laws of physics. Dave just told you there that it's nothing. He doesn't need to know Snell's law. He doesn't need to know anything else except to know that there's atmospheric conditions involved, which dictates what he can see and to what points. Right now, I'm asking you. Let me finish my question. I'm asking you. On a flat
didn't
Earth,
sound like a
what should you expect to see, and what are the different components of the setup? So, what have you replaced a geometrical ball Earth with? What have you made the ground to be composed of? How have you scaled it into the great distance, and what have you put around you? Have you answers for those things?
Can you make one question?
No, I can't. Fuck's sake.
Oh, you
heard everything. You understood everything. Give me your model of flat Earth. Why wouldn't it work? Why would Travis's clear image not be indicative that we live in a flat and stationary Earth? And why would Dave's testimony there? And I'm sure you can show many pictures.
Well, I can try to answer that.
Hang on, let me finish that. Why would Dave's testimony there then not be some sort of a persuader for you that the influencing factor is within the atmospheric conditions itself?
I don't disagree that the influencing factor is the atmospheric conditions. I don't disagree with that.
There's no curvature inside when Dave's boat went missing. Half of it, anyway.
Man,
that's what his point. It's inside the range of curvature.
The point is, given the conditions, what the conditions are, we know what to expect to happen with light. We know what kind of refractions are going to happen if we know the conditions. And
I'll take that bet.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for.
I'll take that bet for $1 million.
Yeah, show us any, please. Show us any paper where they have the data you're describing right now. Go.
What data? What
data?
Listen, if you
I didn't mention any data. I'm not sure what you're asking for.
Okay, hold on, Pete. Hold on, Pete. You just said if we know the weather conditions, we can predict the Snell's law equations, okay? How do you know that? Show me where they have recorded the weather, the temperature, and all of that data, and then also ran the numbers on Snell's law together. Go.
Okay, you don't need that precision. If you just want to distinguish, if you just want to distinguish between looming and sinking, for example, you don't need that precision.
You just don't even know.
Let me. You just need to know if the index of refraction of the atmosphere is going down or going up with altitude. That's all you need to know.
You answer my question. Okay, Travis.
You can get more precise. Wait.
You imagine the flat, the stationary Earth.
Let me finish answering,
the
Travis.
horizon extends to eye level.
Let me finish answering, Travis. When you do have, for example, the information of temperatures in different heights of the atmosphere, now you can actually even model exactly how you should see things, and we have plenty of simulations for doing that. But what I was arguing for isn't. What I was arguing for is when you have that basic information about the weather, like whether or not the water is colder or warmer than the air.
Where did you get the information?
Stop talking over him.
Zanuck, he's okay, listen. He keeps going. He says things that I can't follow up on because he keeps going. Where do you get the information to put into your graph like what Zanuck just put up? Like, where did that data come from? Because that image that he just took a screenshot of isn't from 70 years ago when they were first doing these tests. I'm looking for anything in the past, not some graph on a web page that's updated, programmed, and I have no idea where the data is coming from.
It's not going to lead anywhere, though, Travis.
Do you agree that refraction depends on a density gradient and, most importantly, an angle of incidence? So you don't think that's how refraction works? Why don't you tell me what causes? Why don't you tell me? As you understand, You gotta give a break, pal. Travis, you're really excited. I can tell. Why don't you tell me about how refraction happens?
No.
I want to hear how you think
I
refraction
got a really good
occurs
question for
and
Vanek.
what factors are most dominant. We've mentioned terms like index of refraction, density gradients, angles of incidence. What do you think it's caused by?
Extended plane is going to be Travis's answer. Off you go, Travis.
Guys,
Okay, hold on. Okay,
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. Go ahead. Yes.
Zanik,
Yes.
if I could devote the rest of my life to rewriting the science, can you not hear me? Am I breaking
We're breaking up
up?
a
Is
little,
that
but we can hear you, man. We can
why
hear
you're
you.
Yeah, you're breaking.
talking over?
Yeah, you're breaking up.
We can hear you.
And,
We can hear you.
We're
and
waiting with bated breath. What you're gonna say?
Yeah,
I think there might be a delay with
The rest of
his
his life
connection.
is on the line. Go
Yeah,
on, Travis. We can hear you. Just say
Yeah.
it. Can't hear you, Travis. Stop saying it. Oh no, you got to take a break, man. We can't hear you at all now.
It's going to take some seconds for what you're saying to get to him, so it's not that useful to keep repeating it. I mean, probably these laggings that we are hearing from him are
hear me
like
perfectly.
from 10 seconds
break up
ago.
too much. Go ahead and speak for me, because you know Rakia the shit. Go ahead.
Now we can hear you, Travis. Off you go.
I bet what we just heard was said like 20 seconds ago by him.
He can hear us immediately, but we can't hear him. So by interrupting him more immediately, we can get him to realize that.
Maybe you can try again. Go ahead, Travis. Tell us your understanding of refraction. What are the most dominant factors?
No, you have to
Oh,
take
you
a break.
guys have fun.
Let me ask a question for him. We can't hear him. Yeah, we can't hear him, man. Let me answer the question for him,
Explanation for
Zanik.
how I
Oh
my God.
There he goes. Go ahead. We hear
We
you now.
can't
Go
hear
ahead.
you, bud. Let me answer the question briefly for him. If he doesn't say this, it's only one. Comes back to one thing: flat Earth, extended span, artificial horizon. When we look at the horizon, it's only a visible horizon. Beyond that is still water. So this is what we have to take into consideration as the biggest consideration.
That doesn't answer the question. What in his
Absolutely,
words?
that's what Travis
No,
has to say. If he doesn't
look,
say
we don't
that,
need to argue about what
then-
I'm saying. You can just answer how you want. Tell
What's
me
my
what
guess
are
as
the
to
most.
what Travis is
Stop
going to
talking
say.
over me. You tell me what the most dominant factors are with refraction, and I'll wait and listen to what you have to say.
Yeah, but
An extended
Travis
plane's
isn't
not an
talking. Travis isn't talking, so I was answering for him, saying that I should think what he will say is an extended span, with the ground being for the most part water. Water. So this is the most important factor when gauging any image for breakdown over an extended span.
Well, that's incorrect.
Absolutely.
Because it's incorrect
Saying
for
it's
two
incorrect. I'm
reasons.
saying I'm guessing that's
I'll
Travis's answer.
tell you why. I'll tell you why it's incorrect. It doesn't matter whether it's your words or his. You've said something, and I'm addressing what you said, not you.
Okay.
The reason that is incorrect because you need more than just a medium for refraction to occur. You have to have it's imperative and a predominant factor for how much refraction, and if you have refraction, as light travels through a medium, you need to have an angle of incidence. That is paramount of importance.
But you have to bring many more things into it. I was answering for Travis.
No, that's paramount. That's the most.
So I was answering. Hang on.
With just a density gradient, the most extreme density gradient of you in the world.
It's in your
You will
model.
not have any. Hold on. You have no refraction unless there's an angle of incidence.
That I could go on to talk about what's going on in the air and the water in the air as well, but that's a different matter. The most predominant factor is at Earth, where we understand that the horizon is an illusory horizon. We know that water reflects, so beyond that we can understand up to eye level.
Now it's causing
Hang
the
on,
illusion.
Zanik. Up to eye level we can understand horizontal, true horizontal is water. So when we see any seemingly refractive effects or mirroring effects, we can understand that half of the picture is water all the way. That has to be Travis's answer.
No.
Has to be.
So can you look at the picture I put in there? I put it a while back,
Yes.
and this shows you eye level. It's acknowledged to be 1 foot off the beach, looking at the oil wells.
Okay.
To explain to me how it's possible, if you're looking at something in the distance, how are the oil wells based? You can see the legs above the surfer's head, which you know that surfer's head has to be higher than 1 foot because that's how big torsos are. But this has been acknowledged and confirmed for a 1 foot observer. So tell me how the oil wells, oil rigs, platforms are above, the bottoms are above his head.
Okay, I'll tell you. You're listening?
I'm all ears.
Right. So imagine a dynamic situation where we could grab hold of the surfer and move him towards the oil rigs. The further out, what do you think is going to happen? Which line is going to change? I think one line is going to be consistent. Which line is going to diminish into the dot at the feet of the other? What do you think, Zanuck?
Well, I know I don't have to think about it. I already have the knowledge to tell you. What happens
so
is
imagine
at
that
eye
surfer
level, hold
board-
on.
Okay.
At eye level, everything stays at eye level in the distance if the ground is flat.
Imagine that surfer came out of the water towards the camera, said, "Well, with the intention of giving out to you for what are you filming him?" But anyway, he came out with his surfboard and stood before you and before the camera. I think your camera would be looking into his probably high chest level, and he'd
No.
be face to face with you.
No, because
and
the
he'd block out
observer
the
is
whole of the world.
The observer is 1 foot off the ground. It's already been verified. That's what the whole test is about. So on the beach, he's 1 foot. If he walks up to you, his chest and everything will be well above it. You'll be at his knee, below his knee.
Hang on. Okay, so if the observer is at 1 foot, how come the center of the image is not at 1 foot on the surfer? Because you say straight lines carry on indefinitely, right?
Yes.
How come we're not seeing 1 foot of the surfer at eye level, camera level?
No, eye level would be about his chest in this picture.
Well, how are we not seeing the surfer at chest level?
Oh my God, this is like the Dumb
If
and
there's
Dumber.
a line
Seriously,
extended directly
do you not
from
understand
1
what-
foot.
Do you not understand what I'm telling you? If you don't,
Yes, I
I'll
do.
explain it to you even further. But right
No,
now,
I
it seems like
understand
you're
it perfectly.
completely confused.
I'm not confused.
This
Don't
is
tell me something
basic
that I'm not.
perspective. I'm not doing. This is something you learned in probably 3rd grade.
Yes. What point
Seriously,
you're
when you
making
draw
here?
like pictures with perspective, this is a 3rd grade concept, and you're arguing with me about it. Truly, I don't have time to waste with you, pal. Come on, be smart.
Okay, I'll try to be smart, Zanuck, for the purposes of everyone else listening.
Yeah, you're going to bore
What's your
everybody
point
by
here?
being stupid. Come on, don't be dumb. You're not
see,
dumb.
I'm seeing
I
this
know you're
picture
not
for the
dumb. I'm
first
not
time.
insulting you. You're acting that way because you're not taking what's
Take it easy,
obvious
man.
here. If you're
I'm
one
taking-
foot
Why are
every-
you over talking him? He just tried to address you, and now you're fucking back on your monologue soapbox.
Take it easy.
Yeah, I muted him.
I don't mean to mute him, but I mean
No, that's
I'm
not
seeing this
allowed
picture for-
here. He can't demean people. And that's what he's trying to do by the 3rd grade comment.
Yeah.
And you're not dumb, and it's just implying that you are. And then he definitely overtalked you.
Of course he does, but
But
I'm seeing this
anyway,
picture for the first
everyone's
time.
clipping a little bit. Just calm down a little bit and let's move forward.
I'm seeing this picture for the first time, so I'm trying to gauge exactly what he's trying to say, but that's okay. I don't agree with muting anybody, but let him be reasonable as well. What point is he trying to make? I don't understand it.
His Annis alright, just sometimes needs a little time to cool down and, you know.
You know the way, Rakia, they always say that Miles Davis is famous for this, Travis as well. Oh, he's up at the top of a mountain, and if he draws a horizontal line from points to his finger, in other words, just keep it simple, then everything should be along that line. So if he points at a mountain 50 miles away, and it's hitting the top of the mountain, whereas in fact he's only standing on something that's 300 feet high, then there's something else. That mountain has to be disappearing below the curve. I was just pointing that out to Zanuck there. Is that the situation? If on the beach at 1 foot, shouldn't you see 1 foot of the surfer if what he's saying is true? But that was just an extraneous question, I guess, to get the scene settled.
Yeah,
Go on mute if anyone else wants
the
to
point is
talk.
we have to agree on some of the basic elements of perspective. So if you're at 1 foot and you're looking down a hallway, for example, everything that's 1 foot off that hallway floor, if it's flat, will be directly in your center point. And perspective dictates that everything around it will converge to that center point. Will you agree?
Okay,
No
I
matter
will
how
agree.
far away that point gets, if it's a foot off the ground, it'll always be in your center of view if you're 1 foot off the ground.
Up to a certain point, though, not beyond a certain
everything
point.
will converge to a point, not to a certain point. No matter
If
how
the floor
far it
was
is,
infinite,
infinite.
if the floor was
It'll always
infinite, you
be,
wouldn't
it'll
see
be
a
a dot.
3 foot observer.
And eventually, you couldn't see the dot. Eventually, you couldn't see the dot. But when you start to be able to see the dot, whether it's a car coming at you from 1,000 miles, and finally when it gets to be 100 or 50 miles, you see it. If it's 1 foot off the ground, if it's got it's got 2 foot diameter tires, so the axles are 1 foot off the ground, you will see that axle at the center point in your field
Let
of
me
view.
tell you how you're wrong here. And it
I'm not
equates
wrong.
to-
I'm
and
not
let me
wrong
tell you
about this,
how.
because this is simple.
Let me tell you how, and listen, some things require expansion upon, but let me tell you how, and how it relates to reading compass as well. If you have a compass and you point east,
Don't
right?
obfuscate.
Or hang on a
You're
second. If you point
obfuscating.
east, let me summate the 2 points
Objection, Your
together.
Honor.
It's a good, listen,
Yeah,
because
can I?
let me make the statement. I try to squash my words. That's why I keep asking, can I say this or can I say that? Listen, with a compass, if you follow the original direction pointing east and you follow that as a straight heading, you will veer off east if you go back to the compass, right? As you're pointing to the original target down this hallway at 1 foot high, I'm getting to the point, at 1 foot high, that's one thing. But if you insist that that is an absolute horizontal, if you continue putting those 1 foot high targets all the way back in the infinite floor, you will have to constantly drop your pointing finger, right, to encompass the whole of the situation. That's all.
Okay, so
No, you're absolutely wrong. That's absolutely, completely and utterly
Perfectly
incorrect.
right.
That's incorrect. Anyone said done any
Correct.
surveying, and I'm sure Racky can. Racky's biting his tongue because he knows he wants to say, you're wrong, but he's not going to say it because he's on your
Let me
side.
say that I'm wrong. I'm
The point
perfectly
is,
correct.
you're
I know it.
wrong. Everything that is 1 foot, it's how surveying works. Everything that's 1 foot high, if you're 1 foot, will be at your center point always to infinity if the ground is flat.
yeah, yeah. Can I tell you? So, in perspective, if I've got a 1 foot observer's height, everything will go to a vanishing point at that 1 foot. But if I've got an infinite plane, or just even if I'm doing it across an extended plane, you're still going to have a horizon which is in the distance and higher.
I have a perfect example for you all. Let me give this a perfect example. Thank you for that. But this is an analogy we can all relate to as well. We're after entering a straight tunnel underneath a hill, right? And there's a sort of a false wall as we enter the tunnel. What it's capable of doing is moving back to the end of the tunnel and to see daylight the other side. So if we were to draw what we see and take note of what we see as they move that false wall, which encompasses the tunnel shape itself back over the train tracks, what would we draw and what would we expect to continually happen? That's my point. Can you think on that scenario and answer in your own free time, please? And that relates to the infinite hallway as well, as we'd have continuously point down as the targets kept going in the distance. We'd have to continually change our
No. Let me tell you
horizontal.
why you're
As
wrong.
with a compass, we'd have to
Let me
continually
tell
change
you.
our
Let me
east
stop
to
with the compass. Let
conform.
me
I'm done
respond to
now.
you.
I'm done.
I'll be polite. I promise. So think about something that's below 1 foot. Like let's say it's half a foot. As it gets that half a foot, half foot post, if you're lining them up into infinity, or something is driving in a half a foot tall car, top of that car at half a foot will slowly go up to that center point. The 1 foot stakes always be in the center. And if you had something that's 3 feet tall, the 3 feet position as it goes away from you will go down to the center. Conversely, things on the sides will also go to the middle. Everything converges to the point. Okay?
From your observation. Yes.
From your observation, if you're 1 foot off the ground, everything from
Your
1 foot
from your observation
everything will
height.
go to that
But
1
that,
foot
that's
point,
not just it.
even if it's infinity away. If the ground is
So
flat,
you're identifying a horizon. You're identifying a flat Earth horizon, right?
Yeah, I just wanted to say really clearly that only is in your eye or in the lens. It tells you where the vanishing point is of your eye or your camera, but it does not tell you where the horizon is.
that's correct.
But
And that's why
Okay.
the horizon won't ever rise up to eye level if it's high enough above
Because
the
it's always
surface.
going to be above your eye
If
level.
the Earth
Hang
is
on.
flat. Now, if it was flat, the horizon
Yeah.
should rise up, barring any kind of
Right.
atmospheric conditions. It should
So how
always
you
rise to
deem
eye
it's not
level, which it
flat,
doesn't.
hang on please.
So you're
So how
talking
you
over me
deem it's
again.
not
Okay.
flat is when you notice a variation from horizontal at the beach, right? You notice a dip from, and I'm saying to you, as a flat earth tenant, especially about the mirrored water layer over an extended span, which seemingly no one else on the earth has been talking about except me since 2016, according to Rumpus and others. But I'm saying to you, it's only an illusory horizon, and the real water line is at that horizontal. So we agree on that matter. Excellent. Progress. Brilliant. You fail to consider the floor in a flat Earth sense. Why do you think I keep asking you how far have you
No,
developed the
we have
model?
seen plenty of false horizons that are blocked by clouds or fog. That is a common effect. It's called miraging. I can show you infinite numbers of pictures of that as well. But all you need to do is verify as to what they are. Here's the key, and I hope you're paying attention. Measure the angle drop from your line of sight, from level. And if that horizon you see is above level, you know that something's got to be going on there. Something
Here's
that's
one
got to
thing
be
I will
moving.
guarantee
Hold
you.
on. And if it's
I
below,
have
too
levels.
far below, something else has got to be going on. So you can actually determine where it is. And all you have to do is divide the distance of the object by the height. Excuse me, the height that your observer is divided by the distance to the object, if you know how far it is, which is really important. And then you can determine where it should be angularly, because trigonometry is very simple.
Here's what I'll guarantee
All
you.
you got to do is use inverse tangent,
Why?
and you'll get the answer you
Okay.
need.
Okay, Zanuck, here's what I'll guarantee you. And Rakia has posted many, many pictures of sunsets where we see this mirroring effect. I'll tell you, when you identify the mirroring line of the sunset, that will be horizontal. That will be the line you're looking for, which will be a separate thing from the illusory horizon, which you depend upon, you live and die upon. And I will tell you, that's the horizontal. Let me finish, man. That is the horizontal line. That is the astronomical horizon. That is the fixity. But because the ground is water, and you have not considered the ground to extend beyond the illusory horizon, especially not as water, which we know the capabilities or the properties of it, or its reflective nature, right? Well, because you haven't considered that, you cannot entertain what I'm saying in any real sense. And that's what Travis is about when he's talking about no official sources you can go to think it or to express in these terms. There is no one.
You done? All
I'm
right.
done.
Well, how
I'm done.
come when the stuff like supposedly like back in the distance, right? We see a boat like supposedly in the distance, say it's 50 miles away or whatever, right? And we supposedly see it loom, and they'll be like, oh, well, it's looming to 30 miles away or looming to wherever, right? How come the shit doesn't loom up past you? How come stuff doesn't loom up on shore past stuff? Like, how come it only looms to a certain extent beyond you and that's it, and doesn't loom like up to you?
No, you're not asking
How
me
come the
that,
looming
Denmark. This is
stops?
for a ball earther. I know you're not asking me that. Because it should
Like the
be.
looming can't go past a certain point or else, right? It's
Yeah,
funny, right?
exactly.
Can't come on the beach, can't go past a tree, can't. Yeah, it's pretty odd.
But all manner of impossible things we have to swallow. Once we swallow the first impossible thing, then we're led to all of these impossible explanations. And this is why Zanuck swears by these impossible explanations. When you give the
Well,
alternative, which is a flat stationary Earth surface and all of the
well, the
bells and
thing
whistles that
is,
go along with that, Zanuck will debunk it by applying his
no, he
12
won't.
impossible
Listen,
things
this
associated with the
debunks
ball.
Xanax. This debunks Xanax. If you got a boat that's 5 miles away and a guy that's 2 miles away, the boat should loom in front of the guy, but it doesn't. So fuck off, Xanax. Quit lying.
All these terms are all associated with explanations offered with the fixity, the benchmark, the standard that we are living on a spinning ball of given dimensions and makeup. That's it. We're here entertaining the alternative, but none of these guys can even give you 1 inch ever because they'll always bring their theorizing into our reality. So that can never ever work, and that's why there's no progress. Languages are different. 0 to you is 1 to them. Up to you is down to them. Bendy, straight, perfect, straight, level, flat to us is bendy to them. Triangle to us is, exactly everything, everything, everything is wrong. At least opposing. And it's only via the lie, though, we can get to the truth, Denmark. We have to realize that because the lie makes you think, doesn't it? Hang on. Something not quite right there. When you can't go anywhere, when there's no official sources, what do you do then? You have to fucking think for ourselves. For ourselves. And Cassius has a mean and hungry look. He thinks too much. Such men are dangerous. Of course, they're dangerous to the system. Maybe this is why conspiracy theorism was introduced to sort of corral all of the thinkers, the people who do, I'm not going to say do give a shit, many people give a shit, but you know what I mean, along certain lines, corral them all and have them debating endlessly in what? Well, where are we now? In Discord? What's in the name? For goodness sake. The Rumpus, Dark Star, Zanuck, Key
I'm
Alive,
still
even.
still deluded that I'm God. If you want to ask me any questions before I sleep,
Does God sleep?
yes.
Does he have a deluded sleep set of dreams? God dream of being human.
God is human.
It's human, and God
I
is
am
He.
human.
Okay. Does God make mistakes?
No,
Purposefully, can He purposefully make mistakes?
no.
Like you're teaching your child something, and you know that they're going to make a mistake, so you're going to fuck up just to let them feel good. So I purposefully make a mistake, you know. Let them know that it's only via making mistakes can we come to
I thought about it.
fruition.
All mistakes were made for a reason. Making them not mistakes.
Once you found out that it's not a delusion, did you do anything different?
A delusion. But I mean, some people call it a delusion. But I am
Yeah, but that's
actually
what I'm saying.
God.
What if you found out it wasn't a delusion and you really were God? Did you
I
do
am
anything different?
God.
Yeah. That's under your delusion, which you admit, though, but you're maybe not quite sure of.
Well, that's just how I label it. Deluded that I'm God. But that means I think I'm God. I am God.
You are God, but maybe others call you deluded. Like David Icke and Jesus. But that's not what he
Yeah.
was saying at all, was it? He was saying Jesus is all of us, or in all of us. Isn't that at the
Yeah.
time?
That's true. Everything David Icke says is correct.
Nearly everything, I guess. Maybe everything everyone says is correct on because there are no mistakes.
What if God was one of us?
Music is how I express myself. One of the ways.
M, us, I see. M, us, man, mankind. We have to look at the letter M and how it relates to the letter A. God is I am. We gotta see what part of all of that is us, because it's certainly some part I man M-A, and so we switch around the A and the M and we add an N at the end. I man.
What?
God is I am. We are a spark of God, a splinter of God. I man instead of I am, right? Where you just switch around the A and the M, so they have the M predominant over the A, and then you just add an N at the end. So I man. So we've got to figure out what N represents as well.
I am means anything, not just man.
Well, it's to be or not to be, right? To be or not to be. I am, you are, he is, she is. That's ISIS, he and she. We are divided. If you're males and your genitalia hangs out, well, that's been pulled out. That should be all inside. So we are half of the story. He is, she is, that's ISIS. But I am and you are. Everyone's looking for R these days, isn't it? Show us R.
I have more truth. All the languages were designed purposefully.
I agree. I agree. I say English was the first language, the template. In a way, 423 years ago, Shakespeare and all these plays came out in 1600, 1611, when he wrote his last play. same year as King James Bible written. I say it's all storytelling. It's the same hand, you know. It's the same hand that's pretty much responsible for everything up to this day. It's your hand, maybe, God. I am. What is it? What's your name now? Delusion. I'm God.
God.
God'll do. God'll do.
I don't mind. I have many names.
Maybe this is all you're devising, God.
Yeah, I'm sorry for all the pain. That's my fault.
No pain in the long run. What you think?
English is a special language because it's widespread. It unites.
Can't be a pilot unless you speak English. International pilot, anyway. It's like the world language, so everyone is speaking from the same page. What's the most coded word in the English language? Aristarchus. Yeah. It's gone quiet all of a sudden. I reckon I should go on mute. I made some good points though. They don't get answered by Zanuck or the rest of them, as usual. But not to worry about that. Light water in Cododo. I am. So I is 9, A is 1, and M is 6. So 916. I am, which is red either way. 916 or 919 either way. 916. Anyway, don't expect any answers, by the way, from any of them, because they cannot develop the flat Earth model to any degree whatsoever, because they'd have to take these new considerations into account, and they just can't do that. They have to revert back to their old, tired story. But anyway, I'll go on mute for a while.
Most humans are very religious in this time to hold their worlds together.
Faith comes first, then knowledge, then love. That's what the secret book of James tells us. I recommend to read that to everyone as one of our final clues. But faith definitely comes first. Be careful where you place your faith, isn't it? And there's the F-A-I-T-H. There's the T-H again, Dawn. The S-tone.
What do you think TH means? Because I see you mention that a lot.
Yeah.
What does
the
the
H in the
TH
center
mean?
We have the H in the center, right? Just think about our own. It goes back to our own composition. We have the H in the center. We have that balance between left and right side. If you bring the two central aspects together and unite them, but you lower the crossbar, so you lower the emphasis, but then you're left with two L's on the either side, right? Remember, we have in potential the E on one side and the E on the other. So you just have the central spine, an immaterial center coming out from your head, material coming out from your gut or your groin area, and from the heart center as well, another branch. So you have that potential on either side, and that's the E and the E. If you, like with the H, as I said, if you bring the two bars together and you drop it down, you get the L, and the L on either side. If you bring it up to the top, you get the T. So this is, well, it's hell. Straight away, if you go downwards, it's hell, H-E-L-L. It's the descent into the material-only realm. Whereas, well, the root of, or immaterialism, anyway, in a sense, is in our brain or thought center. So that's where the T, the capital T represents, and the TT as well, the 1212 on the clock, which is midnight, or, well, 12 times 12 is 144 as well. So that T, in combination with the H, that's telling us the direction we have to go in, as opposed to H and
Thank you
L,
for this
which is L.
research. As God, I haven't had the chance to study the English language as deeply as you have.
I haven't studied anything, man. I'm a shit researcher and studier. I haven't opened a book in a long
I will
time.
look into where TH comes from in terms of geography. What
The S
people,
tone, right?
which
So
people
to take,
added that. I'd like to find that out.
consider this, right? So to take this sword from the stone, and Arthur did this. So in the name, the answer is given R-T-H-U-R. So TH is emphasized there. But to take the sword from the stone is to take the S word, which is to be or not to be, right? Is, because you decide what is as God, right? You do decide what is. And if you believe something impossible and is not real, well, then you're wasting a lot of powers and energies, I guess, that have greater potential. This is what we did with the spinning ball earth literalism for years. But that's the S word. That's the power of the sword. And funny enough, Jesus returns with the double-edged sword from his mouth in Revelation. And double-edged sword is ISIS.
Some
ISIS.
type of Jesus, me, will return.
Well, you know, shout
It
it from
might
the
not be a
rooftops, right?
human, like some stories say, but some type of Jesus, me, will
Shout it from the
return.
rooftops.
It's
Shout it from the
very
rooftops.
soon. It's going to happen soon, and then we'll be fully
If it's
into
so,
Aquarius, where all the order will be washed away with water.
okay. I'll
Oh,
just to finish on
the Ark
that,
of
I'll
Noah.
just say before I go on mute, I'll finish on that by saying that to take the sword from the stone, so the sword or the S word is, and the S tone is TH. So you just sounded out TH, right? So that's the S tone. So this THIS is it. And funny enough, that's the concert that Michael Jackson left us with before he faked his death, which is "This Is It." And there's a big connection between Michael Jackson and King Arthur and the sword Excalibur. I can post the link if you want. Anyway,
I've set lots of characters up to play over and over again in reality.
well, they're NPCs, I guess. You have set only one special character up, which is your son. To
They can be playable too,
yeah.
sometimes.
Right, so yeah, your son can sort of take over different characters, or you just bump into them and you become them. I'm sure there's video games out there that encompass that. Very good, then. Fountains. Look at the number of fountains that went up at the 9/11 crash sites. Fountain of Youth, UTH, UTH. So the emphasis is on having a faith, first of all, recognizing the division, recognizing the association between body and spirit, and recognizing, yeah, which direction we need to take, which is the upward journey. Or the T, making the H into the T, or the two E's into the T, you know, by emphasizing the above as opposed to, lower aspects where you succumb to your material lusts, right? Be it whatever, food, sex, whatever, you name it. All 7 deadly sins. Think of it in those terms. Anyway, I'm definitely going to move for a bit.
I'm afraid for globe proponents, flat Earth is already huge and has filled the truth community. And the truth community is growing. You have a tiny, tiny effect.
Yeah, although a giant acorn tree only starts with one seed.
Isn't there science to something like if there's a resistance, a pressure builds up, and the chemical reaction happens, and the thing gets bigger and more chaotic sometimes.
And now we're trying to create order from chaos.
Yeah, everyone's got their own idea of order.
Does anyone see the song Back in Black by AC/DC as being sort of like a story of reincarnation? If you actually follow the lyrics from the beginning, he's talking about the sack. That's the sack that you're in, and some people are born in the sack as well. And he say he's been to know, which is like from his reincarnation, and he's glad to be. Yeah, it's kind of like a reincarnation story if you really look into all the lyrics, and then
But
following that,
as a
he's talking
Satanist,
about he's talking about like greed and stuff like that. You know, it's kind of like it's just a cyclical reasoning.
Amy Winehouse had one as well, didn't she? Back in Black.
Hit the sack, been to know, glad to be back. Said I'm getting loose from the noose that's kept me hanging about. Looking at the sky, it's getting me high, and I wonder why.
Yeah, you can get a lot of you can get a lot of messages from films and music about what the occultists believe.
It's strange how they put a lot of this stuff into modern music, and especially back in the day from the music I was growing up with. And it kind of makes me think there is some type of a predictive programming going on at some level.
Yeah, but even predictive programming is a programmatic um, trigger word because they're not predicting anything, right? They are determining what's going to happen. So
Yeah,
it's just simply programming. They're just
a
programming
term,
the future.
a suggestive programming. That's a better term for it.
Do you think it's weird that William Shatner went up on the Blue Origin and he came back down and he just mentions how he saw blue and then he saw the black, and that's what the uniform color is, and that's what they're about, the blue and the black. He never mentioned the curve or the stars or anything else.
Yeah, they are a bunch of utter freaks. These
I
new age
wonder if
space
that
guys.
I wonder if that is a an attempt to program the minds that it's not very interesting or exciting. So why even bother going up? It wasn't very exciting.
They're coming down like it's a dream, isn't it? They've just done the new drug and they've seen the place.
For this many people in here, it's really quiet.
We have a list of many, many people associated with Freemasonry just because they took a photo with their hand over their face. All self-implicated. Even Greta Thunberg. All listed, written down in black and white now.
And Dawn, a lot of people think that's like a, coincidence or what. But how many times have you taken a picture like that in your lifetime?
Never.
Has anyone ever taken a picture of you like that?
No, I do the horn with my hand. I do that on purpose as a kind of physical meme. It's like pretending that I'm in ancient times.
Gotcha. You think that's what they're doing, or they're actually on purpose doing?
I think they've been told, now you're part of the gig, you need to do the photo.
It seems like they do it a lot, though. Like, it ain't just like one photo, at a specific shoot or something. It's like every time they get a chance to pose in a magazine or something like that, they hide one eye or they throw up the six, whatever. I mean, even if you think it's just a joke, you understand what I'm saying? Like, I would never do that. I would never want to be looked at upon that way.
I'll even give the skeptics that 10, 20% are doing it to join in because they just went to a party once and their friend's part of it and their friend told them it's cool.
Yeah, maybe so.
That's 80% all implicated.
Like I said, I would never do that. I would never throw up a 666 sign in a photo on purpose just to represent, just to make fun of something.
Can you wear a crucifix?
I don't, but I would.
Or have one on your car or something, like a fish on your car?
No.
Nothing.
I don't need anything to tell anyone I'm a Christian other than my actions and my apologies when I misact. So
they ask if they're interested.
Yeah, if they ask, I'm more than willing to share. But I give a lot of gifts. I help a lot of people, and I try and be kind even to the unkind when possible. And I think that shows who I am, and people around me know. Now, Discord brings out the worst in me, man. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. It is a toxic place. And it really does. I see why people act a certain way here and don't in real life. I see it in myself. So,
What it's called Discord, and it's really well set up. But what is it about it that makes the Discord?
I can't answer it because I can fully get up in the morning and really have a nice long talk with myself. Right, like, this is how my day is going to go. I want to speak kind words. I have certain things that I have written down that I read every day, and it just sets my day off, and I get in the Discord and I fell short of those, if not immediately, at some point every time I'm on Discord. So
happens to me.
Yeah. So I kind of see how it happens. I understand that.
I don't think it's just our subject. I think it's all the subjects. So you go on an anime server and you will banter about growing up, sex, or cartoons, whatever you choose. Yeah, you will argue with each other about it. But I don't know what it is that makes that happen.
Rikia, do you ever come in purposely to trigger people or make a point that is not true? Obviously,
no.
Don, why do you do that? I know you don't, Rikia. I just wanted to make it as a point. Whereas in the person that's sitting here talking about these toxic people, Don does it on purpose. He's admittedly
people.
You
Freemasons.
No, you come in
Which
to
other ones
stir the pot.
Well,
just you. You come in to stir the pot because you guys were talking about Discord and how people present themselves.
I
can tell you now, for me, I would be exactly the same person in person or here. And if someone
trying to learn
disrespects
about.
me, I'd act the same way.
So I ask you, why do you think we all argue on Discord?
I think the majority of it is there are people here that like to stir the pot and get on people's nerves or trigger people. And once that starts, it kind of just folds over to the rest of the group that is talking. Because I've had conversations with many of people where it doesn't get like that. I've had conversations with Rakia 1,000 times. But if like 4 or 5 people come in that like to stir the pot, then that's when the conversations start turning to like shit shows.
Now I can tell you I do get agitated, and my attitude may bring that on out of someone or someone else.
Yeah.
The way they
No,
speak to me makes me agitated. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree. The same with me. But to purposely come in to do that, I think is the same thing that Don tries to say is happening here. I think Don does it.
Yeah, maybe so. It might be a thing is, it doesn't matter. Maybe he's doing an experiment.
You don't think that takes a conversation, lowers it, degrades the conversation, misrepresents a conversation, makes it so people get to that trigger mode?
Probably, but I do the same thing. I mean, I heard conversations sometimes. Now, if you're intentionally doing it all the time, I think that's worse. Yeah. Yeah,
that's what I mean, because it happens. It happens to me. No one can say it doesn't happen where they get triggered due to a conversation. But I'm talking about waking up in the morning, signing in Discord to stir some shit up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, known trolls.
Yeah, and it's odd when one of these people talk about how these other people do it and how it's this way and that way. When someone is a known person that does that, I think if you're going to ask a question like, why does it get like that? You should just look in the mirror.
Yeah, maybe, but each their own. You can spot them, but I used to think Zanuck did it on purpose, but now that I've learned, that's just Zanuck, man. I mean, I love it. I mean, I love the passion, and I don't think he's deceiving, right? If I did, I would go after him. But there's certain people in here that I know for a fact they're just here to deceive.
Well, that's different too, because that's Zanuck to me is ego driven. He's not doing it on purpose. He's not trying to piss people off or get a good fat argument. I think it's just ego driven, and there's a huge difference from that.
Just Zanuck, and people are going to clash, right? Me and Zanuck are always going to overtalk each other. I mean, he's going to bring out that in me, and I'm going to bring out that in him, because we both want to be right so bad.
Yeah, that's passionate about an argument. That's not the same thing either.
It's pride.
Yeah, well, ego. I call it ego driven. I don't think pride has much to do with the conversation.
Well, that makes people successful, though. I mean, I think you need people like I don't want my pilot, right, to be kind of nonchalant and not sure of himself and all that. I want him to be a stud, right?
But there's a difference between absolutely. But I think there's a difference between sure of yourself and then again ego driven. You can be sure of yourself and not feel the need to push your ego to everyone.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a rare quality.
Very tough.
I freaking try my hardest and it still comes out, right? It's just human.
Mm-hmm. But then, but remember, we're distinguishing between the on purpose and not on purpose.
Right.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And there are many people that do.
Sean, can I ask you, I'm doing some self-reflecting while you're talking, and which side do I come down on? Because there's certain things like Jin is one of my favorite targets. When he's in here, I will purposely ask him to say crap about dinosaurs or whatever, just because it's so outlandish and it's so ridiculous. I know it's
you shouldn't do that.
I don't agree with doing that. I think we all do it sometimes. I'm not gonna lie, I do it to Pete. But then there's the same situation of how difficult is it to have that conversation with the person and knowing if that's what's going to happen. I love Denmark. I've had hundreds of conversations with Denmark that are so civil. None of you guys would believe it, but if Denmark joins in a conversation, I know what's about to happen. When that happens, that's I think is the detriment to the argument, to the discussion for both sides. I think if Jen comes in and you go, "Hey Jen, tell me about dinosaurs," I honestly think that's a detriment to the discussion. And again, there are times when we can have this fun and go back and forth at each other. I do it. Everyone does it, but I honestly think there's definite distinguishing lines between that. You don't walk into a meeting and start cussing people out, but if you're in a group with your friends, you can cuss them out and it's fun. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and like I said, I was doing self-reflection of which side of the line I was on. So,
but then again, because I've heard you talk so much and I've known you for a while, I would say when it comes down to the conversation, you don't do that. When, for instance, you know, Jen's gonna go 0 to 60 in 5 seconds. It's kind of one of those things where the conversation's already over, and maybe it's bullshit time. But then again, you know, some of us do it. I'm not gonna lie, I've done it where you know the conversation is fine, and you purposely poke at somebody. For instance, I joined this VC just now to poke at Don, but the reality of it is it's like Don talks like Don doesn't do these things. Like Don isn't a detriment to this conversation.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think that he seemed to keep himself in check because I knew you were poking the bear.
Mm-hmm. But at the same time, was I poking the bear and saying anything? Was I misrepresenting him or saying something that was bullshit?
Well, as far as today goes, right? As far as today goes, I would say you're bringing up shit from the past, and so you're just trying to stir the pot.
No, because I heard Don and the reason I did bring it up is because I'm involved with Don's little thing. Because Don DMs me and asks me to help him and involves me in this and that, and it's like it's odd when he does it, but then cries about it or talks about it as if he's not part of doing that same thing. And this is today. This is within the last few hours, so it's not the past. And it was relevant to the conversation that him and Ricky were having as well.
See, I'm about like if I go somewhere else, it's different, right? But at Geo's, its topics are open. Like this isn't a flat Earth deal. If you want to talk about Dodo or Cucho or Bigfoot or whatever, you know, they have the right to talk about that here, and that's I like it. As long as it's civil and interesting.
And one thing that I like to point out that I do is I'm not BSing. I'm not adding crap. I'm speaking reality of what, for instance, Don, because Don is here, Don does. And it just baffles me how he does it. It baffles me how people enjoy disrupting a conversation with people just to stir the pot.
Yeah.
I think that the baseline of flat Earth as the beginning of the topic and sort of like the base is kind of leads you to whether or not you're seeking knowledge or you're just asking questions to find bigger questions. And I think the bigger questions are where, you know, it gets more philosophical and we realize that it is all philosophy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. Everything we're doing is a philosophical conversation because we're not actually involved in any of these aspects of it. But at the same time, like Rakia was saying, and I was saying, a philosophical conversation can get heated. That's not what I'm not pinning that on it because that happens in person with a friend of yours. It just happens. But when you purposely come into a conversation to stir the pot, that's the detriment. That's when shit shows start.
See, I've tested this, right? I took psychology in college, and you know I was interested in it. But you can bring up a conversation that you know the other person has agreed with in the past. Just bring it up because you know they're going to disagree with you, and watch them disagree with you. Like it's
absolutely
crazy.
Absolutely.
I'm like, dude, this is your argument from like 2 weeks ago, and now you're disagreeing with me. And when you call them out on, you misunderstood her. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that I was gonna say. There are times where everyone's fucking wrong, and 2 weeks later, you may have the conversation with a different understanding of something, and it'd be different. That's understandable. But yeah, like you said, when you go, no, that's not what I meant.
When you're doing it on
yeah,
purpose, right, and you catch them, and then they go into defense mode, it's over with. I mean, come on,
yeah,
people are smart. They, you know,
yeah, I would agree with that part. Yeah,
you didn't get to where you are. I didn't get to where I am, gaining knowledge and being successful or whatever, without being, you know, having common sense and being able to discern. I mean, if you don't have that, people are going to push you around. You're not going to make it, right? You fail.
yeah. Well, it's clear who has a voice and who, you know what I mean. For instance, if you look at any voice chat, there's not 50 people talking. You know what I mean?
I stayed quiet for
reality.
2 years, just listening to both sides, because I really was interested and didn't know like where I was. Like it was just it was too far fetched for me that we had been fooled all this time, and it still baffles me how that could have happened. But I do see it now. I see how it's possible, right?
But would you agree that, or for instance, I agree. There's a lot about everything that is either bullshitted or lied, completely full face lie to us. But you understand that doesn't mean everything's a lie. And then here's a real big issue of it. There's no way for us to know exactly which in what we think is actually a lie. It's all our opinion and our perception of it.
I draw the line in places, and I'm more of a hands-on. I want to go out, and if you're telling me that that lake is curving this far, and just give me the weight of measurement and let me measure it. Don't tell me that, you know.
I hear a lot of confusion. I hear a lot of confusion on both sides and just all across the board. Like Shine's kind of brought up a good point last night, talking about how like we need a way to kind of discern truth, and it seems as if like this has all been forgotten. Like this has all been discovered long ago, and everybody's just kind of disconnected and either lost touch, willingly disassociated with it, or just outright don't know about it. But I mean, the ancient Greeks were really good at philosophically understanding everything, and they always said that you need a key or a legend or a primer to decipher it. But as far as like knowing things and wisdom, like it's kind of irreducible down to, you know, fundamental things that you can't deny logically and rationally. And this tied with retroductive logic and deducing
Dysa, can I make an argument
understanding.
To you? I've been trying to make this argument to pretty much everyone. Is logic an isolated system insofar as that it necessitates that other things must be true? I feel like it's a restraint in many ways.
Well,
I learn about it.
Well, logic is
logic is absolutely a restraint.
A personal restraint.
No, it's an intuitive restraint.
Because your logic
what
is
you can know and what you cannot.
But your logic is your logic. My logic is my logic.
No.
Well, there's ultimate logic, dude. That things have to fit within certain parameters.
Where do you find ultimate logic?
This is rational common sense, man. Like
no, Daiso. I'm asking you to be honest, and I'm also asking you, Sean, because I've heard for a long time logic is the only way you can decipher what's true and false.
I don't think so. I think
the more that I learn about it, the more I learn about it, the more I learn that it's an isolated system, completely isolated. You can use logic to prove anything. Unfortunately, that's the sad part.
No, that's not true, man.
I think
it's really not true.
No, I don't agree with that.
How to do
it. Cleanser.
Yeah, I don't agree with that at all, man.
And then you're continuing to talk.
I know.
I would say that logic is the same thing as truth. It's self-evident. It's one's personal opinion, idea, belief system, blah blah blah. It can be different. My logic can be different from Rakia's logic. And that's the reality.
I don't agree with that at all.
Agree,
really?
I don't agree with that at all.
Okay, Rakia.
You're not gonna like
Rakia.
that. I agree, though.
Feelings. When you have feelings, thoughts, and beliefs, man, those are separate from logic,
no, it's not.
Wisdom, and rationale. No, these are separate things. Yeah, your feelings, thoughts, and beliefs can always contradict the reality but that doesn't make it logical or real. That's just your
Well,
own little feeling and opinion.
My feelings
Just
Yeah,
because you
but
have a
and
feeling and
okay,
opinion about something doesn't sway the reality of
okay,
the matter.
then how is all of our logic on the shape of the Earth different then?
That's not logic, man. I'm talking.
It is.
You,
A
you,
lot
do
of
you know
people.
what logic is?
Yes,
You know what
it's,
logic is,
what you,
Shanji?
yeah, absolutely.
What's logic?
It's the way you perceive things and the way you
No,
basically. But okay, well then
it's not
explain to me.
subjective. Logic is not subjective. Logic is
It is.
objective.
No,
Okay,
no,
so
logic isn't objective. That's false. Logic is not objective.
Hey, can I jump in
Logic is
just real quick,
objective.
guys?
No, it's not objective.
Hey, just
Yes,
real.
yes,
Okay,
please.
thanks. Just real quick, I just posted a debate that, regardless of the topic, I think everybody should listen to because, first of all, it's a great debate in terms of a contrast between the pro
What
and
you
the
got,
con.
Travis?
But what?
Said, what do you got for us?
I put the link in the chat stream, so just check it
Well, we
out.
don't see it, man.
So,
Livestream one.
There are so many people active in chat right now. I've
oh,
scrolled
you
up
know
and I
what?
can't find it.
I am I'm over in Brandon's server by accident.
Okay.
I'll come back over. Anyway, my point really was because the Christian is arguing for logic being eternal and immaterial. So it's the overarching determining factor for everything that we can know.
Yes.
So just check it out. It's really good.
Well, that's kind of, Travis, exactly what we're talking about.
I know.
Logic in and of itself has built-in restraints that say if then. If then requires an isolated system. If this can happen, it's happening in an isolated system. And that's really just where you have to leave
Let's
it.
just get back. Let's just stay on point here because we're all over the board here. We're talking about is logic subjective or objective? Let's just stay on
Subjective.
point. So we got a subjective. Shanji says subjective. Is there anyone that's on my side with logic being objective, falling under the guidance of truth?
Good luck.
Yeah, it's
not
absolutely
being-
objective. Take the black swan.
It's objective.
Take the black swan for example. If you have a that all swans are white thing, and then you have a black swan, and all swans aren't white. That's objective.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. The only difference is what someone does with that truth. That would be the subjective nature.
No matter what you do with it, the thing is, it's objective.
Well,
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
so
We're
hold
talking
on,
about
Santa, 1 second. If all swans are white and you show us a black swan, it doesn't change the fact that there are some swans that are white.
Yeah, but you now have logically all swans aren't white.
Yeah, so now we have black and
That's
white
objective.
swans.
That's objective. All swans aren't white. Here's the
objectively,
black
we
swan.
have black and white swans.
Do you not understand this, or am I losing you?
No, I understand the logical premise that you're saying a black swan proves what you think it does. But
the
you think that's subjective or objective?
This is objectification. The object doesn't precede the subject, guys.
The fact is that white swans and black swans coexist.
Are you trolling us right now?
Yeah,
there are black swans and white swans, Jeremy. Are you kidding me, bro? What the hell?
right here, dude.
They exist.
Sin, dude. Is this really your logic, bro, or are you just trolling?
The logic is that okay, we're not even talking about logic. Logic means you define your terms.
You're fuzzy. You're fuzzy. Ewok. You're hot
trying to
micing.
talk. Yeah,
You're hot micing, bro.
hot micing and roboting.
I didn't want to cut Fuzzy off. I like hearing Fuzzy, but
someone grew
You are roboting. Is he just roboting for me?
Go fix it. No, he's roboting. Go fix yourself, Fuzzy.
well, okay. So Daiso, here's an argument that I know you can't refute. Logic is based on certain premises that are definitional. Would you agree or disagree?
I disagree.
So how would you do the law of identity without defining what you think that identity is?
Well, I don't base things on subjective interpretations of mere objective perceptional inacuities.
No, guys,
I focus more on The
No.
attributes and
Stop.
why are you fucking interrupting
You're
me?
not answering
No,
the
no, no, no,
question.
no, 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 dude. I'm not gonna play this fucking
You're
interrupt
not
game.
answering my question.
Yeah, let me jump in
Then
just
ask
real
somebody
quick.
else because you can't just interrupt me, dude.
Well, if I ask you a question, I want you to answer the question.
You want me to fall into your paradigm,
No,
dude,
I'm
of
saying,
child's play.
guys, so listen. I want you to answer it because I think you can answer it. How would you describe something without defining what you're describing?
I would talk about the attributes of what it is I'm discussing.
So you wouldn't define it, you would describe it.
Guy's fucking trolling you, bro.
If you're gonna, yeah, you're trolling
Nice
me.
though,
If
he's
you're telling
trolling
me
you,
I
bro.
can't. Yeah, I know. He's telling me I can't
How is
define
it
something.
me
I can only
that's
speak of
trolling
it.
that
I
by
just gave
asking
you the
him to
attributes,
define
and then you're gonna go and fucking, and then you're gonna go and tote that over my head.
No. Okay. Well. Okay. And in case anybody forgot, the law of identity says that you have to define your terms. So, in order for me to know what you're talking about, you have to tell me what
Have
you're
another
talking
beer,
about.
Sin.
I don't know why poison the well, Dicelo. Like, just try to see where he's coming from. Like, I know that you're trying to
I'm not
say
even
that
arguing.
everything's subjective, but before you can even
I'm not
define
saying
the
everything's
parameters
objective.
before you can even define the parameters of your logic, you have to make definitions, right? And I mean,
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
that's by definition that's going to be
It's
subjective.
the law of identity, logic, first law.
So you're saying explanations of things are subjective?
Just tell me what you're talking about. Define what you're talking about. That's it.
We're talking about just reality here, dude. Synthesizing ultimate reality and not falling into this subjective slew of everyone's got a fucking opinion contrary to one another. We need to find the commonal within things to assert ourselves upon a foundation, not break up the foundation like you're doing.
Guys, so what if I told you everybody's opinion is them trying to define terms?
Listen,
Everyone has their own
I'm not
way of
into
defining
feelings, thoughts. I'm not into the feelings, thoughts, and beliefs, man. I'm separating from that. I'm asserting myself on the fact, logic, wisdom, and rational common
you
sense.
can't
If you can't
use
do
logic.
that, yeah, you can, man.
No. Okay, so no, listen, because here's why you can't use logic. Because if I say, Daiso, let's have a logical conversation, let's define our terms. What do you mean when I say this? We're going to have to agree. If we don't agree, then you just have what we have today is everyone with their own dumbass opinion.
Well, this is why I say we need to get to a level of communication instead of conveying each other's opinions. This is childish.
Well, let's talk about something concrete, right? So what Sin Cleanser's talking about, these definitions of terms, right? On one side, we're saying level is horizontal, and the other side is saying level is curved.
Yes.
Or on one side is saying a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points, it's straight. But the other side's saying a straight line can be curved.
But all of this has already been well
that's my
established,
whole
man.
fucking point.
This has all been well established. I mean, these are all nothing but
It's
more
not
than
well
red herrings.
established.
But it's well established.
Yeah, it is, man.
Two different systems of geometry. Neither one of them are actual reality. They're just systems of geometry. And so
Yeah, only one of
using.
My bad.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeremy.
I was going to say only one of those things can be true, and if you're defining, logic's not going to prove whether the water's curving or not.
Well, Jeremy, that's what I was saying is that logic, if I define level to be curved and you define level to be horizontal, you and I have different logic gates. We have logic trees that have different premises, and we're going to come to very different conclusions. Now, who is more true than the other? I don't know.
The one that
define
asserts
things
himself
completely differently.
The one that asserts himself upon facts, logic, wisdom, and rational common sense. If it
Tyson,
fits
those
within
are
Occam's razor, man, the second you start appealing to dualities and fucking falsehoods, that's your own problem, dude. That's not my
not
fault.
a problem. I think logic is the problem here.
No, it's not.
Hold on. I'll tell you. Bev can describe horizontal to be level, and we can have any glober come here and say level means curved.
Well, this is
logical.
Listen, you just missed the segue to how they justifying that, and they do this all within the confines of gravity and their understanding, but they have zero understanding, and this is where you miss the battle, man, and you fall into the trap.
No.
Yes, yes,
I've
yes.
been here for
I've been
years.
here cleaning.
I know
I've
That's
been here
exactly
cleaning up
exactly
behind
what it
you for
is.
a long time, Sin. Trust me. I
No,
know.
that's exactly what it is, and I've said this when someone has a conversation where gravity doesn't exist in their mind at all, then quote unquote the globe explanation is completely bullshit to them, regardless of logic.
Sin, have you ever heard of the book The Science of Logic by Hegel?
I've read Hegel because I read Marx. Yes, I did read that.
So, you know, in that book, he makes a pretty strong case for logic being both subjective and objective.
Yeah, that's my hope. Yes, I've
Yeah.
been saying that.
No, I'm agreeing with you. It's just it was easier to get on
Okay, so
with your name.
Kool-Aid, you know, you and I would be opposite. I'm a flat earther and you're a
Right.
glober. But I think on this one, Kool-Aid, I think maybe you understand a little bit more about logic than some of the other people here. Because when you use logic, it's a tool for helping you describe what you mean. And
Exactly.
things can be logically true, but ultimately and objectively fantasy. You can use logic.
That's not what
to do
logic is
many
for. It
different
doesn't help you
things.
describe things. It helps you
I
understand
can
things.
use logic, Zanuck, to create a video game that has nothing to do with fucking reality.
Logic is not what you use to describe things. It's how you understand something.
It's a way of, well, okay. See, here we go again. You're gonna fucking disagree by agreeing.
Okay, so is it logic or common sense? If you went to Thailand and there was a beautiful lady with big boobs, would it be logical to assume that that is a woman, or is it common sense to see that she's got a big Adam's apple?
How do you define it? The law of identity, the first law of fucking logic, says we have to define our terms. How would you define it? If you can define it, this means that, then you can build a premise from which everything is established on.
Here's the thing, Sin. How do you think we define something? What do you think that's consistent of?
If you ask Bev, there's only one person that's
Listen,
defined
Bev's
it.
not here. Let's stop hiding behind Bev. Okay?
I'm not hiding.
Mano y mano. How do you define something?
If I define something, I tell you what I think something means. If I say,
of course. So, but what is
get an example.
What's the meaning of something? Is this a description or an explanation? Stop interrupting me, dude. I'm not going to play your kid games.
Let's use an example.
I'm asking you a direct question, Sin. Is a definition consistent of a description or an explanation?
The definition has to explain why you think what you think about what you're defining.
Okay, so when we talk about gravity, is there an explanation behind gravity?
They have definitions that explain why they're saying the things that they're saying.
No, nobody's ever explained.
They do. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so you're just going to interrupt me with a yes, they do.
Oh, I was giving
that's what we're going to do? Are you going to grow up?
Calm.
Let's get real, bud.
Yeah, relax, quit. Like, just
then why don't you do your job, bud?
Confrontational.
You do your job, I'll do mine. Okay. So anyhow, Sin.
I can.
Come on, man. Don't be like that, Dicelo. Really, that's just adding to the drama. Just tone it down, man. Please.
Yeah, I can follow your logic all day. I have no problem with it. Like, you guys are making it out to be this some sort of mystery.
I'm not really sure why we can't have a good conversation right now. Why is this so hard?
Well, okay. Let me tell you, Travis. Here's where it stemmed from. Is that in logic, you can define things. The law of identity says A equals A. And if I say A equals horizontal and you say A equals curved, we've both been logical, but we've both described things in isolated systems. Logic is an isolated language. But everything can rest upon certain premises, but it all comes down to how you define it. If you define level as curved, good luck. If you define horizontal as level, you're on your own too. Like, logic has nothing to do with... Sorry, go ahead.
Am I the only one you ever mod, Bendy? When's the last time you've ever muted anyone else, Bendy?
Come on, dude.
Nah, for reals though. On the reals. On the real talk, Bendy. When's the last time you've ever muted someone else, Bendy?
I'm about to hand you out a warning, Dicelo. How about that?
Yeah, just relax.
Right, I'll take it up with Gio. How about that?
Yeah, take it up with
Gio's right in here. Go ahead.
Oh, there you go.
it's not. Listen, it's not a fucking moderator fucking issue. It's about you guys not knowing what logic is.
Bro, I'm not gonna be a part of a server. I'm not gonna be part of a server that wants to fucking mute.
Dysa, you're gonna be.
Okay.
You're a homie, man. You'll
Okay,
figure it out
I think
sooner or later.
See, now, is what you're saying is basically like, if all of us here were Nazis, logic would dictate that we should kill Jews, but that doesn't,
yes,
we have to define what logic
Can you use a
would be
different
based
analogy
on.
or piece of logic, please?
Well, but you know what I'm saying, or like how, if we were all like slave owners in the South back in the day, logic would dictate what we would, but the point is, I'm trying to use something drastically obvious because logic would dictate that we should do those things, right? That's what we all grew up with.
Yeah,
So that's what we should do.
Exactly.
But you have to
think
that's
about
his point.
Here's how I was taught logic. When you are trying to develop a software program, the language requires if and then statements. If this is true, then everything can rest upon that being true. That's logic. That's how you develop software. If this is the premise, then everything after must also be true. And you can get yourself into crazy realities. Doesn't mean it has anything to do with the real world. It just means that the logic is consistent. And I fear that a lot of, global, special relativity uses a lot of logically consistent mathematics to get you into a world that has nothing to do with reality. That's not just my opinion. That's also Tesla. A lot of people have also said this. It's because we understand what the use of logic is. It's a tool. It can do anything. But I don't think logic is a flat earth fucking tool. It's not a fucking globe earth tool either. It can be used for both sides. Absolutely and completely.
I'm glad you did that because finally you're making sense. What you were saying in the previous 5 minutes was just like we couldn't understand it, but now you're making sense.
I'm working on it, Carlos. Jesus Christ.
No, and I think you're onto something because I'm a writer is what I do. And when I write, I'm not necessarily writing true stories. For God's sakes, most of my stories involve magic, but it has to be logically consistent.
Yeah, or they can't follow. You're right.
My magic can do X, Y, and Z, but it can't do Q. If suddenly it can do Q, the whole
we can't follow after that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you explain why we should believe something, you're gonna leave us out to drift completely.
Yes, exactly. Same with Avatar or Harry Potter. Exactly.
Yeah. The logic of Harry Potter makes sense. There's no denying the logic of Harry Potter because it feeds back into proving itself. Yeah. But I don't know why. I'm not going to say it. I'm going to say it. There are flat earthers that don't understand that logic isn't objective. Logic is a tool just as anything else is a tool. It doesn't prove globe or it doesn't exclusively prove flat earth. No chance. It can be used to do either or.
It can prove that all swans aren't white, though, if you have a black swan. Like, if you're sitting there looking at a black swan, you can know for sure that the logic now demands that all swans aren't white.
Yeah, that's a very basic thing, but it doesn't prove that there are no white swans and there are no black swans. It can just say that there's black swans, too.
That's just a deduction. That's just reasoning. All that is reasoning.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a letdown of the black swan fallacy, that it doesn't really tell you the whole story. It just says that...
No, if you have a black swan, though...
It's really impossible.
Yeah, but if you have a black swan, though, then, the logic, you can follow through with the logic, yeah.
Does it prove
you
all
can't just
swans
say You can't just say all swans are, you can't just use the black swan if you don't actually have a black swan, yeah.
That's why there's the statement. That's why there's the hang on. That's why there's the statement. What type of logic are you working on, man? It's because there are different types of logic, and you have to follow the steps.
There's not different types of logic.
Pick up your gloves. Pick up your gloves and pick up your stuff. Listen, you're not going to treat me this way and get what you want. That doesn't work this way anymore. pick up your stuff and go put it back.
Die slow. You're hot micing, bro.
I'm gonna mute Dysa because I know Dysa.
Hey,
Whoever's trying to talk right now is roboting.
I slow your
Travis, you're roboting. Travis.
Travis, you're trying to moderate while lagging.
Yeah, Travis, you're roboting.
Man, you're hot.
Thanks, Travis.
Okay, so hold on. Okay, I want everyone to try to. Everyone here, I think there's a lot of people that would probably have good insight to what happened. I tried to talk to Bev about logic, and my understanding of logic is that it's a way to know certain things. You can use the law of identity that defines things. The law of non-contradiction means that you can't have something mean something else. It has to be what it means. It's not, you can use it for pretty much anything you want. I could use it for a space video game if I wanted to. Like, I don't feel like people should be resting on logic as the absolute form of truth. No way. No chance. Logic doesn't tell you absolute truth. It tells you a way of thinking.
All you need is a little piece of truth, though, and you can gain things from putting it into some kind of logical thing. Like if I say, all right, in reality, you can't have gas pressure without a physical container.
Yeah.
I can put that into some logic.
That logically makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you can put that into logic. You do need a little piece of reality, though, to be able to.
It's a tool.
Fuzzy, you're roboting, bro.
It's a tool.
Yeah.
Fuzzy, you're roboting.
A low robot.
So if you have a little piece of reality, of truth, of fact, then you can put it into the logic thing, and then you now have, some objective shit.
I don't know, Jeremy. I've really been on to the idea that logic is an isolated system.
What the fuck does that even mean? Sorry, what does that mean?
Like, if I say such and such is true, it can only be true in that paradigm. And if I say, well, if you assume this and that, then in this paradigm, that and this can be also true. Like, I feel like you're on your way to argue off of that very quickly. I'm very skeptical about people that use logic as a determination of absolute truth. I think that's kind of grounded in bullshit. I don't believe that. I don't think anyone who
You guys
says
hear me?
logic, yes, you can hear me.
Yeah, so that's what I try to do in these discussions if you want to talk about horizontal conforming to the surface of a sphere.
Level.
Okay, if you want to say that if you want to say that level is conforming to the surface of the Earth, and you are applying spherical geometry, I'm going to say, why are we talking about a sphere? So you're trying to argue in a minor premise when you haven't proven your major premise.
Is your windows open? It's freezing out.
Hot mic.
All right.
Does hear me?
Yeah, I heard you.
Does that make sense?
I don't have an answer for that. Maybe Sean, maybe.
Well, does that make sense, though, what I said?
No, I think if someone's argument is based only on that and not the amounts of evidence that they've perceived themselves, then no, it's not.
I'm only dealing with a claim, right? So if someone wants to talk to me about tangents on the surface of a sphere with the measurement of geography, I'm going to say, why are you bringing in spherical geometry when we're talking about measuring distance?
I see what you're saying now.
Okay, well, because no, I get. Well, then your question would be, how do you determine that is what it is, and then the conversation will continue on from that. And again, it wouldn't be under the premise of that being your only thing to be said. If someone says level conforms with Earth and it curves, then I would expect them to have something that gave them that logical deduction from it, right? Like I'm not going to not understand how curvature is measured and then tell you that level conforms with Earth without a reason for it.
So let me just jump in real quick and go to Eratosthenes, right? So prior to Eratosthenes, how was the shape of the Earth proven, right? Because he already knew it was a sphere. We just didn't know its dimensions.
Okay. So what previous to him did he have to establish that it was a sphere? Or are you saying that he just decided a fictional or some shape in his head and went sphere? Or do you think that he actually had something, other things that compounded onto that to believe it was a sphere?
Only way I can answer that is to say that when I first researched this and looked up the 5 primary sources that I got, they all simply said he assumed the Earth was a sphere and They gave no information as to how he justified or how someone else justified that the Earth was a sphere outside of a philosophical argument.
So does that mean because what you read didn't elaborate on that point, that isn't what happened? That all these 5 sources that you went through all just assumed a shape and it happened to all be the sphere?
Saying the
or do you
data.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm saying the data is insufficient.
The data that you found was insufficient.
Yeah, but
that's not to say that they didn't have data that verified their presupposition, because that's the other thing. Presuppositions are fine. I don't know that's such a bad thing.
I get that, but that's just an ad hoc explanation on your part.
Is it?
Unless do you have evidence that shows what they base their understanding of the shape of the Earth on?
I don't, but that doesn't mean that I can make a conclusion upon that.
That's
just
why
like you can't make that conclusion based on the information that you got. Maybe you didn't go deeper into the research. Maybe you didn't look at the right sources. Did you look at his notes? Because I'm pretty sure a lot of those things are online. Did you establish this conclusion based on the notes he wrote to establish what he thought and what he wrote down? I mean,
listen very carefully. I understand your questions, and I do know how to do research.
I didn't say you didn't. I'm just asking if the depth of your research uncovered that there was nothing before their time or anything, any experience, any observations that could have helped them further upon the hypothesis it was a sphere. That it's a simple question, and you're saying your research made you think that they had nothing to base that off of except for just one day they decided sphere with no reason behind it. Now, then I asked, did you read through all? Because to say that, you would have had to have seen his notes, understood what he was establishing that upon, and I'm pretty sure in his notes he didn't say it's a sphere because. I'm pretty sure he gave reasons and data and this and that for coming up with this hypothesis and then coming up with these tests. You're saying that the idea of a sphere was just made up. And I don't believe that. I don't think that is how it worked.
Okay, great. Please demonstrate for us the earliest scientific measurement for determining the Earth is a sphere.
No, you did that. So what was the last thing? What was the first anything that you found? Was it only that they just thought sphere and that was it? Because how do you assume sphere if sphere wasn't even a thing?
That's a good question.
Okay, well then that's my question.
Yeah.
Just in that alone, I would assume that something had to have been prior to that for him to assume a sphere. Why didn't he assume a triangle? Because he had something that gave him that reason that logic to assume that, right?
Okay, but think about what I'm trying to demonstrate, at least in a small way. That is that if you're looking up data on a topic and they give you links for other things, like there are other links in the article, but in terms of the source for particular claims, it can be whatever. They don't have a hypertext there. They don't have a link there for you to go and check out the source.
Okay. Have you ever searched Eratosthenes' footnotes?
Yeah.
Okay. And the first thing that he wrote that you have any record of, he said sphere. Or did you like?
Okay, it sounds like you're
You
just
see what I'm
making this
saying?
up. Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not
sure.
making. I'm asking. It's not. I can't be making a question up. I can't be making something up if I'm questioning your logic on it.
No, I thought you were describing like you were doing it in real time right now. That you searched footnotes Eratosthenes and you were reading it out. So I thought you were trying to establish a matter of fact right here. All I'm trying to say to you.
You said okay. Well, then I guess the better thing would be, because you said you did research it and look into it. Can you show in his footnotes where there's nothing that would give him the reason to assume a sphere? He just sphere.
Haven't found anything that as a positive claim from Eratosthenes that would show me that these 5 sources got their information from Eratosthenes.
So wait, so you think that your 5 links would establish all that you need to know about Eratosthenes, and then you think that he came up with these tests?
God.
Like that, I'm asking because what you came in to say is that you looked through 5 links about Eratosthenes. You used him as an example, saying that he just assumed sphere, as if he had no reason to assume
what
sphere.
The sources tell us.
Okay, are they all the sources? You know for a fact you looked into it, and all he did was assume sphere without any prior knowledge to have that assumption. That's what you're saying, right?
Okay, look, Sean, I'm not doing any interpretation. I'm telling you that when I researched this 4 years ago, this was the very first topic I looked into.
Okay, so then I'm asking you. So in all the in Eratosthenes' world, everything he did, everything he knew, you're telling me that he, for no reason, decided to do these tests and just sphere just popped up. He had nothing prior to that to have established this upon. That's what I'm asking you. And the question realistically is yes or no. No, he had nothing but prior to himself to even have a reason to assume sphere. That's what you're saying.
Again, I've said it before. I'm not sure why you have to ask me to elaborate farther than I think I need to. Listen to me again. In the results that I got when I looked up Eratosthenes, I didn't find any of them citing an original source.
Oh, so it wasn't. So then you didn't look through his footnotes.
Okay, look.
There were interpretations of his footnotes, right?
Okay, listen. Again, because there were no primary sources in these articles, and I typed in Eratosthenes, source, sphere, whatever, man, I don't have time to fucking look through everything to try to find this one thing that I'm looking for. My only point, Sean, and I can carry this over into the discussion of refraction. Same thing, man. Same exact thing.
What's the same thing?
Please show me any original scientific data that Andrew Thomas Young bases his modeling on. He doesn't even do it. He doesn't even give us.
Let's keep on track because Eratosthenes. Again, just because you didn't see it doesn't mean you can jump into a conversation and say people do that. Who does that? For example, Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes didn't just jump to gun and say one thing without pre-existing data or whatever to come up with that. You came in saying he did that.
Right. Based on hold on. Okay. based on educational sources from high school to university, Sean. They all say the same thing.
They all or the five? No, they all or the 5 sources you went to.
Okay, Sean, in the research that I did to try to find some semblance of understanding why Eratosthenes did what he did, they all simply tell you the same story with no source.
Okay, so then maybe you should look deeper into your sources and not come in acting as if it's fact that he had no pre-existing information to think sphere, right? I asked you, have you looked through his footnotes? You said yes. So that's an original source. But now you're telling me that all the 5 sources that you went through, there were no original sources. So I'm asking you, do you think you really dug deep enough to make that claim?
With the fact that I cannot find any source material upon which these narratives are based. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe, okay. I would say your source were lacking good information or you didn't dig deep enough. And I guarantee you, there's not a topic on earth that you can make a claim like that after only searching through 5 things. It takes a long time to make these assumptions and be correct.
All right. Okay. Again, I simply summarized by saying the first 5 results. That doesn't mean that I didn't look at other results. I'm saying that the ones that I looked at that were the top hits had to do with EDU sites. They were educational sites that don't even substantiate their claims. It just appears to me like they just want you to read what they're saying and go, well, I guess that's what happened.
I guess that would depend on the
That's
source.
exactly what they want you to do. You hit the nail right on the head.
Okay. Yeah, if you Wikipedia something, it's not going to give you every detailed aspect of a subject. It's going to grace over it, and maybe even depending on what source you're going to talk about. If you're talking about his only test, then probably not going to talk about the past information that he perceived to get these ideas and make these tests.
Right. Let me give you an example again. When I've asked questions in these conversations, some Glober will tag me and put in a Wikipedia article on Aristotle or whatever, right? So, okay, in good faith, I'm going to click this article. And as I click the article, every single time there's a hypertext there, I'm clicking it because I want to know where this information is. And it's always just a runaround, a dog chasing its tail. It's absolutely zero depth, you know? It's just like these...
Yeah, they got nothing. Even if you did come across something, how do you know how accurate that would even be? You just shit they're making up at this point when you start going that far back in history. Eratosthenes, was that guy even a real person?
Okay, you're basing all that argument, Jeremy, and how does that not the same thing for flat Earth then?
Can you prove Eratosthenes even a real person?
Yes.
Start there.
Yeah, sure.
Wow.
Many accounts from different people of him. Conversations, tests, etc., etc.
Okay, Sean, show me one test Eratosthenes did, please.
It's just conversation, fucking Travis.
Then you should say no.
No, why would I say no?
Because you don't have any of that data. You're just making shit
up.
Okay,
wait. Are you telling me that other people don't talk about Eratosthenes?
Show me, dude. Don't just make
shit
up.
Are you telling me
yes,
other people do not? Okay, that's bullshit. That's bullshit in itself.
Great, then show me.
Other people talk about the boogeyman. Is the boogeyman real? Because other people talk about him?
Yeah, Jeremy. Great analogy.
John,
I would say the best way to hide land. The best way to hide land is to make a globe which is closed off.
No, why wouldn't you make it a flat Earth and not allow people to go further? Matter of fact, isn't that what they did? Wait, that's what they actually did. They remember before Columbus, they assumed it was flat, and that if you went further out, you would fall off the Earth, and that kept a lot of sailors from venturing too far away from that landmass. So maybe that was the psyop. That's not true. That's not what they thought back then.
Please provide an original source where that story came from.
I thought we've all. I thought the
no,
educated
no,
world.
Travis.
Sean, I thought the educated world knew that the Earth was a sphere since 2000 BC with Eratosthenes or whatever.
Hey, I'm telling you
Now you're
right
telling
now.
me they're saying it was flat.
No, wait, time out. Did I say that to you, Jeremy? Let me make it clear. I can give a shit less. I can give a shit less what other Globers in this room say because I disagree with a lot of the things that they say. But I made the point of before Columbus discovered Americas, they thought it was flat and that if you went too far out, you would fall off the edge.
So when a Glober tells me,
why did you say just now?
Oh, because that motherfucker didn't discover shit. They were actually European.
So how do you know any other story about what he's talking about is true? If
because there are other
do you
European
agree that story is bullshit
Jesus
and you're
Christ.
using him as a cited or something?
No, I'm using it as a way a mindset that they had at a time. I use that as an example. I use that as an example. I use that as an example.
So how do you know
what the other stories as an example?
Hold on, guys. I'm gonna have
let
to
me
mute
say
you
it.
guys. Relax, Sean.
Then okay, he's got to let me say it. Then he asked me a question in the middle of saying it.
Hold on, Fuzzy, your mic's roboting or lagging or something. So it might. And Sean has that fight the flat Earth thing going on right now where he spazzes out. So everyone relax. Let's regain our composure.
I'm trying to say something. Okay, how about this? If he asks me a question and I start answering, he jumps in. Then how about you stop him?
Yes, I am going to. Go ahead. Yes,
okay.
Go ahead.
I use that as an example because it was a mindset that was had at a certain time, and once explorers started going to these Americas and other land masses, they then realized that wasn't true. Someone came in here and said, if you wanted to hide lands and do this and do that, you would make it a sphere. No, you wouldn't. If anything, I'd go, it's flat, and if you keep going, you're going to fall off and die. That's a better way of making people not go somewhere and hide lands, right? Isn't it?
So the Eratosthenes thing didn't show us it's a globe then, since people in the world, I mean, these are countries we're talking about. Whoever sent Columbus, was that Spain? They didn't think the Earth was a globe. So what's this how much weight does this Eratosthenes thing still hold?
What do you mean? How does that? They thought one way. They thought one way and realized it wasn't.
Eratosthenes is supposed to hold all this weight about we've known it was a globe for 2,000 years. Now, you might not have said that, but I've heard that out of every other Glober's mouth that's been in this.
Not my argument, so I can't argue.
That.
I'm not going to argue that.
Can I say something just really quickly? And I think it has to do with Fuzzy's argument too, is you're using Columbus, right, which is fine. But how do you even know that story itself wasn't made up? Like, oh yeah, you're going to fall off the edge for mockery and the whole thing. You already know that the whole story in the beginning is bullshit. So we're gonna believe bullshit upon bullshit. We can't. So if it's already bullshit and it smells like shit, you walk away from it. You know what I mean?
Does that mean then why isn't that the whole idea of flat Earth thrown out like then? Because that's exactly what we're talking about.
No. Because they want you to make you believe, well, we're going to fall off an edge. I don't think anybody believed about falling off an edge until that was said by that bullshit narrative. They just believed they lived on certain lands, and they maybe knew a lot more shit back then than we knew now.
Okay, when I said that, I wasn't saying that Columbus it was the only time and only person or that they told this to. No, they thought this for a while, and a lot of navigation and all this stuff didn't go further than it did because of that thought pattern that they had then. I use Columbus as an example because that's when we knew that there were other lands and that you can go further than what they said. And that I can use any explorer that came to the Americas or anywhere else besides the European continent and Africa and Asia, right?
Yeah, stuff. You want some more?
You're hot, Mike and Jeremy.
Oh, my bad. So next time a Glober tells me the whole civilized world is known it's been a globe for thousands of years, I can just refer him back to you saying, no, that's not true.
No, you argue with them. I don't care. My argument is not based on my argument isn't based on their argument. And if we want to have that conversation, we can. I don't care. But at the same time, I don't carry other people's arguments to this conversation.
I feel you. I know you must have heard at least 10 people tell me that. No.
Recently?
Bro, Gary, the past 2 years.
Okay, probably. Yeah, probably.
Yeah. So I mean, you think that's bullshit? Then you're not backing it, right? I think it's bullshit. So do you?
I think depending on the time, if I had to look into it, and I know there was a time when they didn't know, and I know there was a time when they did know. Or actually, I would say there was a time they didn't know, there was a time they wasn't sure, and then there was a time they understood. That's how I would say it. Because even then, at that, we see those steps happening. And well, you guys say they've always known it's flat since ancients. Well, then there was also a time where they knew it was a globe, but they thought their universe and that space was spinning around or rotating around us, and we were stationary and at the center of a solar system. And then there was a time.
My bad.
I don't know. I don't know a date.
When was
if you're gonna, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we can go back and destruct it from day one. I think that's what Travis was trying to do.
Okay, but what Travis was saying is I looked into Eratosthenes, and because I couldn't find any reason for him have any information about why he assumed a sphere, that means he just assumed sphere with no reason. That's ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous if everywhere you look, that's all the information you can get.
Everywhere you've looked.
Sean, okay, look, dude. What point are you making?
I'm making the point. Okay, listen. I'm making the point. You asked me a question.
I know.
I'm making the point. I'm making the point that when you jumped into the conversation, you said when we were talking about people saying that level conforms with the globe, and then you came in and said, "How can you make that argument if you don't even know it's a globe? You have to assume it." For example, Eratosthenes. When you said that, I said, are you trying to say that prior to him assuming it was a sphere, he had no prior information to conclude it was a sphere? And you said no.
He had other people's assumptions. He had other assumptions.
Yeah, Sean, again.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Jeremy. But it's still basic reasoning for why he assumed it was a sphere, not just one day he decided it was a sphere with no reasoning behind it. That's what Travis came in and said.
Aristarchus and all the assumptions of boats over the horizon and shit, probably.
Yeah, exactly.
If this guy was even real.
Again,
if he was even real.
Yeah, Jeremy. But that's all he needs to properly assume sphere and not just make up a shape and say sphere.
Can we let Travis respond real quick, because you were explaining about him? I just want that response, if that's okay.
I mean,
Sorry.
I almost feel like you're trolling, Sean, because I can't believe that you're making such a mountain out of this molehill. I'm just saying, again, according to my personal research, and now that we're continuing to talk about this, I have asked other ballers for citations for their claims on Eratosthenes, and no one can produce anything more than Wikipedia or EDU sites that do not have source material. That's all I'm saying.
To be fair, I've looked into this too, and all I've ever heard from Globers is, they knew about he knew about the boats going over the curve. He knew about whatever other little goofy shit they had.
Yeah, okay, perfect.
But you can never actually find anything. And he's like Travis is saying, source.
Okay, so you're saying that there's no record of anyone saying boats disappearing beyond the horizon before Eratosthenes.
Yeah, but how do we know Eratosthenes even knew that, though?
It doesn't matter.
There was no internet back then. Just because one person knew it in Spain doesn't mean somebody knew it in Russia or Australia or wherever.
Word of mouth.
Don't even know if he's real.
It doesn't matter if he's real.
That's what I said, Stacey. You can't even prove if this guy's fucking real.
It doesn't matter if he's real or not, especially for this argument, because, again, if he heard people talking about boats disappearing beyond the horizon, if he heard about someone talking about how the sun falls in the path of the sky, all he has to do is hear these things, and he can upon an assumption upon that, and if that's sphere, then it's not just some made up shape he made up.
This is the extent you get, Travis. Other people say, this is what I get every time, other people were talking about ships going over the horizon and how do we know Eratosthenes even heard that shit?
How do you know he didn't? That's the same question.
I mean, you're saying that he did.
Wait.
Okay,
If it's an if, then you need to verify that, like what they're saying. Where did he hear it from? There needs to be a story then. a something where he had heard this or seen this or anything. Is there that? If there's not that, then it was basically out of the. Yeah, he just thought about it. Boom, there it is. You get it? It would have to be something written down that he did. Or why would you believe it?
Like the Plato thing with Atlantis. There's a story behind
whether
it.
it's real or not, was he part of a science community? In
I don't know.
links.
I don't know if he's even real.
Okay, but regardless of what we have in sources, was he part of a science community? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So you can assume that if he's part of a science community, he's talking to other people doing scientific things.
No, he wasn't.
So it's not Okay, so it's not irrational to think that maybe he heard all these.
Doesn't exist.
Okay.
Where's the papyrus? Yo, where's the papyrus this shit's written down on?
Matter. Like you're saying, it doesn't matter or not. Well, yeah, it does.
Paige, you cut out. Paige, you were cutting out. I didn't hear what you said. Can you start over, please? Seriously, I didn't hear what you were cutting out in the beginning.
I said, how does it not matter if he was real or not? Like, he couldn't have been part of the community if he wasn't real.
That is true. Okay. Is there something to source or verify that he wasn't real? Because that's like saying, okay, how do we know?
That's cool. Where's the papyrus?
No, you're shifting the burden of proof, and you're trying to get us to
I don't
prove
want to play that. I'm not. No, you're asking me to prove something.
You have to prove that the
No,
claim
I don't. No, I don't.
Yeah, you
I don't.
do.
I literally. Okay, this is called. As far as I was concerned, this is called a discussion. So if someone says he's not real, how do you know he's not real?
Because nobody's shown any evidence that he was.
Wait, so no one talks about him?
No, nobody's shown any evidence to
People
prove.
talk about the boogeyman, Sean.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right.
Superman or Spider-Man. I can talk about
Mad
Superman.
people are talking about Spider-Man.
Okay. So then everyone in the history may have been fake, right?
No, there are sources.
What? Now it's no.
People, you can trace them back. You can actually find, first-hand documents. There is nothing like that for this man. That's
okay. So okay.
The things that normally go on.
What you're saying, if what you're saying is true, and there is no footnotes, nothing that he has done and then shown forth, he may be fake.
Nothing can prove he, as a real man, did under that name. Somebody could write in a footnote that Superman built the pyramids. And now prove to me Superman didn't build the pyramids.
Okay, you're right. You're right. That means people could have written down that the Egyptians built the pyramids, or the Egyptians lived in pyramids, buried the people in pyramids.
Well, they actually didn't build them; they built upon them. So I mean,
well, yeah, I know. That's why I kind of corrected living in them.
But they gave you that story already, didn't they? That they
all these stories are given to us.
All the slaves built these pyramids. Well, that's a load
Every
of shit.
story is given to us.
Oh, Sean, that's the whole point. If you know one lie and over and over, and you've been told a bunch of shit, and you know that for a fact, you don't even trust Columbus. You know these stories are lacking here, and you can't prove these people. Then you'd have to go. I can only validate, probably go back to World War I, World War II. We're talking about a couple 100 years or more, and we can't verify a lot of this shit. It's paintings. It's written down on something. A lot of shit's Vatican and everything else that's controlling things. We really want to believe this shit.
Okay,
we don't know.
If I go and search and I find something that he's done and that he's done, written notes or something like that, then that would establish that he's real. No, but you just said that.
Because how do I know he wrote it?
Okay, how do you know the Romans wrote their stuff?
You're right, Sean, that's the point. And this is why this conversation is kind of pointless, because we all understand that that's a possibility, right? I mean, I hope so at this point. Right?
Show us. All you gotta do is show us.
That's all I'm saying.
All you gotta do is show us the notes on the papyrus. Hold on, Sean. Do they have any of the papyrus or anything from firsthand accounts that this person was alive, or any of his original notes or anything?
I don't know. That's why I said if I go look for it, and I do find
right now, we don't. As it stands right now, we don't know if this guy was real or not.
Okay, if I find any of the things you just listed, does that make him real?
You know that the answer is no, Sean. It doesn't. It doesn't mean now. It doesn't mean that he isn't real, but it won't make him real.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. Because everyone's there. What I'm hearing right now is no one thinks he was real. Or let me make that better so it's more general. No one believes that he is real upon what they know.
Sean,
So
not
that
only him. You can look up any of the Globers, that any of the famous that came up with a formula or anything to further evidence the globe. You look all of them up, and all of them have a very sketchy story where there's limited information to the point that you can't even verify none of their existence other than what the establishment decided to write about them. Most of these characters that you think prove the globe, their stories are unprovable.
Einstein wasn't real.
No, Einstein, the personality might have been real, but that he did the things that he did. There's a lot of people that have wrote papers on him on how much he was a fraud. Einstein was hated.
Actually, yeah, you're right. And Einstein and general relativity, special relativity even, wasn't done by just Einstein. It was a group of people that actually came up with this thing. And I get all that. But what you're saying is everyone in history can be full of shit. Name me one scientist.
You just named a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, well, no, okay. Name someone that you know is real.
I'm not saying people aren't real. There's a possibility that almost all these people are real. Does it even matter? Because what are they actually proving? What do they actually know? What are you validating from these people?
Okay, so then what are you validating? Any of your information that makes you believe it's flat Earth? What are you validating? Any of the information you've gotten? Because unless it's
I know
probably
what the
one or
model
two.
states, hun, and I've been out here traveling for over 2 years because I'm on my own spiritual journey, and I've seen things 25 miles away, the Isle of Wight from Bournemouth, just not too long ago, and I've seen the shore and everything, the water hitting it. That wouldn't happen. I've seen 54 miles to Chicago from Michigan. I've seen mountains that should never seem to Mexico and New Mexico at the same time. I've been through things. I've seen things. You can't tell me that that's stupid refraction and all this other things. I witnessed things. That's what makes it real.
Well, my journey is a little bit different, Sean, right? I won't say that there's proof for the flat Earth. What I would say is that there's more than enough evidence that we don't live on a giant sphere. Whatever the Earth is after that, that's up for grabs, right? I can't prove the flat Earth. I can't prove the shape of it. I cannot do that. Now, what I have done is not verified, but at least proven it to myself that what the mainstream claims about the nature of our reality isn't true. That's as far as I can go with proofs and evidence.
And you said something that's very important. Yeah, and you said one thing that you said is important is for yourself.
That's right.
So if we're going to be real about it, then that everyone talking here, globe, flat Earth, media in the middle, it doesn't matter. Everything is what's proved to you. Well, guess what? None of that can all of that can be wrong as well. Your proof does not mean it's correct. Period.
But wait a minute.
We understand that, Sean. We get that, Sean, and that's perfectly logical. No, I'm not saying I'm going to die on this hill, but as of now, there is really nothing that shows that we live on a globe. Other than some famous Greek guy came up with some famous, fucking formula, some shit. Other than that, other than things that we can't even verify because we can't go directly to NASA, there's nothing else.
NASA wasn't even around back then, so saying NASA doesn't make any sense.
No, but what I'm telling you, when we're talking about satellites and the shit that supposedly NASA does, we can't verify none of that data. We can only take it as given.
Why can't we?
Why? Because we don't have the so-called equipment, so we can. Yeah. So can we verify orbital mechanics?
Yes.
How
spinning shit up?
So you're telling me? So you're telling me that you see a body, whatever it is, go and come back without you knowing that it's the same body that you're assuming left, right? Okay. You're telling me that you have a way of mapping that out. And
I can show. I can give you an example. I can easily give you an example.
But the flaw in your logic is that you don't know what it is and what it's doing. You have an assumption that is going and coming back.
If I'm trying to explain it, and you tell me I don't know, then it doesn't make sense. Because I can give you an example of how steps of orbital mechanics come about. Get a baseball in your hand. Throw it as hard as you can. It's going to take distance, and it's going to drop to the earth. If you add more power behind that, it's going to go further and drop further away. If you drop it over, throw it over a cliff, it's going to fall at a different angle. All these things, if you logically go, okay, well, if we put 17,000 miles an hour behind a rocket, how far over the surface will it travel before it actually falls to the ground? Well, if you can get it to go fast enough to constantly miss and it continues to fall, that's orbital mechanics.
No, that's not true.
Conceptually, we get what orbital mechanics is trying to explain. The problem is the explanations and the formulas is okay. The problem is being able to actually prove it.
Okay,
that's where it lies.
Well,
what you're talking about.
The only way I can say that is, the only thing I would say about that is beyond my baseball, bowling ball, whatever, how I expanded that test. When you put something as big as a rocket with as much thrust as a rocket, it's just a bigger object that you're throwing over the surface to see how long it takes to hit the ground. Well, if you go fast enough, it won't hit the ground. It's as simple. That's a way of testing it.
Hold on now. I don't have to have anything orbiting to make the same observation you are.
What? I don't get it.
Okay.
Okay, you're saying that satellites don't have to be there just by what I said.
No. I'm saying you're right now you're describing just simply throwing an object and you've moved it up to a rocket. But the term that you're using, orbital mechanics, assumes that the Earth is a globe. However, if I don't make that assumption, I'm going to have the same principles of physics apply to how I know how far this rocket's going to go, because I understand the payload, the power, and the distance. There's no orbit needed. There's no orbit needed.
Okay. Then how would you know? How would you make something that doesn't orbit go and not hit the surface? How fast and how far does it have to go?
Never experienced.
What does it do?
Okay. I've
never seen a rocket launch?
Okay, Sean, I'm trying to answer your question.
Okay.
I've never seen anything not come back down.
Okay. Have you seen a rocket launch?
Nope.
Okay. Then I guess you haven't expanded yourself further to understand that point.
But you're still seeing just a rocket launch. You're not seeing it in orbit or anything. So what are you talking about?
We're not seeing it come back down.
You can see it in orbit too.
Yeah.
And how do you know it's not coming back down where you're not seeing?
Oh, great question. So the answer was we can see it docked to the ISS.
Or you think that because all of a sudden it's boom, split. You lose a little bit of the feed, and all of a sudden it's in space, supposedly.
No
Every
feed.
single time.
No feed. Telescope.
Oh, for fucking sake. Let me see this stuff. And a telescope. Stuff orbiting.
You want to
a
see
rocket.
Picture of the lander or of the rocket docked to the ISS? Sure.
No, docking. Show us it in real time. Docking.
Right. Not a picture. That doesn't prove anything orbiting a picture. Heaven's sakes.
ISS
I'm sorry.
is orbiting. The rocket left
I don't know the
surface of
ISS is orbiting. I don't know that. That's the point.
Okay. You're right. And I can't convince you. Especially
I'm
if
not
you
saying, by the way, that there's not satellites, by the way. I'm just saying they're not up there where they say they are, because I know that doesn't exist in that manner. However, there could be things up in our skies that have the communications for us and stuff. But I have flown for a long time and over a certain amount of sea where I can go hours both ways and I don't receive any communication because I'm not near land, and it's a little funny.
Did you still have GPS coverage the entire way?
Talking about satellite Wi-Fi that you pay for, you get the whole way.
I don't know about that. Did you have GPS coverage though?
I probably do. I don't know. I'd have to check, hon.
I would be real surprised if you didn't.
I think what Stacy's point of irony is, yeah, I've got GPS, no problem. However, I can't make a phone call.
Right. You need a satellite phone to do that. Do you have a satellite phone?
Okay, listen, my phone.
No.
Hold on. my phone isn't a satellite GPS, but my phone still has GPS when I'm 6 miles into the foothills of California, but I can't make a phone call.
Right. Does your phone have the capability of making the uplink to the telephone communication satellite?
Okay, where is my GPS information coming from?
A GPS satellite.
So my phone is getting direct data from a satellite.
Actually, probably 5 to 7 of them.
Okay, if that's the case, then I should always have cellular coverage. Always.
Why? Where in your phone connects to the satellite communication
Okay.
or the
Yeah.
sorry, words are
Right.
fucking with me.
Right. Welcome to capitalism.
No, right. You can go out and you can buy a satellite phone. Right?
Yeah, but if I'm flying, right, and they have a satellite Wi-Fi and it's international, right, and we should get it all over the sea, and supposedly all that's happening, my phone will pick that up, correct?
I don't know about Wi-Fi like that. I apologize.
Well, by the way, it's supposed to, but every single time for about 3 hours or more, you don't get any service.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect you to have cell phone service from land-based towers.
No, it's not cell phone service. We're talking about satellite Wi-Fi that they give to their international flights, right? Because there's business people on there, so they can do emails. I'm not talking about YouTube and stuff because they don't let you do that because it drains too much of their stuff. But WhatsApp, all that is allowed now through flights if you don't understand that. So you pay for this and you get communication over their satellite Wi-Fi because they're supposed to have satellite too to them. We communicate off of that. We get that the whole way, but as soon as you get away from land, you start losing that. But then again, it will pick back up when you get closer, but you're still far away, so they probably have something. But there's certain parts, like a long, long journey, honey, thousands of miles, where I'm not getting anything.
I apologize. I don't have the expertise to speak on how the plain Wi-Fi signals propagate. I just don't know.
If it's receiving satellite, right, service, shouldn't it be pinging 4 or 5 like you just said something else would be?
Right, the GPS is. I know that's the way GPS works. I don't know the way those specific satellites work.
Okay, I'll check into that too, hon. I appreciate the honesty, though.
I can tell you that your cell phone does have a GPS satellite receiver and it can pick up the bands that are sent down from those satellites, but it does not have a receiver to pick up the satellite communication band. That's why you have to go get a satellite phone and pay $1,000 a month for it. And I do have experience using satellite phones where normal cell phone coverage doesn't work. We had one on our boat, so.
Sorry, I was listening to it, but I'm getting phone calls, so I'm going to have to bounce out just for a minute. But I do appreciate you. You talked to me about it. Like, it wasn't like saying I'm correct by any means. It's more of a question mark. Especially when that's what I was saying, because I paid for the service. I wasn't too happy about it because quite a few hours I wasn't receiving anything. It made me think, though. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm not near land at all at these points. At all.
What was the name of the carrier? It looks like they use different carriers.
Yeah, and it was 2 different ones. One was Delta and one was, what's the other one? I'm sorry, I can't think of it right now. I'll find my ticket. Just give me a second to, yeah.
Delta's good enough. I'll look up Delta.
Oh, Virgin Atlantic too is the other one, which theirs was different. Delta actually gave it to you for free, but Virgin Atlantic made you pay for it. Yeah. Wait, who was I speaking to? Was that Kool-Aid? Who was I speaking to?
It was me.
Okay, just in case I come back when I see you again, and if you find anything, I'll see if you did. I'd love to know. I appreciate that, though. I'll be back, you guys.
Thank you. Bias.
No show, no Brandon's again tonight, huh? What's going on? All night tonight, guys. What's going on?
We were just waiting on you, Jeremy.
Listen, show me some papyrus or whatever the fuck they were writing on in Eratosthenes' time. Let's see what we got. You got a story written in a book of some guy that knew this other guy. Like, that ain't gonna. I don't know.
Is it the story that you object to, or is it the fact that it can be recreated in the math behind it?
I'm not worried about the recreated part. That doesn't. The recreation of it does nothing. Even when you do use more than 2 points, which is what you would absolutely need, because both 2 points could work on flat or sphere. But anyways,
Right.
you can have 100 points working if you just don't assume how the sky is and how the sky works. They replicated it on a flat. They replicated it on a flat surface.
If you say the sky is magic and the sun can be in multiple positions at once, you're right.
Or if you guys say the sky is magic and it's this burning ball of plasma that never goes out and never falls to the ground, like all kinds of shit that you guys say.
We don't say it. We don't say it's on fire, right?
You say it's hotter on the outside than the inside. As you get farther away from the sun, it gets hotter. Like, just the crazy shit you guys say about the sun. You guys have more magic involved than we do. We don't make any claims about it.
Right, except
you guys are the ones making magic claims.
Multiple.
You guys are the one making magic claims. I mean, let's be clear.
Other than it teleports, it's at multiple locations at the same time. It can't be used for astronomical observations, including a sextant measurement. Let's see, other flat Earth claims about the sun I've heard.
I mean, they're based on. We're saying you can't do it because they're based on your magic claims of how the sky works.
Right. All of these things that we do every day.
Yes, all of your magic claims on how the sky works. Yes.
You're right, Jeremy. Celestial navigation doesn't work.
I didn't say that.
Oh, so our magic just happens to give us correct answers every time we use it?
The mathematical model that you've built around it, sure.
Gives us correct answers.
Your mathematical model doesn't always relate to reality, though.
How is it, even though it's giving us correct answers every time it's used correctly, not relating to reality?
Yes, the math works. The math works. Now, when you make a model off of what's happening in reality and you put math numbers to it, it doesn't always have to equal that. Despite what some people think, math is not reality. Okay, let me be more clear. Math's not reality.
Right. Math is a description of reality.
Math is a type of language that can describe reality. Yes, and as we know, languages can lie to you. It doesn't tell you any causes of effects. It doesn't tell you anything other than the numbers work.
Right. And the numbers work and they give me accurate location every single time.
It doesn't mean that that's what's... You're not understanding. All right, never mind.
What am I not understanding? I'm trying to have...
You can't say you're using sine and cosine for x and y to get your position on something and then say it's not a circle. Like you might just say the math is working and deny what the implication of the math working, what that implication is. We didn't brute force the math.
Is it really this quiet?
No, your headphones just aren't working.
Thank God.
Patriarchy.
Was that Crit I heard?
Yeah.
Crit, do you read the new D&D book that just came out?
No.
It is hot garbage, dude.
Is that the rave or something with an R, whatever?
No, the Return to Ravenloft is actually pretty good. This is the... Let me get the name of it. The Wildlands something?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
The Witch and the Wildlight. The new PC races are literally a fairy and a freaking bunny rabbit. They're the stupidest things ever.
Like a Japanese MMO.
Yes, that's a great way to put it. They're trying to become too PC with the game, and it's starting to become like 3rd edition or 3.5 was.
The game I played today was Labyrinth Lord. It was like a 1E clone.
Ooh, cool. That's back when things were brutal.
You wanted to make sure if you're going to attack something, that you had it all planned out. It was like a planned op.
Yeah, Wizard of the Coast seems to be a company that's lost at the moment. The last 2 books they released was the Return to Ravenloft, or the Von Richards Guide to Ravenloft, was one of their best-selling and most amazing books as it's that dark fantasy everybody wants, do they immediately come out with this JRPG thing that nobody wants?
Well, I mean, even still, it's like 5e. I mean, really can't do Ravenloft because I mean, like, there's like undead creatures can be charmed and put to sleep, and they have a Constitution score, and it's like it's almost like all the different types of things don't really exist anymore.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah.
It's like you tell the PCs like it's a skeleton, and they're like, okay, so what? I attack it. Like with what? An arrow, with my bow and arrow.
Skeleton's actually a perfect example. They don't have any resistances, but they have vulnerabilities to bludgeoning damage. What are you gonna do?
It doesn't even matter because they'll just get the monsters are so weak, like stat wise.
Yeah. And there is no difference between the races anymore. Your PC can literally be any race, and you just pick whatever stat you want. I remember spending hours going, do I take dwarf for the extra constitution and dark vision, or do I take human for the feet? Now it doesn't matter.
Do you what do you think 6 is going to look like?
I think 6 is going to look a lot more like AD&D, where everything is just kind of theater of the mind and really weird, abstract. And I don't think it will be received well by the player base. Especially the newer players who are just getting in. Not like, obviously, if you're playing a 1E, you've been around for a long time. But the people who are just trying to pick it up, they're not going to like all the exceptions to the rules and the crap. Give me basic rules. What website do you use to play? Do you play on
Roll20 mostly?
Have you been having all kinds of issues with it lately, like the last couple weeks?
No, I think that's like if you've got the free version, they dial it down or something.
Yeah,
so
I have
it fucks up, especially if you use like dynamic lighting and whatnot.
See, I use dynamic lighting, but I also have the full paid version.
Oh yeah,
top tier, and it's been unplayable for the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's weird. I've heard people complain, but is there any posts that you've seen where people say something about it?
Oh yeah, lots of people are bitching. That's why I was seeing if you used a better service that I might be able to switch to.
I like Roll20 because it's like a more inclusive business model.
Mhm.
Where like the other ones they seem to be really kind of like, they only want a certain type of player and they only cater to the certain type of developers. And
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Adam Kobal, who's on the board of directors for Roll20. He's a really great DM and game designer. And yes, I know he's controversial. And no, I don't care.
Yeah, it's like that. I can't remember the Don Forge cast guy
Mm-hmm.
made a big deal that he wanted Roll20 to sponsor his role play sessions, and they told him no. And then they decided, well, what we can do is like give you like some sort of services that you can use, and then as long as you make videos about them, you can have them.
Mm-hmm.
But he never did. And then they yoinked the services. Like you're supposed to showcase it, like do an
Good.
advertisement.
Right. Yeah.
So then
Exactly.
he reneges, right? Never does it. They take it, they deactivate that part of his account, and he just thermal nuclear meltdowns. And you're like, wow, dude, like, wow, are you serious? Like, you're lucky they even did that much, and then they took it back. I mean, you should be like, you know, like he thinks he's some sort of like master of the game, like he's like the dungeon master's master.
Mm-hmm.
But you never see him make terrain or paint anything. You just go to his website. He just plays World of Warcraft all day.
You know who I've been watching lately? You ever watch Daddy Warbucks?
No.
They're doing a Ravenloft crawl right now that's really good. Really enjoying his DMing style and his player base. Oh, that's a scary number. I just looked at it. I have almost 5,000 hours played on Roll20. I don't know if you DM, but I know for hosting as many games as I do, they also give me free membership money. So it works out well. I think we chased everybody off with their D&D talk.
No, they got two other channels going on, two other
Oh,
discussions.
okay.
Hey, what you got to say?
What's up, D-Mock? How you been? Haven't heard from you in a while.
All right, just getting off work.
Oh, nice.
Nice out today.
What's up?
We
So
took
it's
this
just
shift.
nice out
But
today.
we're starting to make that shift to winter. Pretty sure there's no fall left, just from hot to cold.
You talking to me?
I was talking to whoever wants to respond.
What were you saying? You were breaking up a bit.
I was literally talking about the weather, so you got anything better to talk about?
Oh, okay. No, I didn't. You were breaking up, so I was trying to hard. I was just trying to figure out what you were saying, really.
I'm copying stat blocks, so I was hoping somebody would have something to talk about.
How do we play a bot in here, sound bot?
Well, we can't really play music, at least if it's not like copyright, for the live stream. But there is the music bot that can be used.
Can you sing and make up your own songs?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. So you're saying that we can play? There is a music bot that plays music, but we can't use it if there's a copywritten thing because of live stream on the YouTube.
Right.
Okay, so like if it was like a popular song or something, I'm assuming then that would probably could be an issue.
Yeah, and I don't know all the exact how that works exactly. Like, is there a way to know which ones are copywritten? That I'm not.
I mean, I would assume anything mainstream, right, would probably be copywritten, right? But how would that go under a copywritten infringement if all you're doing is promoting the song? It's not like you're taking ownership for it. You're just playing it. Like, I don't know. It doesn't make sense.
It's
No
just a
different
way
than-
someone can try to make money from that. I mean, yeah, you're right. It don't make sense, but
Oh, I see. So they have to get paid in order for you to be able to publicize that song. That's what you're saying.
yeah, yep.
Gotcha.
There's a couple rooms below. Also, there's like Earth Chat and whatnot, and there's a Party Lounge one. But so I mean, there are ones that are not live streamed that anyone's free to use the music bot in.
Gotcha. And then how would you do that?
There's 2 channels at the bottom. You can actually you can do the command !music bot, and it'll tell you the channels. In any channel, you can do that. But all that's going to do is just going to explain where the channels are. But if you go all the way down, it's called Earth Leveler Music Bot is the category name. And then there's a music commands list channel, and then the actual music commands. So the music command list is just a list of all the commands and how and then the music command channel is where you would actually put the commands in.
Yeah, I don't know if I have the command key for my phone.
Like, see, I just put it in a live stream one text. If you just do !music bot, it just gives you a message that explains the 2 channels that are needed for the one that's a list of commands and the other one where you. So like if you wanted, for example, like if you went to the Party Lounge room or something, and then if you went to that, it's without a space in between. It's just music bot. But you would have to be in the voice chat room, and then you would do join. And then and then the command list. You would do join, and then you would add a song, and then I think you do !play to start it playing. It's basically Me6. Me6 is the bot that it is. So it's all the commands from that one. Which is pretty similar to the other ones, I think.
So how do you get it to join? You just !join or something, or what do you? Where's the command for that?
Yeah, I believe.
Okay, !join. Okay, I see. Gotcha. Cool. Thank you.
Yep. I was kind of in and out. I was in and out earlier. It sounded pretty wild what was going on. I was didn't hear too much of it, but it sounded pretty wild.
Yeah, I don't like when people start attacking truth and logic, man, and reality, and like how to perceive it and how to navigate one's way through that. And I mean that could be damaging, dude, when we allow it's one thing to be misunderstood, right? And to be, trying to figure things out, but it's another to be like advocating for something horrifically wrong, and then it could get heated. It could get heated. I'm very passionate when it comes to that.
Yeah.
I mean, what's your take, Gio? Is logic subjective or objective?
Well, yeah, I did hear some of that, and I kind of got a sense of what was going on. Like I said, I was in and out with phone calls and stuff, so I didn't really hear all of it. But, that's a deep question. Yeah, is logic? Yeah. Well, I guess my next question would be, what type of logic? I suppose.
Like realistic logic. Just how should I put that?
Well, like the type of.
Philosophical.
Well, I guess I was going to say, like, I mean, the type of logic that correlates with the physical world would be objective, I would say. Meaning, in terms of like straight lines and horizontal, all that. That to me, that would be objective. But if we're talking about like, yeah, but there's other forms of logic, like perhaps.
Yeah, I'm not talking about one's individual logic that they would, choose to subscribe to. I'm just talking about the overall natural world and logic within our natural realm here in reality, and how to, because I mean that's really about the heart of our conversations, is trying to discern reality and how to accurately do that. But so with that being said, I mean that's the where I was going with it.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, one thing is that I don't necessarily I don't think that everybody has to agree, on things. Usually like a cult is a thing where when people have like a specific thing that has to be pushed and has to be adhered to, whereas I don't want this place to be that, so I'd rather have it be an open discussion platform. And I understand that, yeah, if somebody's saying something that isn't true, it's going to frustrate another person that thinks that thing is true. But if we're going to have it be more of like a universal exchange platform, then people should be able to have their viewpoints. But I do know what you're saying with that. Like, it can be frustrating if someone's saying something that, is either not in agreement with someone else or is.
Well, it's not even with me. It's within the individual self. Like, if that's this person's true understanding, then how do they discern anything? Like, how do they guide themselves throughout life? Like, that's contradicting in itself, the fact that he says this.
Yeah. Well, I hear you. But I mean, there's people that I definitely disagree with here. People think the earth is a globe and all kinds of things. So, but yeah, I don't know if that's the topic of conversation, is people, whether people are in line with truth or not, or whether whatever happened earlier was whether there was more kind of drama being created, or because it seemed like from what I was hearing earlier, it was, there was some sort of chaos in terms.
Okay. Well, as far as that goes, yeah, I was trying to have a back and forth with Sin, and he was getting a little interruptive, as he does when he gets a little intoxicated. So I was just trying to tell him to simmer down and allow me to finish my point, and then I got muted. And anyhow, it's all good, but I don't feel I really was in the wrong. But anyhow, I guess that doesn't really matter anymore.
Yeah, well, with that's what I heard as well, that you were interrupted and not able to complete what you were saying, and then you got muted. So yeah, I mean, you have to also understand, I know that particular situation, there might be something between you two going on, but also in general, I mean, it is kind of difficult when there's a bunch of people talking and then, trying to get the room back to a conversation. But
I mean, these all goes back to like my point that I said, where, it'd be nice to have that little toggle light next to everyone's name. So, when these conversations do come up where everybody has something they want to say, no one's stepping over each other. It's already black and white, and You know, everyone gets X amount of time to kind of touch on it, and then if we need to go a second roundabout, sure. But nevertheless, no one's having to fight for space to voice their opinion or truth.
Yeah, you mean like a voice cue kind of thing?
Yeah, just I mean, however you want to define it, but yeah, essentially a little red or green light next to everyone's name. So when there, you know, becomes a heated topic of discussion that multiple people would like to chime in upon, like it's not a matter of who goes first or mods trying to do anything. It's really just cue in real quick, and you're going to automatically be given X amount of minutes to share your truth or opinion upon the subject. And like, you know, it's something, it doesn't have to be upon everything, but like I said, I mean, there's several times a day we get discussions where multiple people get in, and who's to say who had their first thought, right? I mean, you kind of have to be at your own discretion to chime in and cue in on that. So yeah, it would be advantageous.
Yeah. Well, yeah, like I mean, Discord doesn't quite have a thing like that, like you're describing, like a lights next to the name that I'm aware of, but there are these voice cue bots that I have that we could use. Yeah, I agree. It seems like we haven't really tried that yet, but because it's very intense when a lot of people want to talk at once or they want to respond. Somebody says a point and let's say 5 people all want to respond to it. But let's say that the last guy who spoke feels like that guy's responding to him. So then he wants to respond, but then 4 other people want to respond as well.
Well,
and then
that.
Yeah, and then whoever gets the mic might end up taking it away from the original thing that the guys were talking about. So yeah, all those things happen.
Yes, it's very dynamic, but that's most important is that, you know, I mean, you could have 3 people that want to chime in upon a certain key point, and that key point could easily get slipped away in another sentence or two. So it would be nice if we just had something to where, without interrupting anyone mid-speech, somebody could hit the cue automatically, and that portion of that conversation is withheld somehow to where we can revert back to it and not interrupt the individual who is in the midst of speaking. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it either takes very, very strict modding with like a lot of temper and muting and stuff to do that, or like we were saying, like a voice queue type of system. And yeah, the voice queue could be good because people can add themselves to the queue, but then I'm not sure what that would look like because then it's a little bit less of an organic conversation to where like, you know, somebody added themselves to their queue before someone else and they wanted to be on the point that has already been passed, you know, because someone else took it into something different. So,
well, that's what I'm saying. So if we had something to where everybody automatically knows that the queue's been chimed, maybe it could be just like a certain type of a sound, like a bell that gets rang. And if the person that's in the midst of talking chooses to stop to allow this person to chime in, cool. If not, then he can carry on. But the second he's done, that person that hit that bell has the option to touch. And if they choose not to because they lost their train of thought or it just was irrelevant or already been addressed, then so be it. But I mean, this way we don't have the constant interruption and people's, you know, voices being stepped over.
To some point, though, you want the interruption. You want the people responding organically and quickly to each other.
Yeah, I get that, but it's very hard to do in a room of, you know, 5 or 10 people that are very active and have very good points that might be contradicting, and unless we can somehow set up a system at which, you know, I get it. We don't want to take away from the naturalistic feel of the conversation, but at the end of the day, man, it just becomes a big old shit fest unless there's some sort of automatic system in play that can be pulled into the conversation if needed, if somebody chooses to have that, you know, touch.
I do like
don't want that touch.
I do like the idea of it being automatic because that takes your mods out of being in the middle of it and they can't be accused of bias one way or another.
Sure.
Yeah, there is a bot on here that I have. It was kind of built for like karaoke, but basically like there's a setting you can make it to where it server mutes everybody in the room except the person who's up on the queue. So then that person can speak, and then when they're done, they have to click the little emoji to, well, actually the moderator would have to click it to move it to the next person. So once they're done, the moderator clicks it, boom, it mutes the person who was speaking, it keeps everyone else muted, and then it unmutes the next guy who comes up on the queue. I haven't really tried it yet, like in a big room with a bunch of people, but that is a way to do it where
I'd like to give it a shot and put a timer on it, and then have something to where if the next guy in the queue wants to give the guy above another 30 seconds or minute or two or whatever to carry on because it was pretty deep, then so be it. Or set it up in such a way to where it's like it is a little dynamic to where people in queue can choose to allow that individual, like a little voting thing almost, to where it's like, does that make sense? Because there might be 5 individuals where 3 agree with what one person's saying and 2 agree with another person, and that's going to kind of moderate the amount of time at which that claim or that opinion or fact can be addressed.
Yeah.
I don't like it. Voting
nobody's
for sheep.
mic. Yeah, nobody's hogging the mic. It's like nobody can filibuster. It's just it's the ball's getting bounced back and forth evenly, and then the panel has some discretion to allow others maybe to have a longer chance to speak because it's worth it. Maybe they're saying the things that they wanted to say. They're touching on it, so it's like, here you go, another 30 seconds, bam. I don't know. I don't know if I addressed that properly. Like,
No, I get what you're
verbalized it.
saying. And I think one thing that's being overlooked, we should point out though, is Geo and his staff are doing a great job with what they have, and for the most part are right on point. So
yeah, I'm not saying anything to that. I'm only saying that I think it would be nice to have at least a room where, when we get a large group of people that are, very opinionated or have a lot of information, can queue up without running into a battle of who can scream louder or, all that, because it gets real messy real quick.
especially if you get a few of the characters in there.
Well, yeah, well, maybe a
Yeah,
voice queue
yeah.
thing. I mean, next time it gets like that, because I kind of feel like there's like 2 main modes in terms of this. Sometimes it's like right now, it's fairly chill. We're taking turns. Everyone's letting each other finish. We're all listening. It's good. And if it could be like this all the time, that'd be amazing. But when it gets heated, people are triggered. I think, minimizing all the personal attacks is a huge benefit. Even though people still do it, they still throw some things out there. At least in general, it doesn't turn into a complete dumpster fire, at least in terms of that. But either way, it still ends up being very intense because a lot of people want to speak and people feel like, they want to get their, and when it gets into that mode, that's when it's the interruptions and then all these different points are being made. Maybe that's when we should try the voice queue thing. I think in the voice queue thing, maybe we would just have to sort of like almost have, maybe there might be like 3 topics that are all kind of running simultaneous. So if I say one thing and then the next guy on the queue responds to something someone said before me, it's kind of like, okay, well, now there's 2 topics going. So there's the one I said, there's the one the other guy said. And then as the queue is going, maybe the third guy on the queue, when he comes up, he might respond to the thing I said. The 4th guy might respond to the thing the second guy said. I mean, I don't know how confusing that would get, but that's maybe at that point, the moderators would have to sort of, instead of dealing with muting, because the bot would be doing that automatically with the voice queue thing. So that wouldn't be an issue. The next thing is just basically kind of trying to, like, almost everyone would have to sort of like somewhat take notes and kind of remember who they want to respond to, because I just imagine with the voice queue, it's not quite as organic because you can't just jump in and respond. You have to like, okay, I'm 4th on the queue, and then you're waiting and someone else is bringing something else up. And, before you, like there's other things being brought up. And then the main point you wanted to say is already sort of been passed on.
So that a portion of your queuing will be involved with what it is you're touching on. Are you touching on the topic at hand that was just addressed, or that is being addressed, or a subtopic? Like, all of this is going to position your queuing And if we can fine tune it and dial it in properly, I think it could be very advantageous for the dynamic of the whole conversation to kind of flow smoothly and allow people that might not be willing to be as aggressive to kind of get in to voice their opinion to be heard. Where, I think there's a lot of people that are very quiet, kind of timid when it does get passionate, that I think do have very good things that they could, bring into the conversation that don't ever get met because of this whole, level of just natural, it gets real aggressive, man. And some people just don't want to participate in that level of passion and fight for a voice. And I think if there was a queuing involved, it would give them the chance to, not step on anybody, not have any biasism.
Channel, we can try that out, right? Have you guys tried out the stage yet, Gio?
Yeah, we've experimented with it a bit, although I don't know that we've actually ever done like a full channel up in there. But yeah, a lot of us have messed around with it a little bit to see how it works.
I like that you can like raise your hand and wait for the moment to speak, and everybody's gonna see that there's somebody wanting to speak, and
That's
then
what
they
I'm
can be
talking
like,
about.
yeah.
Yep. I want to be able to raise my hand, whether it be like a little red green light or something next to my name, some way to identify without having to go into text chat. You know what I'm saying? And sidetrack my own train of thought. Like just a little button I can trigger, and bam, it just cues me in on that topic. Like, and I could choose: is it on relevant to what was just addressed, or is it a subtopic to what was just addressed? And that will determine my queuing. And be honest within that, because if you hit relevant, right, and somebody starts bringing up irrelevant things, then that needs to kind of there needs to be a little notch against their credibility, to where next time they go to queue up, you know what I mean, after so many of those, you might just not even get that choice, and you're just automatically going to be placed somewhere in the lower rank of the queue. You know what I mean? Like we should start working on this a little more. I mean, I don't know if you already got that or not, but if you can raise your hand somehow, like identify that within this the voice channel portion, that would be brilliant.
Yeah, there's basically 3 ways it can be done. One is the stage channel, which people can raise their hand, but there's a couple, you got to kind of invite them up, and then they have to click accept. So it's not very quick in terms of that. Like, it's a little bit like they have to click, and so it takes a minute. So
Okay.
probably wouldn't be as good for like.
Yeah, no, not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's a little too slow. And then also, once the people are on the stage, then they can't be muted, which means they have to be put back into the audience, to sort of move on to the next person. But anyways, it could be sort of done with that. Then the other thing is there's 2 voice queue bots on here. One of them is just a basic like queue where you just click a button, it adds you to the queue, and then the moderators can move through the queue. That one's that's all it is basically just a queue. And then the other one does have it's more like kind of karaoke style, where it does like mute everybody who isn't speaking other than the person on the queue, and then once you click next, it'll mute that, mute you and then unmute the next guy. So that one's kind of has more.
That sounds kind of like along the lines, because I mean, the last thing you want is if you've got 30 seconds or a minute to talk and somebody's coughing or like hot micing on you and you lose your place in the queue. Like, that would be horrible. So you would definitely have to have something that not necessarily mutes everyone, but gives them the what do you guys call it, the God's voice or whatever the hell ability, where he's louder than the rest of the room. But
priorities.
The first scenario is more of a podcast, which I think is great for podcasts, but no, just like having an everyday live stream channel, I think something along, the karaoke line, and I don't know what that would look like, right? Like, I don't know how you guys how that's programmed or what, but I think it needs to be something next to the person's name. I don't know how possible that is, but if you could put a little red green light, dude, I think that would just be enough in itself, along with the backing of how the queue is going to run. Like, is it possible to build upon the idea, or is that just something that is not possible and wouldn't Discord would have to implement that on their own back end.
That would be something on that level. Discord would have to do it. Yeah, they don't. It'd be cool, like if Discord had more features like that. That'd be great. Like if it was as simple, like what you're saying, where like let's say everybody in the room and to the left, maybe you would just have a little checkbox, and then if you want to speak, you can click it, and then the moderators know, okay, that person. You know, there's a bunch of ways to do it if it was integrated into Discord, but it isn't, unfortunately. So the only thing you can do is like the stage rooms, which they kind of have that, and then other bots like the ones I'm describing.
And that would all be done through text chat, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know. Might be a little bit more complicated through text chat, I think. But
it's not quite through text. Like there's a emoji. There's like reaction emojis basically. So it'll show the queue and stuff, and then it has a reaction emoji. Like one of them, click yourself to add it, click yourself to remove. Then the moderators can cycle through them basically.
Yeah. Doesn't sound as intuitive. I get it. I think it just, I don't know. I think what I'm talking about is just pretty freaking basic. Like I don't know why it's not already in play. It just doesn't make sense.
Well, nobody's really been trying to take advantage of live hosting too much, huh?
I mean, don't you kind of have to be a narcissist to a degree?
I think you just have to spend an hour to where you want to kind of guide the conversation.
Have some content prepared ahead of time.
Yeah, that's one option. But I mean, so normally, right, we're in here for just hours and hours at a time, just, talking about whatever random topic comes up. And it's not that big of a deal for somebody to step up and say, hey, let's talk about this, and kind of be the person that's saying, okay, now, Gio wants to say something. Go ahead, Gio. And kind of keeping it from being just everybody trying to speak at once.
Yeah, I agree. But I think we kind of have been doing that a little bit. Like we've gotten into a few topics like conspiracy and different things today.
Yeah, that was like, I don't know, not to call people out, but that gets them all kinds of worked up. The globalists. It's like they have to see flat Earth as a conspiracy. If you try to tell them it's not, they're just going to freak out.
Well, I kind of think it's more of a tactic of approach to kind of trigger the other side, and that for me today, that's how it was at least brought up, in my opinion, is like a passive aggressive approach of causing disruption because they know that we're perceived automatically as being as such, and we're going to respond to that, and definitely got a response.
Well, I've just been kicking that idea around in my head that, like I said, to set up the dichotomy that what if we're wrong, right? What's the damage? What's the harm? Right? And they'll look around and it's minimal. If we're incorrect and it's a globe, then it doesn't matter because it's not like we're teaching in schools or we're, running the media or running academia. It's like we have we're just a small, tiny percentage of the population with this fringe opinion. But if you flip the burden around and you say, what if they're wrong? Then suddenly it has all these profound implications from everything about, from the meaning of life to, how much like dishonesty there is in the world, dishonesty and evil.
I don't know. I kind of missed the point from the end of what you were saying to the middle. I didn't get the connection there.
Oh well, I was just saying, like, if we're wrong, and what we believe is incorrect, right? And it's the Earth is not flat, then what's the harm? And I think that the harm is minimal, right? Because we're not, a large portion of society. We're not, able to push this message out everywhere. And even if we did, for the most part, what's the harm in believing what we believe? But if you flip it around and you say, what if the people that believe it's a globe are incorrect? Then it has really profound implications for everything from, how you view authoritarians or authorities. I mean, what the meaning of life is, why we're here for even a reason. I think it's kind of profound if they're incorrect.
Yeah, I don't think anyone knows why we're here. Go ahead.
Yeah, if it got flipped around, Bendy, the other way, like you said, like you're addressing, it would be catastrophic failure because everything would come crumbling down as far as their understanding. So it can't be perceived any other way, otherwise than their entire understanding's been based on a lie, and no one's willing to accept that.
Yeah, see, I kind of brought that up earlier, and it kind of led us down that whole conversation of, what does conspiracy theory mean, and what is it to believe in what the media is telling you or the mainstream is telling you.
You started all this. What the fuck, Mindy?
Well, that was the thing.
I heard you do it.
They're saying today that flat Earth is dangerous. Like it needs to be silenced and controlled, and
right.
It's like they kind of, when you get them triggered, they kind of are annoying, but they speak like what their truth is at the same time.
Right, like George could be an authority to get Brian Mullins removed from his job, like that's a good happen.
Like Moyak Man and Darkstar and Gummy Bear, all of them said, yeah, that's what you got to do. If you find who a flat earther is in real life, you do whatever you can to ruin their life. Any means necessary. That's why it was really powerful too with the subjective truth thing, because they'll act like they have a subjective understanding of everything, but the Earth, the Earth is completely objective, and if you deny that, you are a danger, a actual danger. And they even defended George talking about acts of violence too. That was normal too, because he's just speaking from, just raw emotion.
Well, I'm gonna say this, Crit. Is it more fun not having those conversations, or do you enjoy it?
Tell us, Sin, what you're eating right now, please.
I wouldn't say I enjoy it. It's just that
Shut up, then.
It's just like after all this time, thinking they were debating in good faith, and realized it was never good faith. They've had some sort of radical New World Order agenda that they've been playing fast and loose with from the very beginning.
Yeah, it shouldn't take this long. Don't you think so?
So what's gonna happen, you guys? what's next? I don't know.
Oh, there'll be some new distraction somehow, somewhere. Or they'll just make us all starve to death. I'm being dramatic. Sorry, everyone.
Yeah, it's like this is the biggest thing with them. It's like they will pretend like flat Earth is dangerous, and it doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant. You're like right out of their mouth, the same sentence after sentence. Dark Star will be like, "Oh, they asked like how many flat Earthers are there in Brazil?" He was asking Gummy Bear. Is it because they say that's got the biggest flat Earth community numbers? They did some sort of unscientific or just an informal survey. Then he's like saying, but there's also a bunch of people who are uneducated and they're illiterate. Like a high illiteracy rate in Brazil.
Ironic.
Yeah. So then they say, well, okay, that's because they're just a bunch of unemployed, like underemployed, unskilled labor. They're not in charge of anything. And then out the next word of their mouth, they'll say flat Earth is like putting out so much propaganda through social media, through YouTube, through the internet, that it's got to be censored and controlled before it destroys.
None of that's true, man. Like
neither statement's true. That's why that's why they want this subjective.
Because I hear a lot of anti-flat earthers try to shit talk me every day, and I know full well that I probably make more money than them, just based on my everyday job. But you'll never hear me try to ever flex that because I don't think it really matters. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I know enough to know that they're lying because I know for a fact that they don't have a clue about what I do. You know what I mean? They don't know how I make any of my money. So I have to conclude that I know they're lying. You know what I mean? So
yeah, that's why I talk about
I don't really take much stock in it, you know?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I say explain what they do on the globe. Because if they think about what they do, it's all on the flat Earth. They're defending some sort of weird tribalistic mindset that doesn't make sense on their own model. They're talking like they're right to a perfect example, right? They think they know you. They haven't walked a mile in your shoes. They don't even know what size you wear. But they've got you all figured out. They'll diagnose you with all kinds of mental illnesses, tell you what medications you need to be on, meanwhile pretending like there's never been unethical medical experimentation.
Whoever is saying these things that you're clearly frustrated about, I feel like you're just kind of giving them more power by repeating it and making a whole thing about it. Like, why even give them all this energy?
Yeah, Crit, I can't relate to any of that. I don't know if you're telling me the truth, but I can't relate to any of it. I don't know what to tell you.
It's too subjective.
I'm not even telling you that you're wrong. It's just I can't relate to it. I don't know if you're. I don't know, man.
Well, I'm not doubting someone on the internet has the perspective you're describing, but I don't see it. I don't see it as the whole picture, but it could be someone's perspective. Yeah.
Yeah, Darkstar was trying to diagnose Pete today.
No, yeah, I heard that. I'm happy that Rakia really made a good argument. I'm happy that Rakia is a mod. He's a good mod. He really stood up for Pete. I respect that.
Yeah, and that's when finally Darkstar left. He got pissed in text chat, and even Koshio said, "Dude, relax." Pretty much, right? The mods are doing fine, and then he just flounced. So he can be, his objective feelings are now hurt, and he can be super mad.
Well, I don't think of I don't think of Rakia as like a diehard flat earther, but the way that he defended Pete today, I had a lot of respect for that. So it showed his true colors, and I'm happy to know that there are people like him that are in good positions. I like that. But if that's too friendly, I heard, you know, what's his name? RC is a wild, crazy person. Anybody else heard how crazy RC is? That guy's insane, dude. Wild child.
Oh, you can only imagine.
You can't even trust that dude, yeah?
You couldn't even trust him as far as you could halfway think about throwing him.
Don't make me think about halfway thinking.
As soon as I said that, he left.
Yeah, I know, right? You pissed him off. Who's gonna fucking rage?
He's super serial.
No, I'm surprised Feisty could just open up and pipe right up. Usually it bounces if he's losing an argument.
Maybe he didn't scare him away. Maybe his clue was just pointing that way. He had to follow it.
He usually doesn't shy away from a shot to take personal attacks at people. What were you saying, Sin?
How about this one? Who's got their ear pierced? I can see like Sand Cleanser's got his ear pierced.
Sing Cleanser's got his belly button pierced, bro.
Hey, Crit, you know what's fun for me?
Huh.
What's fun for me is that I've realized most people know zero to anything about me. They don't know shit about me.
I'm just off. I'm just trying to vibe, just like vibe with you. I can see you got your ear pierced, but if you don't, then I was picking up the wrong vibe, Theo.
I get full advantage of knowing that nobody knows a goddamn thing. I win every step of the way.
Sin's
What about a half and half? You got the clip-on earrings?
There's like
the world may never know.
You got the hood piercing. You know what I mean by that? I know you know what I mean by that.
I could tell you things you may never know. Who knows? How would we ever know?
Like that drinking game, like I have never.
Never have I ever.
There we go. Yeah.
Do you have a tramp stamp, Sin?
I have an OnlyFans. $5 a month. We'll give you full access. You want full access?
Is RC Micey subscribed?
Well,
I'm his literal only subscriber.
If anybody wants full access to my OnlyFans, just message me.
I was gonna go get something to eat, but thank you.
Why get something to eat when $5 a month?
Yeah,
Tell
I
you
can listen to
everything you
you
know.
fucking eat, dude, and gross me out at the same time.
Yeah, you're gonna trust the government's food?
Bro, they got you on the feed, man. You don't want to be that
They got
guy.
you on the feed, bro. Yeah.
What are you eating, Taco Bell? They got you conned.
Taco Bell owns a cell tower out here by me. No joke.
Do you guys know who owns Taco Bell? I'll give you a
The
hint.
Bell.
The Gems?
It's the same people. Same people that own Pepsi.
AT&T.
Who
Yep.
owns Pepsi?
Well, it sounds like you know, so I don't want to give it away.
For whom the bell tolls, time marches on.
What about that one, RC?
Sorry, what was the question?
Yeah, that part, bro.
No,
about
really.
RC Cola?
Question. What was it?
KFC owns the bell stuff
We're
too.
talking about Taco Bell and Pepsi. What?
KFC.
How are you affiliated with this, RC?
I own them all.
You're stupid.
What was the question now? If I own Taco Bell and Pepsi? Yeah.
We're asking what group of people owns Taco Bell and Pepsi?
RC Meisty.
A stupid group.
There was actually, you left one word out of that.
Yeah.
Young.
RC
Meisty Young.
RC Mason, you mean?
RC Mason Young. You're not quite an elder yet, so we're going to just say RC Mason Young.
Daiso, I've been an elder for 15 years.
No, not until you go ride the bike, bro, and beat on the doors, bro.
I've already done that.
Well, you didn't do a good job, RC.
I mean, luckily Dyslo doesn't have to judge it.
I'm writing to the church, and I'm going to demand that you go back on the bike for another 2 years.
I mean,
Do you do that, RC? Do you go bother people and knock on their doors?
No. I was a missionary from 19 to 21. I lived in Greece. Nah, but Dyslo, I'm planning on retiring at about 45, and so I'll go on another mission with my wife when I'm 45.
Let me ask you this, RC. Do you guys get all you can eat Taco Bell being a member?
Absolutely.
All right, well, I'm considering, dude. I mean, you guys run a good gambit over there. 2 wives, all you can eat Taco Bell. I mean, what more do you need?
Well, you need your facts straight first, but after you get that, then yeah, you can get the Taco Bell.
Glenn Beck.
Well, no, technically, if you go to Mexico, you could still run the polygamist old school regime.
I mean, not really, but yeah, there are some polygamists in Mexico.
So, you know what I'm saying? It's all good, bro. It's all good.
Like I said, Dyslo, once you learn the ways, then you can get the Taco Bell. But right now, you don't even have your basic facts down, and you still believe in ether.
All right, well, I guess I can't respond to that, RC.
Yep.
You got me, dude.
I know.
Did you fly the plane today?
Nope. Too busy.
I still got to get your recipe on that corned beef and hash.
Corned beef and hash. I don't recall ever having claimed I had a recipe for corned beef and hash.
Yeah, back in the day, dude. You said you had some crazy recipe for corned beef and hash.
I think you were probably just high and thinking of me.
No, I remember the shit you say, bro.
I'm sure you do, Dyslo.
I probably was high too, but that's irrelevant.
Probably not, but all right.
You start with some good hash, then you get some beef, and you put some corn in there.
Sounds like Demok's got this.
Funny how everybody's got a little bit of Irish in them on St. Paddy's Day, and then it all goes away.
I got my first DUI on St. Paddy's Day. That's how real I am.
That does not surprise me whatsoever.
Hey, You're not true Irish unless you have a DUI on St. Patty's.
I'm actually zero Irish, so that works.
There you go.
Did you get
You're
dickweed in
lucky that we
Edgardton?
haven't taken over the world. I'm actually not even Irish. I'm French.
The Irish haven't even taken over Ireland. How the hell are they supposed to take over the world?
Oh, the Irish suck. Let's be honest.
Don't they? I don't think there are very many people.
The
who
Irish
suck.
haven't done anything. Let's be clear.
I don't think that there are like people who suck more than the Irish. Maybe the French.
The Irish haven't done anything. Let's be real. Come on. What have the Irish ever done besides drinking?
Nothing. Not a GD thing.
This is why,
That's not true.
God's England conquered them. Come on, let's be
not
real.
True, man. They gave us what was that soap back in the day?
You're sounding like an Irish.
That there was that green soap back in the day.
Oh, Irish Spring?
Maybe.
Irish Spring soap.
That was a good commercial. What else did they give us? Lucky Charms.
McDonald's.
Oh my God! Come on.
They gave us gold at the end of rainbows.
Thing cleanser, do you have that mute button handy?
I got the mute button right here. All of this is making the Irish sound completely forgettable.
Where's Pete at? Pete needs to hear this.
Who came first, the Scottish or the Irish?
Pete is the only one that should speak for Britain. Let's be real. Come on. We don't need to hear any other opinions.
What's the difference between the Irish and the Scots?
If you want to know what Britain says, wait till Pete comes in. He'll give you the whole lowdown.
Real talk, is Pete Northern or actual Irish?
I think Pete's like a sellout Irish.
Dude, no. I don't care what you guys say. Pete is one of my favorite people to ever walk the earth. I love Pete. I don't care who knows. Pete is a fucking genius in his own right. He's one of the few people that you'll ever meet that are so fucking unique that it doesn't really matter.
All right, bro. You're red herring past the Irish, bro.
Fuck the Irish. Ireland is just Britain. All right? They haven't acknowledged.
No, dude. That's not true. So nobody knows the history here. I'm asking, Mr. RC over here, and he's just ignoring me.
But what the hell do you want to know?
Who came first, the Irish or the Scottish?
Your mom came first. Then she got up with the Scottish guy, and it made the Irish. There you go.
She said, "Get in my belly," or what?
Exactly.
That sounds like a personal attack. Yeah.
No, he asked for history. I gave him history.
As an English person, I don't relate to the Irish or the Scottish rebellious anti-England. What they call it. This is why Star Wars was made, man. What the fuck? The Star Wars was made because the Scottish rebelled against the English. There you go. Jot that down, little historian. You little syllogism, you. Jot that down.
I mean, haven't the Irish been oppressed far longer than any other culture?
That sounded a little bit sexy, you syllogism, you.
You little syllogism. Yeah, who cares if the Irish were oppressed? They always should have been. You gotta have someone to hold them down.
You guys want to know the strangest thing going on in my life right now? My personal life? Let me get real for a second. I keep getting emails saying that they need a French-speaking computer science tutor for varsity tutors. And I wonder why they keep doing that, because I don't speak French.
Supposed to find some French people, I guess.
Do you go on any like translating sites and stuff? Like, have you ever put your phone number in somewhere? Because it could just be one of those people, you know, looking.
Yeah, I put my phone number on Sin Cleanser's OnlyFans. He never calls.
Oh, I bet you.
Hey, I'm still looking for more fans. Anyone, just DM. DM.
You know what's sadder than having an OnlyFans?
Everything you want to see and more. Just DM.
You know what's sadder than having an OnlyFans, Sin Cleanser? Is only having is only having one fan.
Hey, I got an OnlyFans. If you want to see the real Sin Cleanser, you DM me $5 a month. We're all good friends. Easy going, easy money.
I picture
Here we
you
go.
like Buffalo Bill, dude.
You're
in
only
that movie,
$5
Silence of the
away.
Lambs. Like looking in front of the mirror with your shit tucked and some like thing around you, just all psycho crazy.
Why'd you have to take it there, Dicelo? I mean,
Yeah,
we're having a
dude.
nice
Guys,
time.
that's you're kind of being weird. You know what I mean? Kind of being weird. You're acting like a weirdo.
Acting
If you
Italian.
want
You will fuck me.
Look, I'm trying to promote my OnlyFans, Dicelo. Why you got to keep it rubbed down?
You keep mispronouncing it. It's only fan. Single.
Singular only. Damn.
What was that
Now
song
I feel
that was
even
playing
more let
in
down.
that part of that movie? Remember that song? It was that weird ass song. I just totally went with that scene. Ken Wheeler plays that song once in a while, dude, when he does his chapstick thing, dude. You'd only know that if you were a real fan. It's pretty funny.
Of course he does.
When somebody
Of
gives him
course
money,
he does.
yeah, dude, if it's like $10 or more and shit, like he'll play that song and just start putting
What's
on
the weirdest
chapstick.
thing Kent Wheeler's ever done on a camera?
That's what I'm telling you right now, dude. He's
I bet he's done some weird shit, man.
it is. That's what he does, dude. It's weird as fuck. But like that's the whole fun
Kim
of it.
Wheeler's. You subscribe to his OnlyFans?
No, dude. Come on.
Hey, Kosho, I have an OnlyFans. Are you ready?
Sure, I'm down.
Are you ready to know all you need to know?
That's what's up, man.
You're gonna show off all your piercings.
All
Didn't they
the
crack
flattering
down on,
proof you'll ever need.
I heard they cracked down on that. Maybe I'm
Are you your own OnlyFan? I guessed it, didn't I?
Only
It's for me to it's for me to know and you to find out. You're only $5 away from knowing the truth.
Yeah, Orphan Red had one or has one or something like that. I've heard rumors about her, but regardless, yeah, I thought they cracked down on like the sexual stuff on OnlyFans. Maybe I'm misremembering.
No, bro. Never tried it.
Wasn't that the point of
Well, I mean,
OnlyFans?
I've never been on OnlyFans, but I just knew what it was. No, I know what it's about, you know.
I heard you were on Grindr a lot.
Yeah, when I was single.
That's how you.
Dude, I think OnlyFans is genius. You know, I really think it's one of those markets that haven't been tapped into yet. There's a lot of really good potential content.
No, you got to tap into Ugly Fan.
Only ugly fans. The most degenerate types. I can see Mark Taylor doing something like an ugly fan. Shout out to Mark Taylor.
So it's talked about the code words there. French, RC
Oh,
underwear.
is he an? What do they call him? I don't know. Never mind.
The drawers. Remember, he used to talk about being the sharpest drawer in the toolbox or the kitchen. He loves those drawers.
The sharpest nose in the drawer. That's a compliment.
Remember when Eric
Sharpest
Dubé
nose
was
in the
a
drawer.
Trans Am? Eric Dubé dressed up like a Trans Am. Remember that?
I feel like, Eric Dubé was the worst. Hold on, think about this, D-Monk. You got Eric Dubé, one of the ugliest motherfuckers to walk the face of the earth. You know what I mean? Who is gonna pay for an OnlyFans of fucking him, right? Have you seen, dude? No chance in hell.
I don't know
No
anything
chance.
about that shit. I'm just saying
Dude,
he dressed up like
he's a
Trans Am.
weirdo. No chance. Now he might be good on the let me tell you this, let me tell you that. But other than that, what the fuck? Come on.
What's your quintessential version
I don't
of a
think he's
man?
good at
Sam?
that either. He just likes to dress up like Chevys.
What's Sin think a man is?
Look, I'm a full-time believer that things are going to change. I can feel it.
Is that a Ronald Reagan reference? Or George Bush?
I think it's a Charles Manson quote.
I thought that was George Bush.
Could be. I don't know.
No, he said he could
Maybe.
smell the
Maybe.
rain or something like that.
Wait, doesn't Pete Shea think that George Bush is Charles Manson?
Dude, hold on.
Probably, Kosho, probably.
There were a lot of people that were really shitting on Pete today, and I didn't really like that at all. I don't know if anyone noticed that, but if everyone could keep on a lookout for Pete, I really respect Pete, and I really want him to feel at home here. So if everyone can kind of keep a lookout for Pete, I don't want him to feel him like he's not welcome here. So if everyone can try to do their part,
Yeah, he's
I
worth
like
his
Pete.
weight in gold. He's awesome to listen to.
Yeah,
He's
no,
done
I
it
really
for
enjoy
years.
hearing him,
Get
and a
value
lot of
out
people
it.
give him shit. I don't feel like it's deserved. Like, Pete's got some weird ideas, but I really enjoy hearing him. And I've heard a lot of people
And I
really
think
try to
he's a
dog
very
him out.
kind person.
Yeah, he's
Like,
a really genuine person.
yeah, he's always been, exceptionally kind to me. He treats me with respect. So, I can only do the same back.
I think that Pete's probably the most genuine person I've ever met.
Yeah, he seems to wear his heart on his sleeve.
Definitely. So if everyone understands it, like, in the heat of it, there's a lot of people that have no problem shitting on him. But if you guys could look out for him, I would be much appreciated because I really like.
Yeah, for sure. I really like him.
He's really fun to listen to. Yeah.
He's fun to listen to for about 7 minutes.
Yeah,
it's on the 30. It's on the 38th minute that I start to get annoyed.
Yeah, I agree, man. Like, I don't mind Pete, but he does kind of carry on.
Manson.
I like about 3 to 18 seconds of everybody.
Kurt Cobain and Charles Manson, not Bush.
I'm starting to think Aristarchus is really sin cleanser.
Dude, I don't know what. Listen, Pete and I. Dude, Pete's on some shit that I'm like, dude, this is weird. I agree with Pete on like 98% of the things he talks about.
Okay, 98% of the things he talks about are Aristarchus and or unintelligible. So
good luck.
I'll be honest and say I don't. I'll be honest and say I don't know if I agree with Pete most of the time because I actually don't understand what Pete says most of the time.
Yeah, that's more like it. That he says words that you can comprehend. You just might not understand what he means by them. Like it's not that he's you can't understand what he's saying. It's just that you don't.
Remember in Alice in
it.
Wonderland, the guy with the top hat that was sitting at the table when the White Rabbit and he was pouring tea. Yeah, the Mad Hatter, and he's like pouring tea down his mouth while he's talking. Like that's how I picture tea. Like when Pete's talking, I just picture tea just being him just pouring tea in his mouth while he's talking.
I can't say that I have too much malice towards Pete because again, I haven't understood enough of the words coming out of his mouth to formulate any negative feelings towards him.
How could you be negative to him? The guy is just a unique caricature in a world where he doesn't belong. He's telling you what he thinks about reality, and it's like a shot in the dark. He doesn't know if anyone's going to agree, but he knows, he feels the way that he does, and he doesn't care about what anyone says. He's going to say it. I love that. That's such a unique, needed personality.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the issue he causes on the server is that he tends to dominate conversations and he'll talk nonstop and end up kind of pushing people away because he'll be kind of monologuing in his own world. So that's the only thing that I've had to message him about, because he will tend to do that, and then that causes conflict where basically kind of turns into the Pete show, kind of like Rumpus does that. Other people do that to where no one else can respond and kind of have a conversation because he just keeps wanting to say what's on his mind. So that's the only thing on that level. But I've already talked to him a little bit about that, and I think he's said he's trying to not do that as much. And I have seen that change. So it seems like he is working on that. So that's good.
Yeah, I have to. He's went from 20-minute rambles to 10 minutes. So that's pretty good.
we got it at least broken up a little.
Gio, I'd put that on your resume, in all honesty. Created an environment where was able to speak and be controlled for under 8 minutes.
That's a feat.
I'd be good on management.
He was like, yeah, I'm kind of the boss around where I go, pretty much tell people what to do. And then I'm like, yeah, you're acting, people been talking about it. And then they're like, I see improvements, That's pretty chill, though.
Update your LinkedIn, Wrangler of Pete.
Gio just actually is like punching them with crystals to realign their chakras.
Well, yeah, it's been wild on this server just because it's one of those things where it's like if you don't have any moderation or any kind of guidelines, then it's just total chaos, and then you get all kinds of different issues, which I've experienced on many other servers, and has made it pretty much to the point where I don't really want to even be a part of it because it's just so chaotic, and then all the abuse and the attacks and all the power moves and all that stuff. So it was kind of like with this one, it's like, all right, well, either create one that is kind of the same, meaning that just the chaos, all that stuff, or try to have some guidelines. And then I'm not like a natural police type person myself. When I say police, I just mean kind of, enforcing guidelines or whatever. I'm just kind of the opposite of that. My spirit, I'm much more like rebellious and just live and let live, let everyone do what they do. So this is very different for me to actually try to do this and try to keep it, with some integrity where there can have a community that can actually have discussions and stuff without, the constant personal attacks and all the other stuff that often can happen. So yeah, it's kind of against my nature in a sense, but I also think there's something cool about it too, like just holding to a certain level of integrity. And I've noticed a lot of people, like will message me and be like, oh yeah, I'm sorry about doing this and I'm trying to improve. And that's without me even doing anything. Like I haven't even reached out to them. They're just kind of feeling that. Cause I think once there's more of an energy for that, then it's sort of, there's that kind of standard, I suppose, that everyone's, kind of experiencing, as it were, rather than the other one, which is like who can be more toxic.
You create a
Do that
feedback
for
loop.
you. Did somebody say something? I kind of was not able to hear them.
Sorry, I said you create a feedback loop.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, because I haven't even done that much. Like, okay, I set the guidelines, stuff like that, some moderators, but sort of like I haven't, I've probably done about average in terms of what other moderators have done, given warnings here and there, done some things like that. And I'm probably more in communication with people just because a lot of people message me and stuff. But it's kind of interesting that it's just sort of like, I guess with the guidelines being set the way they are, and then everyone knowing that we are, trying to stick to them, then it is kind of like a natural, organic kind of feedback system where, yeah, that's what I thought about when you said that, kind of like a natural feedback system in that way.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Yeah, like when you invited me, I read the rules. I'm like, well, yeah, I'm gonna do my best to be nice to people and not, start insulting. Even though I'm not like a real insulting guy. I kind of just, make the generic flat Earth insults that are just playful, to be honest. But yeah, I don't want to do that to people, even like if they'll take it the wrong way. You know what I mean? I know people do that all the time. That's kind of annoying, actually. I have like a joking personality, and I like make people actually really, really pissed off. Y'all hear me? I think I'm going yellow.
Yeah. Yeah, we.
All right, sweet. So the moon looks really nice. I was thinking of busting out the P900 and taking a picture of that. Which by the way, I had a cheap battery in there in my battery compartment for the P900, and it expanded and went bad. I was like really upset. Like took me a while to get it out because I had to get a tool for it. So just a heads up, don't trust those off-brand cheap batteries. I want to just use Nikon.
Did it blow up?
No, it just expanded. So it wasn't like catastrophic. It didn't do anything to the camera. It still works. But unfortunately, I lost all my settings because it was the battery went. Since the battery went bad, it lost its like little internal battery power. So I has lost all my settings. Had to reset all that, which was a pain in the ass because some of the things I'm like, I can't remember what it's called, but it's somewhere here. Took me like legit like 20 minutes of messing around with the menu to get it back to where I wanted it.
Yesterday, the moon was up
Just a
in my
heads up.
sky, Australia. Where are you in America?
On Chicago, so like yeah, the moon's like it was really low earlier in the day.
I think it was about this time, because it's really cloudy today, so I can't see anything. But I think it was just a little bit later than now, and I looked out and there, which I can't see now, and the moon was there. So if you can see it too, that's amazing. Like all the way from halfway across the world.
Yo, what's up? Yeah, it was like right above the horizon, probably around like 5 o'clock.
In the evening.
Yeah, 5 in the evening. It was like right above the horizon.
Awesome.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was working, so I didn't have my camera with me. I've taken it to work before, though. It's where I got my avatar from. I think I captured a UFO. You gotta capture them before they capture you. You know what I mean?
Oh, I love
Oh, is
watching people, man. I just
Naomi?
saw the funniest shit.
UFO man, gotta catch 'em all.
Gotta abduct them all? I don't know. Earth slumbers. So, I haven't really heard anybody talk about Rob Skiba too much, like in the Discord. So, what do you guys think? Like, you guys look into it a little bit? Heard of anybody who knew him personally?
The only thing I saw
Rob
was a
Skiba?
message from Becky K, and I haven't heard anybody talking about him really either. The guys
Isn't
on
he
the
like a
Midnight
preacher?
Ride, but that was it.
I
Yeah,
mean,
like this.
Simon Dan took all down all his videos that mentioned him.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he said out of respect for the fact that he's dead.
Oh,
Well, that's
okay.
good of him.
Who is?
Rob Skiba.
Rob Skiba.
What do you mean, RC videos that Simon was kind of ragging on him? You mean he took down out of?
Yeah, he said any videos that mention him or his content he took down.
He put it on fans only.
Wait, who died?
They're like a death cult, the globalists. So they're rejoicing in this. The same
All
way
right,
Mad
good.
Mike and Ted
I
Gunderson.
know you want to pit everyone off and create some big fight thing, but that's not needed.
Who died?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think everybody's like that in the Globe community. There's really,
Man,
some soft-hearted people in there that aren't just evil. But
Can
there
anyone
are
hear
the
me?
worst of the worst in that pool, I'll tell you that. But the official story for what I heard, just to summarize it, is that for like a month, Rob Skiba had COVID and that they had to hospitalize him, and eventually he succumbed to the virus
Who
and
died?
passed away.
Yeah, he had heart failure. He had a heart attack or something, and heart
Fuck,
failure.
dude. Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, it
Who
was
died?
Rob Skiba. Rob Skiba.
Died?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
A couple of days ago.
Huh.
But
From
Simon,
whatchamacallit?
he had COVID, yeah, and he'd been in hospital for a while.
Did he have like pre-existing conditions, or what was the deal?
I think he had some health problems, but I really don't have any right to speak on that kind of stuff. I don't know.
So was it like his lungs or something that gave out, or what was it like ultimately? His heart?
His heart. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
So
he
it
was on
disseminated?
days.
Did the virus disseminate to his heart, or is this something that was
I don't know.
an
I
acute
don't know
or
any more. I don't know any more than what I've said. The post that Becky K put up was very short. Just that I think it was either heart attack or heart failure. I can't remember now, but whatever words she used. But that's all the information you got. You didn't really get anything else. But it just seems strange to me that if you've done videos about somebody who genuinely got something wrong and you made a rebuttal video, showed that the person was wrong, you wouldn't be worried about, defamation of a dead person because you were just showing something that they'd done wrong. It just seems very strange to me. You'd be worried that the content you've created about this person would be, sort of demeaning to them after they're dead. It's like, if he was right, why would it be?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Simon Dan's an asshole. That's something that
Yeah, so
even
he
he can recognize. That's why he took him down.
Yeah, so he knows he hasn't actually done a debunking that's shown this man wrong, and he's got a leg to stand on. He knows he's got no leg to stand on, so now has to take them all down. Otherwise, he looks like a complete jerk.
So y'all are going to criticize him for doing the right thing, right?
No,
he's in the first place. It's not my fault.
Yeah.
He needs to take them down now because the man he belittled is dead.
No,
That's
he
not my
did it.
fault,
He
man.
did a respectful thing to Rob Skiba, and I think that
So
was the
finally
right
he does
thing.
one respectful thing,
Well,
and
I
have
think
to praise him for it? No,
I
sorry.
think with the limited time we have here in our existence and the things we choose to do openly and what we consider our works to be shouldn't be torn down or up to someone else's discretion to kind of bury it along with them. Like, these are the things that we live for, man, to bring into existence our philosophies, understandings, and our truths. And we shouldn't be burying this with the individual rather than memorializing it, if anything.
I just think that he just realized it's fucked up, and it's even more fucked up now that the guy's dead. So he's like, well, I gotta save face and take these down because that's just looks way messed up. You know what I mean?
I don't think so. I
If
think these
somebody could
individuals
die
kind of
before he does
I
something
think
about
these
his game.
individuals kind of help pioneer all this. And what about the future generations that want to come into the discussion and would have benefited from those potential discussions and hearing those? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think anything should be taken down.
No, it shouldn't.
Yeah, I don't have much to say on the issue, but I think Daiso, you're absolutely correct. If you want to memorialize a man and his legacy, you should probably show it off. You know what I mean? Instead of taking it down.
Yeah, man.
He would
Well,
I think that's a little weird.
Bro, like you're talking about OnlyFans, like that's the memorial you would probably create, Sin Cleanser.
Don't worry about me. This is about Skiba, all right? Look, Skiba did a lot of good work. The fact that he passed away is a loss for everyone. I really do think. But for an antagonist like Simon Dan to remove all of his work, that's a little bit of a letdown. Simon Dan spent most of his career insulting Skiba and dogging him out for being a liar, a coward, and a misinformation agent. I think if Simon Dan had any respect, he would show Skiba in the true way he is meant to be understood. That would be an honorable way of doing it. That's it.
Yeah, he could have done a video and gone, despite, look, I've done these videos about this man, despite our different opinions, he had this philosophy, whatever, he could have done something nice, but instead he's chosen to try and throw shade over everything so no one looks at it anymore. It's like, well, what did you say and do that's so bad you have to hide it now that he's dead? And if that's the case, why You know, why did you do that? Why not say sorry now then? You know, why not make a video and go, you know, I'm really sorry for saying these things about him. You know, you're just trying to hide it because you're ashamed of your behaviour, because you're a little slimy little snake.
The comment section would really have given it away.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a letdown for all of us here when Simon Dan tries to hide a legacy of someone who should have been remembered. You know, that's a little bit of a letdown.
Simon Dan just knows Rob Skeeter's name is going to be searched more than anything in the next few months. He doesn't want all those people seeing his bullshit videos about him. That's what it is. He's ashamed and he's trying to hide his own failures.
I'll just say on my opinion and my behalf, you're completely wrong about that, and I'm going to shut up about it.
Sure, Howard. That's usually what you do, is you just say, you're wrong. I don't agree. I think, but I have no evidence to back me up, and that's all I'm going to
left lane, Howard, don't you think the best way to honor Rob Skiba was to show him how he always wanted to be understood in a certain light? Why wouldn't people represent him for what he wanted to be as a last, parting gift to his legacy? That's what Simon Dan should have done. They should have respected him for what he tried to do.
I don't think that he's necessarily obligated to give the man a memorial. In that sense, that's up for the family to do, and I see it as a gesture of respect because they were hit pieces, and he, out of respect, took them down so people wouldn't see that negativity on a dead
So
man.
was it respectful in the first places? Was it respectful in the first place to do hit pieces on people?
No, I'm not talking about all of that. I'm just talking about just the action of taking them down out of respect. That's all.
That's out of respect. So your viewpoint of respect is to disrespect somebody, and then when they pass away, scour and put your tail between your legs, and then take them down out of trying to pretend like you're respecting someone.
Yeah, we just don't see that eye on it. I don't see his action of taking them down beyond any further than him just taking them down out of respect. That's all I see about it.
Well, the way I look at it is it's respectful, but that's just a smart thing for him to do in whatever his YouTube career is. If he kept those up, that would have been pretty shameful, and a lot of people would have saw right through it. So yeah, it's the right thing to do. But who know? We don't know his motivation, right? Like, I'm not going to speculate. Just
well, I
saying
mean, I'm not trying to
see by his videos what this man's like. I mean, holy shit! You only have to watch hear what he says to know what a piece of shit he is.
Yeah, I'm not defending Simon Dan in his activities. I'm just speaking on the action of removing the videos out of respect. That's all.
We're not. That's the thing. It's that he didn't remove them out of respect, because the respectful thing to do would have been to either leave and not say anything, or if you don't feel like you need to say something, then
I'm going to be quiet.
You either apologise, you say, oh, I was thinking about taking these down, but I won't because they're part of this man's memory. These things have happened. You can't go hiding them now. You've done these actions, you've recorded them, you've put them out for the world to see, and now you're going to go running, trying to hide them all.
Part of the problem is people have resorted to upholding their pride and their ego and arrogance. And it's not about getting to the truth of the matter. It's about being right for the sake of argument and trying to showcase someone's inadequacies and inaccuracies. And this is all stemming from the support of the one's ego. And people need to get past this. We need to get on to better understanding.
Right. I just got one last thing to add. If Simon Dan would have respected Skiba for his whole career, at least just honorably represent him how he wanted to be represented. that would have been bad. That would have been a really fucking cool thing, and I would have the utmost respect for Simon Dan if he, as a parting gift, represented Skiba as the way he wanted to be represented. But removing him and erasing his legacy as a guy who always tried to shit on him, come on, man.
That would have been the high
That's
road, wouldn't it?
Come on.
He took the, he's taken the real easy, slimy way out, hasn't he? Really. Just sort of slunk away, hidden everything. No, I didn't say anything about this man ever while he was alive. It's like, yes, you did. Stop fucking hiding.
Like, just think about that, Paige. Like, if what you're known is, you're shitting on people's whole life work. I really think Simon Dan really shit on Skiba while he was alive, and I think he had a little bit of a, how did I contribute to this guy's life? Well, the only thing I ever did was shit on him for what he thought. And, Skiba brought a lot of good ideas. I think he was a genuine person. And, I hope it weighs on Simon Dan heavily. I hope it really crushes that dude. I hope it really crushes
I hope
him.
it helps him change. I hope it, through suffering, through the fire, we get purified. And I hope, as a fellow human being, that this purifies Simon Dan just a little bit, and that from now on there will be no more Rob Skibas in this man's life. That would be amazing.
Well, I got quiet real quick, huh?
Yeah.
Didn't know how to say flower in Chinese.
Say again.
Flower.
Oh, ma. Oh, say the word flower in Chinese?
Yeah, flower.
I have no idea.
How about bridge?
I think the ni hao is probably the only word I know.
Yeah. Well, when you mix flour and bridge together, you get fuck you. Thought I'd share that with you.
It's kind of funny.
It was pretty funny.
The video Rob Skiba did going all the way across Lake Michigan and keeping Chicago in view the whole time. It just isn't possible on a globe. That right there, it's game over.
Oh, that's what you call a super mirage, man, where the Earth's atmosphere acts like a giant fiber optic cable, allowing the image to somehow bend over the sphere into the observer's eye perfectly in proportion with the reality. Pretty magical, bro.
Yeah, it was so powerful. Mainstream news had to pick it up to do damage control.
Oh, I saw. I remember that. I was watching the news the day that actually aired.
And that's why the globalists got so triggered by it. Because they're like, wait, mainstream news is on their side. They're pushing the agenda. They just got to sit back and laugh. And that's when they're like, well, if mainstream news is failing and they're not sure what answers to give,
Well,
then that's
here's
when
the
they
thing,
started
man.
their
When you got the
scorched earth.
mainstream news trying to educate the public on science, you know something's fucking wrong, dude. And that's exactly what they did in that whole thing. And they got into super miraging and what that meant and blah, blah, blah. And it was, yeah, dude. It's, anytime you see that, just know that something's up. Anytime the mainstream news is bringing on a specialist to explain science to the public, dude, you can bet your fucking ass, dude. Something's up.
You mean like they're trying to explain something that happened that has a scientific explanation?
Yeah. Or any, yeah. Yep.
Yeah. That's why I would bring on a specialist.
I mean, when does a news ever fucking do that? Like, it's only in the event of something, like you said, surfacing that they want to bring in a level of controlled opposition upon it.
I don't see it that way at all.
Maybe that was Crit that said that.
What's that?
Would you call it a controlled demolition or something when on the Chicago skyline and the news covering it?
Oh yeah. Oh crap! I just lost it. Yeah, like controlled opposition. But there's another word for it too.
You used another word, yeah.
Situational design.
Pretty ingenious. Something. I don't know. I don't remember, but
I
it
have
was
a
catchy.
question. I have a question
A
about the
mirage,
skyline.
inferior mirage.
Why is it upside down more than half the time?
It's an inferior mirage, an optical illusion.
Oh, okay.
What you're seeing is an inferior mirage. It's an optical illusion.
No,
Taken
that's
by Bosch Milwiki.
we're talking about
Wiki.
superior mirage.
So it's a mirage. It's not what's really there. So it's not evidence for the shape of the Earth either way.
It's a sincerior mirage.
Oh, okay.
It's an interior mirage. You know. It's a mirage like in the desert. You see water.
See, I mean, why would the news ever need to bring on somebody when they could just bring on DMOC? He knows everything about everything.
I don't think the news is trying to teach you anything. Thought the news only informed you of garbage. I didn't know they taught you.
So I have a question, and I don't know if we're allowed to talk about it on this server, but did you guys hear about the NHL handing Evander Kane a 21 game suspension?
Nope, I don't follow sports anymore, man. That's just a tactic of keeping your mind off the real things, important things in life.
That's fair. It was interesting because he was given it for having a forged pass or a vaccine record.
Oh wow. Yeah, I'm sure that's going to start becoming
You're,
to the
you're
point
kidding me, right? Who is that? You've been here how long, and
where
you don't know if we can talk about that here or not? It's only been announced like 1,000 times.
Well,
right.
I wasn't. I was talking about literally just
Yeah,
the hockey.
drink Kool-Aid. You really don't know?
All right, cool. I'll drop it.
That's what I thought.
No matter what you think, it's really, really weird though to hear anybody being scared to talk about it for any reason.
They're not.
That
No
is
one's.
blows my mind.
Yeah, we shouldn't be scared to talk about, it, but Gio's scared to get his channel
No,
taken down.
Gio's not scared. Gio's got big steel balls, no doubt. He's trying to play by the rules. My hat goes off to him.
Yeah, that's all he's doing. It's not scared. It's just.
No, but I don't just mean talking about it on the server. I mean people talking about it in real life, man. You thought the Trump presidency split families up? Holy moly! That was just a taste.
Wherever you're talking in real life.
No, dude, the internet is not real life. Come on.
It'd be good to see other mirages that weatherman had to compare to see that actually that was a mirage.
That comment on internet, not being real life. I think for some people, though, it is. It's not like your entire life, but it is part of your life. It is real. Something that a lot of us do. So it's still part of your real life, whether these people are honest, genuine people or not. That depends. Not just because you know the shape of the earth or whatever truth you know doesn't make you a good person. That comes within. And I've known that and figured that out along my journeys.
Hey, Stacy, did you see that message I pinned you in about the plain Wi-Fi thing?
Yeah, I actually did see your comment on that. Did you actually send me something too? I don't think that you did. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything.
No, just that one.
Okay.
The launches were delayed, but they didn't bother to tell any of the people, and that's why the airline screwed you out of your money.
Sincerely.
Man, what would happen if Discord changed its terms of service so that you couldn't talk about flat Earth? Wouldn't that be crazy?
Yeah, that might be next. So the next thing you can't speak about. I know, hun.
That's what I'm saying. I think it's definitely amongst other things next.
I agree on that. It's being talked about right now in our media here in America. It's one of the first things I noticed when I got back, and one of the things I noticed why I was even in England is they were literally talking about bringing that to what's happening in society right now. That we, I'm not trying to talk about it, just saying whatever's happening right now, they're comparing us to that. You know what I mean? So if they're going to go there, what's next? They keep putting us out there, the name.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Well, Randy was talking about that on how, like, right, we're mental.
Double woke Granty. Sorry, but next is going to be triple woke.
Well, just remember the other side uses a slogan, trust the science, which literally doesn't even make sense. If it's science, you don't need to trust it. I mean,
Right, it shows for itself. Yeah.
That's why they need to believe in it.
Exactly.
The problem is they're not doing much science. If they actually were doing some science, real science in that area, then it might be not an issue here.
Who tells you just have to trust the science?
I've literally heard it countless times from family members, friends. It'll go something like, and I can't believe they don't trust the science. Can you believe it? The TV said it, and they don't believe it. Yeah, I said this a while ago that the TV put the entire world in timeout. I had no idea how right I was going to be. It's kind of
timeout. I like that in timeout, like the little kids.
Yeah.
Okay, can I use an example from my own life? One
Depends.
of my
Can't say
one of my
Voldemort.
right. One of the people I'm acquainted with, she's a friend of my girlfriend. She was diagnosed with colon cancer, and while she did seek her doctor and follow all of his prescriptions, do the chemotherapy and the surgery to remove the tumors and everything, she also took dog dewormer. But she swears it's the dog dewormer that's got her cancer in remission, not the, medical science that was practiced on her.
My grandfather got diagnosed with cancer, right? He had nodules in his lungs for like 5-6 years. They put him on chemo. He was dead in 6 months.
I'm sorry to hear that, dude. That sucks.
My
Yeah,
brother was in the same situation. I tried to get him not to do chemo, but he had a rare brain cancer, and literally he had the surgery done, and then he went through a lot of stress because of my mom falling ill, and because of that, he just done chemo. I just told him to, and he did well for chemo after about 3 weeks, 4 maybe. Then he started holding fluid. Started possibly going back to heart failure they went through, which I found out is kind of normal through that.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden he had news that his tumor was back 3 times the size that it's ever been. And within a few weeks he was gone. So chemo I've seen literally For me, from what I've seen, my own witness, my account, take people out.
Yeah, I think he would have had a better end of life without chemo. That's just that's my opinion. I think my thing with chemo is, if anything, they got to be really strong, right? Like when you're kind of older, I don't think your body can handle it like you can if you're a child or something.
But this is why I brought this up. There is two competing hypotheses because this lady was lucky and her prognosis is looking good. She's in full remission status right now. So, was it the medical science or was it the dog dewormer?
That'd have to be studied into, literally. You know what I mean?
I always say, man, when the cure is worse than the disease itself, you really got to question the approach at which you're taking. I'm not saying that chemo won't kill cancer, but it also kills you and it kills the human cells as well. And with that being said, I think there needs to be a least invasive approach.
Absolutely.
And with the amount of money and the amount of time invested into research and development, I find it disturbing that we've spent more time weaponizing other things than we have discovering remedies and solutions to general demands of people. I mean, everybody has someone that's been touched by the big C, and I think we could all agree that our time and energy should be spent wisely towards ramifying this rather than space travel and other things that aren't
Right, but it's not the
for
same
the
people
general
who.
demands.
It's not the
No,
same
it's
people who
not.
work in
But
space.
you're
center.
right. It's
But
not.
it's the
There's
general,
different many
it's the
account for
general
that. But
demands of the
yeah,
public, not
yeah.
the individual's interest.
I agree, Dyslo. I agree. But here's the issue with that I have. It's because there are a lot of people who have supposedly come up with cures for this or end up gone missing or dead and other things that you look into. And I mean, we do have people who've, done this themselves and through, cannabis and other things and oils, and getting toxins out of your body. Then it will start shrinking. Your tumors go away. Cancer is then it's formed in every single person differently. It's from your own DNA.
Cancer,
So when your body's full of toxins, it creates itself to tell you basically you're about to die. You better get this shit out of you. Creates tumors.
cancer's within us. No matter what, it's how the body deals with it. Ultimately, cancer requires a sugar to feed itself, and the problem is most times it'll create this this layer around it, and this layer is using the body's own um, unmutated tissue to enshroud itself for protection. And
What
we
kind
need
of
to
cancer
start.
are you talking about, sir? Because it's not ringing any bells with any cancer I've ever studied.
Yeah. So most cancers, yeah, essentially they wrap themselves with the tissues surrounding it to prevent itself from being picked up and attacked by the body's immune system. And these are how these types of things are able to flourish without being calcified naturally within the body. So whether it be small cell, you name it, any type of a malignant type growth, this is most of the times how it evades the going unnoticed within the body's own system. So anyhow,
Wow, so much
going towards diets that are eliminating sugars, I think it's like could be far more advantageous for somebody finding themselves stricken with cancer.
Yeah, you gotta stop taking in toxins, right? And that's our food. Our food is just junk.
Main thing.
Cancer can't grow if it doesn't have sugar. It's
What
just
kind of
it's just real simple, man.
What kind of cancer are you talking about? Because
Any
everything.
kind of cancer.
Then you're wrong, sir.
Okay, show me a cancer that can grow without sugar.
Okay. Let me get the exact name of it.
It's just abnormal cell reproduction, right? It's just your cell is just bad cells keep reproducing. So you just
Yeah, basically it's just a corrupted a corrupted algorithm that's being passed along and dividing, and the body's not recognizing that, hey man, this isn't meshing up with what we're supposed to be, off-putting here, and usually like it does get discovered by the body and the body deals with it, but when it doesn't is when you get this malignant growth that's essentially grows and grows, and depending on the type of cancer will determine the rate of growth, but ultimately it's a matter of it disseminating into another area and then picked up by the lymphatic nodes, and then from there dispersed into the main crux of that limb or organ or whatever area, but that's the job of the lymph node. So
But
you've
so
got
are
to
you?
reach it. You
Where
got to
are
get
you
it before
getting
it
this
hits the lymph.
information?
Wait. Are you trying to say then if somebody, say someone who just doesn't eat sugar at all, doesn't consume it for shit, if they're around a bunch of radiation and stuff like that, that has nothing to do with what they're eating. Now, by the way, you can't really eat anything that doesn't have sugar in it. That's the problem. Everything has sugar in it.
Well, I mean that is a problem, but
Yeah,
I think there are
natural,
things
but
that, yeah, anything that can be synthesized into sugars, yeah, is going to be used through the bloodstream
the
for
system,
this thing to
correct?
grow
Right. I'm
itself.
thinking. Yeah. And I can't
Yep.
think of anything that doesn't have sugar in it. I mean,
I mean that's a
thinking,
good
yeah.
question. It's a good question. I think there might be some type of funguses and stuff that there's
Right.
one.
Yeah.
It's called trying to remember the name of it. It's really popular in the Korean culture because of how much it's got like all these different type of trace minerals and various things within it. But there's a certain type of mushroom, I believe, that would be potential for this
Right.
this.
But it makes me think if everything has sugar in it, I mean, then that route we can't go down that it's a sugar thing. Now, of course, everybody should stay away from refined sugar in the first place. It's horrible for you. But in reality, that's not going to be the issue. It's going to be more of what is causing this to happen. Because not everybody suffered from these stories of cancer like we have nowadays. This sort of increasing dramatically, especially here in America, but not just here in America, all over when the genetically modified stuff got introduced. Let's just be real. We can bring this stuff up as information and prove this stuff from reality, but nobody really wants to talk about that. And so when you're dealing with that, and then everything else that they're bombarding us with, and then people also use their microwaves all the time and stuff,
I think fasting and
Mhm.
limiting one's intake is really beneficial for the body dealing with these types of things and like cleaning itself out properly.
Yeah, agreed. I think people eat too much all the time. They think they need to have 3 meals a day. I don't think that's the way to go at all
I agree.
whatsoever.
I agree. It decreases natural HGH within the body. It's been proven eating one meal a day. I think it's at between a certain window,
Time.
increases natural HGH production, which is what's responsible for, mainly replenishing these tissues and stuff.
Being hungry doesn't mean your body needs food.
Amen.
It just means you're used to eating at that time. So it's gotten accustomed to it.
I think listening to your body, like when you have cravings for things, trying to listen to that and figure out what that is that you're really craving within that certain thing and trying to hone in on that too, because I think people have really detached themselves from what their body's requiring from them versus what they're wanting to put in it.
Yeah, they'll go to a doctor so that someone else can tell them what's wrong with their body. And it's like, yeah, I understand the thing, but still, it's kind of weird. Like, you would know more, don't you think?
They don't believe that because they don't have the authority, the license, the degree. But in reality, if you pay attention and you're aware of your body in the first place, you would know. But even when you're pregnant, they tell you too, if you're smart about it, like people will crave Mexican food. Someone knew, and I mean, I know I did. I just wanted Mexican all the time. But there's a reason for that. There's a certain spice or something. It's not necessarily that you need to have the Mexican food. It's the spice that your body's craving. Your body's telling it your baby's eating this. Then it starts happening to with sweets. Just because you're craving a big chocolate cake, maybe it's something else that you're actually craving and needing, but your body's wanting something sweet, so it calls out a certain way. Does it mean you have to go and eat that though? There's other ways of getting that sugar or whatever naturally and better for you, but it's what our brain does to us too.
I eat like
Crazy.
a pregnant.
I bet we all do sometimes, huh?
I go through phases. Like sometimes, like I can eat one meal a day for, a long extended period, and other times I find myself like overeating. I don't know. I go through these phases. Right now, I'm in the beer phase. Like I'm solely reliant upon nicotine, caffeine, gasoline, and my Modelo Micheladas.
It sounds familiar. Just not now, but I remember that lifestyle not too long ago.
I think the best way to do it is to kind of eat this at the same time every day, so your body is ready. And it's like, okay, we get this stuff. It's like if you ran a warehouse, you get your shipment at 5:30 every day. You're gonna know when to put it away. You're gonna have everything stocked and ready.
Well, here's the thing about that. Like your body's kind of weird, man. Like it likes to be shocked and tricked. Like kind of like when you're working out. Like if you're doing the same exercise every day, day in and day out, you're never gonna really gain the benefits that you would if you were changing things up and constantly shocking the muscle. That's what's gonna develop.
Working out, yeah.
Well,
But for
I'm just saying, like
I see like eating. You shocking the body to get it to grow is great, but depriving the body to I'm always for food wise. I look at it as deprivation. Like if you're not eating properly, you're depriving.
I think there's a fine line between it, right? Like you want to deprive it so that when it does get the vital things it's required, it's synthesizing it and putting it to production quickly instead of trying to figure out how to hold on to it or what to keep and what to not keep, and it kind of it over challenges the body. I think keeping more natural, following like kind of like an animal's rhythm, right? Like they don't have a set meal every day, man. They kind of
eat during the day. And I disagree a little bit. Like the animals go hunting kind of at the same time, right? Like they do a morning. Like I watch hawks and stuff. They do a morning hunt and a night hunt, right? So there's they might not eat the same thing, right? They might have to eat a lizard one day or a frog the next, but they kind of have the same hunts that they do in the same time frame.
I got you.
No, I mean
that makes sense.
Like 8 a.m. You know what I mean? It's like you have these waves, these routine waves that you kind of go and you can build on those. Like you build on these routines a little bit.
That's in most of nature for some reason. Like we're a little bit different than that, and different cultures, by the way, are different than that too, depending where you're born. A lot of them have these where you definitely eat at a certain specific time or whatever, and whatever. Except, but doesn't mean you have to. Your body does like to be shocked. Seem like if you're dieting, sometimes you go through a plateau. You can do the same thing over and over, like you were saying earlier, and your body's like, okay, I've had enough of this. Even though you're doing the same thing and you should be losing weight or whatever, but I'm not going to do it anymore. Just sit here.
One of the main things that I always say that I don't think we have enough of in our Western diet is fermented foods. There's not too much that we really eat here regularly enough that has these beneficial bacteria associated with fermented foods, and I think we suffer a lot due to that alone.
Well, I think Americans in general, I'm generalizing, of course, when I say in general, but we've like a little bit. Some foods are icky, right? Like, oh, kimchi smells weird, or like, and it's not like I've always, as I've gotten older, I'm like, what the benefits of that food? I'm like, oh, but it stinks. I'm like, I don't care. Does it like help me in any way? Does it have a health benefit? Because I'm okay with a bad smell for a health benefit.
Yeah, well, or even if you can mask it in small increments that are like unnoticeable. Like, I mean, all that is going to go into having a huge benefit, man. Like, I don't care if it's a capsule, even, dude. Like, some people would argue that those aren't naturally taken up into the body and synthesized properly. but I think any small amount is good.
Yeah.
Like overabundance, bad. Small amounts of diversity, good.
I can't see a capsules wouldn't be. I mean, you can nowadays buy just the capsules themselves empty at certain like GMCs or whatever. Some places may not sell them, but you can grind up your own certain roots and all these different things, and they're gonna taste awful. Mushrooms, dried mushrooms that you can find. They sell them online and stuff, things that you can be doing healthy and that help detox your body and stuff like that. You can stuff them in these little pills and swallow them. You don't even know anything. Taste it.
Yeah,
It's done.
even the taste and bad, I think, is like your body growing accustomed to not eating it, right? Like I vividly remember like when I was little, there was Neapolitan ice cream and I didn't like the chocolate. Like it just didn't taste good to me. But it would be the only one left in the ice cream thing a lot of times. So I ended up eating it, and eventually you like it, or it's not as bad, or you just don't, you
I would have
develop a
loved to
taste
have you around. The chocolates left? Heaven forbid the chocolates left. That's the first one that goes in our family when we had it around. That's great.
strawberry, then vanilla, then chocolate. That's how you do it.
Wow, that's cool though. I forgot what we were even talking about because all I can think about is ice cream now.
We were talking about cancer being caused by sugar, which is, I
Right.
was looking it up. It
Okay.
is a brainchild of the scientist Otto Warburg, or Berg, Warburg.
Okay.
But I believe what I've learned in this community, we need to throw him out. He was a Nazi.
Well, it's because I don't.
I mean, Nazi
I
like
take on information.
That's exactly how I felt about Hitler. Thought he was a great guy, then I found out he was a Nazi, and I was like,
Well,
forget
isn't
this.
that what we do with all the paperclip Operation Paperclip scientists? We say they're not real because they were Nazis. So this guy's not real because he was a Nazi.
I don't do that. No,
I
that
don't
was
do
me
that.
joking.
Yeah, I know, but I don't do that either. No. It's more about you just got to go and use your discernment through some of these things. Operation Paperclip, did it happen? I don't know, but you got to still take it on for that. Maybe it did. Always be skeptical on things.
Why wouldn't
And then
it
you can
happen?
have a little evidence towards it, or at least a lot. Actually, for me, I need a lot.
Sorry, things like that I have no problems believing, because if you have access to the best and brightest, why wouldn't you steal them? We decimated Germany for the next 20 years.
No, I just don't have that heart, man. It's not in me.
Yeah, they're not planning on going to war with the world again, are they?
Probably.
They
Isn't
did it
that
twice
the
already.
problem?
You know?
Yeah.
We should probably keep a close eye on them.
I don't think Angela Merkel could lead
She's
her way
out.
out of a paper. Is she out?
She's out.
Oh,
Don't they have
That's
some
how-
new cat? Oh, that's what I heard.
she was bad.
Name one good politician.
Mm. You mean name one good actor? Because that's what they all are, though.
Yeah, not two, not three, not four, just one.
So my answer would be the one who said no when offered the job.
That's good. Honestly, though, I don't know if you'd even go to that point of trying to get a job, because if you have anything to do with politics, and I know a couple people have, and had anything to do with going to school about them, you start learning very soon about certain things that are going to go down. And that little handler comments that people hear, people can act like that shit ain't real, but maybe you should talk to some people. That's all I'm going to say.
No, but good old George Washington, when they first offered him the job of King of the United States, he told them no. And then when they came back and offered him job of president, he told them no. And then when they came back and offered him it again at a much reduced position, he finally said yes.
Yeah, I don't buy that. I don't buy this the American origin story. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, part of it doesn't make sense.
All of it to me.
Well, pretty much the whole thing, yeah. My understanding is that the United States of America is a corporation that stems from one of the trading companies that ruled the world. Yeah.
What? It's a corporation that came from. I'm assuming you're probably talking about the East India Trade Corporation because they were the ones who are predominantly on the seaboard. And you think that morphed into the U.S. government somehow?
Yeah, I do.
Interesting. Even though the U.S. government declared war on them and sunk all of their fleet.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, whatever you choose to believe, it's up to you, you know. But
well, I mean,
you
now
can't
we're
verify
talking.
it today. You know what I mean? Like we said earlier today, like something's supposed to go way back. It's like, did that happen? Did it happen that way? And everybody knows that they're all shaking hands and acting like they're at war and fighting each other. But at the end of the day, are they really? Yeah.
Well, we do have the wrecks to prove it, and the ships that were destroyed. Because now we're talking
Yeah,
about
for a
boats who were
second
back in
happened
my
too,
area.
right? But you don't think that people go out wars, they're still shaking hands, and they don't care about collateral damage to their own people, even? Like that hasn't been done? Oh.
But yeah, let me add to that. You don't think that groups of people are funding both sides of a war?
Exactly. I forgot how awake Platypus was. It's nice talking to you, hon, hearing you again.
Yeah, good to hear you too. I'm glad you're doing well.
Yeah, thank you. Same to you.
Going back to the cancer thing and what we eat, I've taken a little trip down the rabbit hole of, you know, food and where it comes from. Worked on farms and, you know, traveled to do that. I've only in my travels met one family that ate 90% of what they produce.
Mhm.
And you could, I would leave that 10% out because their animals are eating something that, you know, they didn't produce, and then they eat their animals. I've never met anyone that's 100% producing their own food.
I see what you're meaning. Absolutely. And how does that work? You're then turning around and consuming that, what they consume. So what's the point in if you're at 100%? Not many people are off the grid trying to be in some way in that manner and doing a lifestyle like that. It's a very difficult one, I'm sure. But at the same time, if you have it running correctly and you have the money to set up in the beginning, it would actually run quite smoothly. Can. A lot of people don't even want to take that effort. I know you've done a lot towards that.
Well, even the people that I used to think were 100% sustainable and produce their own food. Yeah, sure, they might produce all their own food, but they're oil dependent. I mean, all their farming equipment, their generators, they all run on oil.
Yeah, we're still like they're still somehow stuck in the system. I don't know anyone myself truly that is like, how can you? You're gonna somehow be in the play in the system. You can't fully detach.
Yeah,
You
and
have a
that's the kind of power that you would just do anything to maintain, including lie about all of history and the reality of the world. It doesn't seem that you know, far off.
Some people, it's hard for them to understand that, don't believe. I've talked to a couple people online. I'm just thinking, what? But the most people I talk to in reality, no, they know something's wrong. They can come with a couple things that they don't agree with, or even the same things that their own governments have done. They're like, I didn't sign up for that. I didn't, do this. But we can't say anything about that. They think that your vote counts, all those things. So yeah, but most people don't believe that the system's really there for them. Especially if you're working hard and you're hustling and you're not getting help. Yeah, a lot of people aren't getting help in the system. They know something's wrong, but do they actually know what's wrong? You know what I mean? Most don't truly know. Yeah, we're going back in war times and also just talking, and it's a big point. I mean, we don't know a lot of history. We've been messed with a lot and lied to. But a massive mind shift happened around NASA being created, 58, 59. Then the whole moon landing, everything being put on that box in that home that they saw in that black box, and it became their journalism after that, their reality and their truth that they got. So they can talk to their friends about it. How's the weather? How's this? I mean, I went from newspapers and stuff to that, but in a totally different way. Now we got actors and everything else on our screens telling us what's going on in the world. And we just believe it because it's on that box that they saw supposed people go to the moon to. Has to be real, right? Now we're carrying it on our hands too, everywhere. Google tells you what's reality. We're not far from literally having people that just regurgitate everything. Everything.
Doesn't that cut the other way as well? We have, as you put it, a box in our hands that is telling us things. And if those things were wrong, people can use that little box in their hand to tell people. But no one ever does. No one ever comes forward and says, hey, a flight from, I'm going to pick on you a little bit, Stacey, sorry, London to the
You're good.
London to the US ran out of fuel because we have no idea what the distance is.
Right. No, that did not happen. I'm sure.
Right.
Because it never happened to me.
Well,
So I
and
can give you that.
I'm not going to say never happens, but
Yeah.
as long
It did
as,
happen to me. Yeah.
yeah, I was using you because I know you just took that flight. But we know these distances, and these are checked all the time.
We had it for like a half an hour every single time. Just keep circulating for like 100 miles over here, 50 back there, because you can't land. You're waiting for other planes to land. You're just circling around the city and stuff. And so, yeah, do they account for all that gas? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not even sure how much they hold in these tanks anymore. Even that's even true. I mean, to be honest, I don't care though. I know that just because they're doing that. I mean, do I know the actual distance? No. I mean, they could have been going off course and fucking just flying and flying and flying overseas. I don't actually know. I don't know the shape of these places correctly. I'm being told what they look like. I've never gone up far enough to see what Australia actually looks like. Does it look like that?
I mean, it did when I sailed up to it, but I was on a boat, not a
Right.
plane, so
I
I'm off
can't
for a
bear
while. Have a good
myself.
one, Stacey.
Bye, honey. Have a good night. But even if I know the distances between these places, it doesn't give me what about Antarctica? I can't go there. See that stuff. There's places that I cannot go to verify. So even if all this stuff between these different places were verified, what does that actually matter? And I know that in its per mile square, it's not there. I literally have seen way too far, over and over and over and over. So at the end of the day, all those distances between England, America, all that stuff, does it matter to me? No. Whoever mentioned that ice cream, thanks a lot. Now I'm thinking about seriously going to make pancakes because I ain't got ice cream. But I'm thinking about what do I have sweet here? Pancakes. Thanks, guys. No, that sugar talk we're talking about too. And this is what happens.
Yeah. 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer in her lifetime. There's 3.8 million breast cancer survivors in the U.S. Breast Cancer Awareness Month's coming up, isn't it?
Are you sure? Is that in November or? I don't know. I can't remember now. I get so upset about breast cancer awareness. It's super important. I think everybody's aware that these issues are happening tremendously. Because like you said, everybody in their family's got something, they're attached to it. It used to be a point in time, though, that when you heard the story, you feel really like, oh my God, I've never heard this stuff. It's out of your understanding almost. And now, nope, it's kind of the norm that you know somebody suffer from it. That wasn't how it used to be.
Yeah, it's all in the food, I think.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's becoming more prevalent as time progresses, and I agree also that it is something I think within the food mainly. So yeah.
You know, is there reports? I'm sure there is. Like comparing food, because I just traveled as well. It's dramatically different in England than it is here, and I am completely baffled that I have to eat the food that I'm eating in America now. It's not fair. I'm not eating food. This is not food. I want to go back over there just for that. But the other countries, it just gets better. Germany gets better. It goes on and on. Italy, certain things there. So it's the fact of are those people, are they affected just as much with cancers? You know what I mean? Than we are in America and other places, because it seems like America's getting hit hard, almost like a testing ground because of the genetically modified stuff.
Yeah,
Because we
we
have sugar,
definitely see
corn syrup in all of our products, man, even our dry products.
definitely seeing cancers in certain situations, certain types of cancer associated within certain type of areas, and then demographically, I think dependent upon age um, and yeah, I mean there's something, some kind of common factor there, and I think a lot of it is going understood due to the fact that like when we test a lot of these chemical compounds and stuff, like we test them as is, and we don't necessarily test them dynamically, like within the system or mixing with within different temperature and pressure ranges, and all that stuff could essentially have a different effect depending on how you essentially apply those variables. So, like for example, dog food was being found to have these issues associated with inflammation and itchiness and all sorts of stuff, and they couldn't figure out what the hell was happening, and they realized that they were testing the dog food, but they weren't testing it after it had been heated up, and after it had been heated up, there was different chemical bonding and compositions taking place that had, you know, undetected, basically went under the radar because they were unaware of how, the effects of that. So just
Most
saying,
of
I
our
think,
dog food doesn't even have enough nutrients in it for the dog. It has the bare minimum, if that, and they're using the worst products possible. But when you actually made me think about something on a deeper level, because we didn't have such a high increase, like I said, around genetically modified time before that. I mean, and you said sugar, and when I think about that, sugar is also number one killer for people who have heart failure. My dad had clogged arteries, and I was told by the coroner it's sugar. But when you think about all this and then how they make corn, one of the number first things that's genetically modified, I'm from Indiana, I know my family had cornfields. It was turned into what? Feed, or was for high fructose corn syrup. And that is what has been put into all the products, especially here in America and other products around the world. But actually, it's not allowed in some places at all, by the way, in their countries. And so that's why you're going to see a massive difference in people if they're going to be affected or not. But when you talk about cancer and how it reacts to sugar, then it almost makes me feel like absolutely not that we just question this was done on purpose, but it was done on purpose. And they're making our increase in levels in sugar and everything higher so that this can happen in forms. And of course,
Yeah.
toxins and too. But it's done,
I mean,
yeah.
it's a way to kind of poison us, like it's kind of like, what's the word I'm looking for? Self-inflicted poisoning, right? Like, you know, it's
Right,
bad for you, but yet, you know, you're putting it in yourself. But the main fact of the matter is it's everywhere. Like, there's not a fucking store you can't go into, even like for example, like an electronics store, like a main franchise, like Best Buy, for
Yeah.
example. I mean, what do they have it set up now? They have a maze for a line you have to go through, and through that maze is all sorts of little candies and shit, you know, to pick up before you exit that door. And I mean, they're just shoving it in your face everywhere.
You know, that's a good thing about over there. I was seeing so much a difference of even if you were eating something, it didn't have the same amount of bad stuff that we have here. They're really big on trying to cut the sugar down on people. You know, just like the Fanta was not Fanta we get in America. It was like the real stuff. Like it wasn't even, there was no coloring. They didn't use coloring in a lot of places that we have, like the red 40 and all that. So like your taffy's white. Ain't no coloring. Your food and your cereals look blah because they're not adding that coloring to the food because it will kill you. So they're
Like,
literally certain things like that, making sure you don't get those chemicals in us. We're getting in everything here.
kind of taking it back to my point again. I just think it's odd because legally, like if you were to go into business, like marketing an item, your item has to be marketed in such a way, and it not only that, it has to be distributed in such a way to where you can't just go everywhere with your product, right? Like your product has to be within a certain real estate, depending on what it is. Like t-shirts, for example, like you can't just go selling t-shirts on the fucking street corner because it's kind of against the law. Like you have to have a place of business, and your place of business has got to fit within the context of that zoning. Like you're not going to go put a t-shirt business open to the public in a real estate or in like a community, in the middle of a community where it's all real estate. Like you're going to put it in the business section. But like when we're talking about sugar's literally worked its way into every fucking facet of our lives. Like even when you go to the car dealership to drop your vehicle off, what do they got there? They got fucking cookies sitting there for you, like free. I mean, sugar is literally just being pushed on us in every aspect of our life over here in the Western society. And I think it's illegal, honestly, because you know, I can't do that with any other product. You can't take there's no other product out there that you can take and just shove anywhere in every facet that you want. Can't do it. But somehow sugar has worked its way into everything. I mean, every desk has got a candy bowl on it in every office. I mean, sugar is the most abundant controlled substance.
They're like, here's a sucker after you just had your teeth cleaned.
Yeah, you go to the doctor. Here you go. Here's a fucking lollipop and some fucking weird ass glue sticker shit that we're gonna fucking, you know, most kids stick them on their foreheads, and who knows what the fuck Chinese chemicals in that. But I'm just saying, it's like sugar is somehow been accepted in everything, and no other business model has ever been, I think, so accepted.
I mean, everybody loves sugar, but I mean, they've really pushed it on people to no end. It's everywhere. I mean, kids even, you know, look at some of the TikTok videos and stuff. I've seen them and they go, "Oh God, I'm about to get diabetes." Like they joke around. I'm like, honey, that's because you see these desserts they're making. Like, no one should eat that. You're going to kill yourself, yeah, in one sitting. What are you doing? But a lot of people just don't care. And that's knowing what they're eating, and that stuff is sweet. But it sucks because when you're finding products that literally contain high fructose corn syrup, and sugar, tell me what's needed. They're amping it to that degree, all three. That's in a lot of products, and people don't even pay attention to that.
I remember there was something back in the day with sugar and Kaiser.
Man, there's something used to make my brain do. What is that? I mean, now you got me thinking. There was something. Oh, I'm gonna have to look this up now. What are you trying to do to me? It's too late. I'm supposed to be in bed. I usually get at 3 o'clock in the morning. Hang on. Posted something about a sugar destroyer. It seems like we should be eating a lot more roots and vines and barks and stuff. Seems like there's a lot of things that I'm found over the last few years that have a lot of nutritional value that we don't get, and it's good for our brains and hearts and all that come from these things. We probably knew this back in the day. We made powders and all this stuff out of them. Maybe I don't know, but it's interesting considering of buying a sugar killer. Is that true? I don't know. You know, and Daiso, it makes I really don't think if everybody ate natural sugar only natural sugar, and not a genetically modified plant either that's now natural sugar. You know what I mean? Is that natural then? Because it's not natural anymore, the plant itself. But if we went back to those days, I don't think we'd have an issue with sugar as much. Heart failures, all that. Cancers related to
Yeah,
it. Yeah. I don't know, but yeah, I think so.
I agree. I think natural sugar is totally different than processed sugar. I think natural GMOs, or sorry, natural fruits that have been modified, the sugars within that, I mean, who's to say? Like, you know what I mean? It's, I think there's any kind of sky's the limit of possibilities when you start playing with things, and you don't know the outcome of that until, enough testing has been put into it. So. Yeah, like for example, the cannabis plant has been modified for a long time, in just in a lot of ways, like whether it be within the feeding or its environment, and it's had an effect upon the genetics of the plant itself, to the point where cannabis is one of the few plants, if any, that isn't easily tissue cultured, and it's an inherent issue due to the modifications upon the original genetics, natural original genetics.
Something was up with him a while back when Michigan was wanting to go recreational and all that. But when they did this, I think it was the governor that came on. He spoke about it, and he was saying something about they want to control the seed. And the way he worded it was exactly the way when I was doing the research with Monsanto around 2004 and stuff here. And I'm like, you just basically said what Monsanto said they were doing. That's the same thing. You guys are messing with the seeds. I bet you anything. Why wouldn't they? Here, guys, y'all can have it now. We're gonna control what the you're smoking. Excuse my language. So is it gonna even be helpful for you anymore, or as helpful? Is it gonna cause other issues? We don't know. And you mess with that seed, like that is to me like God's miracle plant. You know what I mean? That's just my definition for it. You genetically modify that, and we're not in a good place. They've done all our seeds, the food and stuff. It's not just the corn anymore. They've done so much of our food. I don't even know why that was even acceptable in the first place. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. I think the attention and the focus is on a lot of the wrong things. I think a lot of the attention, the focus goes on to how to prevent people from A, either being free, or B, being able to protect their freedoms, or C, being able to monetize themselves some way through business or invention or anything like that. Like they really try to hold back the free people, man. It sucks. You know, there's more red tape involved in the cannabis industry than any other industry. Like you can go make pharmaceuticals right now and have less restrictions, placed on you than you would if you were to try to get licensing for the cannabis industry. And that's a problem. That's a big problem. And this is all a direct issue of corruption.
Yeah, there's only so many people actually growing this stuff for medical and all that. They're controlling that too, and how much you can grow and everything. And people were applying left and right for these positions. Only so many got them. Look into your states and stuff. There's only so many that can do this.
Even when you have the licensing or the medical recommendation for the doctor, whatever legal facet that you've taken to try to ensure yourself that you're following proper guidelines and policies and laws, you're still at the scrutiny of the law. Like it's no longer innocent until proven guilty. I mean, they come in and they place whatever label they want upon your name, and it's up to you to prove your innocence at that point. I mean, even with a license, prohibiting them from even trying to do what they're doing. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. You got the law right now enforcing policy over things that they shouldn't, that the federal government's even sent memos out saying, hey man, back off. We don't have the funding to pursue this. What are you doing? They're still going after it. Why are they going after it? Because those same people that are going after it have invested into the industry, and their money's not coming in like they expected it to because of the supposed black market. So they go after anybody and everybody they can that's affecting their money coming in. The same judges and prosecutors that are fucking locking people up behind bars are the same people invested in the industry. I mean, that's you can't do that. That's non-justful. It's all happening right now in America. It's been happening. It happens with every fucking industry. They monopolize every industry, you name it. And this is what they're doing with the cannabis industry now. This government's out of control.
100%.
1 in 8 women are going to be affected by breast cancer, and you're spending money on fucking bombs and fighting bankers' wars and doing what else, man? You're not focusing on helping the general demands of the general public. Like, people need to wake up. So it's your mom or your child, you know what I mean? I guess everyone's just like, oh, you know, hockey game's on. And how much money did they spend on CERN and fucking SpaceX launches and NASA and just all this irrelevant shit, dude? All irrelevant. I think anyone having a family member dying of cancer would easily say, I would rather your fucking energies and money go towards fixing my family member than your ass getting your fucking jollies off on getting closer to a star from a fucking rock shit. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. People suffering, man. $52 million a day. Crazy. I honestly think all the money going towards research and development, I think it's a fucking fraud. I think it's just sucking the money from the fucking people. I think they got the cure. They're just keeping it under wraps. Population control.
I agree on that 100%. I really, really do. I think
Yep.
that's why I kind of go, oh, breast cancer awareness. Like we're all aware, but where's the cure? You guys have it. You've had it. Don't play games. You know what I mean? But people
Yep.
look at it's like we're crazy sometimes when we say that
And we
shit.
see it
But
with
no.
HIV. Look at HIV. Look how expensive the medicine is for that. I mean, they only release that because they can monetize the shit out of it, and they are. There's no reason that shit should be that expensive. That's a fucking patent thing right there. Is all that is, dude. And with all the patents and fucking intellectual fucking data that's being stolen yearly from China, you mean to tell me someone hasn't had the bright idea to fucking mass produce that and fucking sell a cheaper generic fucking? I mean, it's a no-brainer. We could easily solve fucking HIV, world hunger, energy issues. I mean, there's so many things that could be resolved within a snap of a fucking finger. But there's just entities preventing it all from happening. And meanwhile, everyone's taking selfies of themselves and the fucking plate of food they're gonna eat, thinking how cool they are. Let's go crypto.
What up? What up?
I don't even believe it. Duke Nukem.
That's a pretty good Duke Nukem voice, Demok. You gotta say, come get some in the Duke Nukem voice.
Come get some.
You got to make my producer tag for me, man.
It'll be $14.95, Duke Nukem style. No, I don't know.
Bro, do me one and say ASIC beats so I can capture it from the live stream and use it as my producer tag.
Say what?
ASIC and beats.
Basic beats.
Without the B.
Basic beats?
No, ASIC beats.
ASIC beats.
Yeah.
ASIC beats.
Okay, I'm gonna catch that from the live stream and build a beat right now and use it as a drop tag.
I can do a lot of voices. That's not all. I've always done a good Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime. From one galaxy to the next. Optimus Prime is here. Bumblebee, get over here.
Is that the Mortal Kombat voice? Scorpion, get over here.
Well, yeah, in a way, yeah, but it's Optimus Prime. You're just talking to Bumblebee. Get over here. That'd be that one. Get over here. Finish him. You will die.
Who was the one kid in Little Rascals that had that like deep voice, rascally voice? Yeah, you sound like Froggy. Girls are gross. Boys rule, girls drool.
Boys rule, girls drool.
It's a full moon, by the way.
A full room?
Nah, I said a full moon. I'm just coming over the bridge here, and there's a big full moon in the sky.
He says he's on full shrooms, man, right now. He's getting high in the sky.
Just coming over the bridge.
Where are you?
Trying to snap a pic
Speaking
right now.
right now
I-
on the shrooms.
over. That probably wasn't too safe, but or splash all the people in front of me. I don't think I got a very good picture. Flash.
If you hit 88 miles per hour and stare at the moon, you'll go back to the future.
You must be
I guess there
lots
won't
of.
be a full moon on Halloween this year.
Why?
Well, what? 2 weeks? I guess we'll new moon? No moon? I'm not sure.
So you're in control of that? What's your problem,
No.
buddy? Taking the full moon? No,
Oh,
just
man.
playing.
I'm just saying, like, if it's a full moon right now,
Yeah. You never know, though, right? I mean, I don't know. I think it just matters on how much light's hitting the moon at what angle from where the sun's going to what area, what orientation to the north. Or the
Technically,
east.
it's not a full moon until D-Mock's mom drops her drawers completely.
I guess.
That's how we say you're a moon child, D-Mock.
Okay. I guess that works.
You came out the back end, man. Sorry, break the news.
I was a good swimmer because I came right in the toilet, huh?
You were a little premature. You came out a little early, but you came out the quick way.
Hell yeah. I was a fast learner.
That wasn't a skid mark or a birthmark on your head. There was a peanut in your ear, though. All right, D-Mock, don't go getting sensitive on me. Come on, man, it's full moon. You gotta let the werewolf out. You guys are all fucking clammed up.
driving. Probably shouldn't Discord and drive. Must be
Hey, the
Monday.
cows outside. Supposed to be cows, Cletus. You live on a cow farm. Oh.
What?
Were you in the boat when the boat tipped over?
Me? I was under the boat.
You were in the water. Fucking right.
I was pushing the boat, man. They didn't never let me in the boat. But I learned how to breathe through my ears.
Got no horn.
And that's how I became your daddy.
What about that lunar shadow eclipse? It's just a shadow on the moon.
I don't
Shadow.
know, man. I don't focus on things I can't touch.
Which shadow on the moon? From the Earth?
The light that shines on the moon that shows up as a shadow. No, not the Earth. The Earth doesn't shine on the moon, goofy.
After weeks of soul searching,
Not like that. The Earth reflects the shine to the moon. A little bit. but it doesn't shadow on the moon. The moon either. The Earth doesn't shadow the moon. The Earth never moves in front of the moon, ever, 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 never, ever.
I know.
Oh, okay.
So, how do you guys feel about the moon landing?
What happened with the moon?
Well, they say they landed some people on it, like a bunch of times.
No.
No?
Who did?
Okay, good.
No. That's Freemasonic
TV
propaganda.
set.
No
Well, no.
Freemasonic propaganda.
Well, what they did was put remotes on there. If they can put something on there, it'd be remote. And if there's something on there or any human on there, it'd be military, and they wouldn't tell us about it. And it would be like on the backside.
They showed people on the moon. That's what they said.
Well, if you can see them from your front yard with a good telescope on the moon from your front yard, like if you put together a good telescope, then I'd be like, all right. But if we can't see nothing going on, I mean,
you can't get a telescope that good.
That good, we can see the moon with our eye. Our eye's that good. What do you mean?
But if it's that far away, like if it's 240,000 miles away, there's no telescope on Earth that would allow you to see any definition on the moon.
If the little bitty baby moon was 200 and something thousand miles away, we wouldn't see the moon.
But if it's reflecting light from the sun,
I'm just saying it would be a dot. The moon would look like one of those dot star things. If it was 200 something thousand miles away, it would look like a dot.
And on the size and the angular size.
Yeah, it would be small. It wouldn't be big. It wouldn't be.
Well, it has the same angular size as the sun.
What does?
The moon.
The moon is the same size as the sun.
Yeah, angular size.
No, they're both exactly the same size.
Yeah, but if the sun is 400 times farther away, it has to be 400 times bigger.
Yeah, and Santa Claus's fucking goodie bag, yeah. But in reality, they're both on the same level and they're both the same size. In reality. Now on a globe speculated version.
On a globe model, yeah.
Version, model, speculation, plastic hollow sticker, universe, whatever. Computer screen, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, TV screen.
Yeah, the globe square.
Why do they not crash into each other?
Because maybe there's only paper thin. Maybe they only paper thin. And they slide right up past one another.
Why would something that's tidally locked above something crash into it?
How is something tidally locked creating two tides in one day?
Something tidally locked isn't creating a tide at all.
Don't they say that the moon creates the tide because it's tidally locked? I don't know.
Well, fuck. If you want to go to what they say, you might as well go read Dr. Seuss and tell us what he says too. I'm just saying, conduction. What's that? Superconduction, right? You get a tidal lock. Like when you freeze things, they'll lock together magnetically. And it's like the two little discs that just slide around the other disc and they just stay right there. You can put them on the top or the bottom and they'll stay locked.
You know this Sir Isaac Newton guy who's responsible for the death of at least 28 people?
Isaac Newton killed a lot of people with gravity.
I know Isaac Newton.
A lot of people been falling because of that gravity.
I just do my best to discredit all the well-known fathers of modern science.
Yeah, and you guys be quiet. That's what I thought. D-Mock, you're on a timeout. Okay, cool.
Hello, Dicelo.
I'm gonna take you off mute, D-Mock, but I don't want to hear any more shit. Hey, what's up? I'm just getting my mod practicing going, that's all, man. How you been, Flirt?
All fine, man. Thanks. And you?
Yeah, man, I've been alright. Pretty good, pretty good.
Yeah, I was at a birthday of a friend of mine.
Did you say anniversary or university?
No, a birthday of a friend of mine.
Oh, you were okay. That's where you were at today?
No, I just came home. But cool, man. Didn't drink also.
Yeah. Got a drink. Isn't it beer fest over there right now?
Yeah, but more on the southern part of Germany, like Munich and so.
Yeah, Munich. Okay. They got good beer over there, don't they?
Allegedly. They say so, but I'm not a beer expert.
The secret recipe is hiding in one of those porcelain, little shitty, weird looking German dolls somewhere in somebody's house. You gotta find it.
What?
What are those little weird dolls they have? It's like some kind of little man figure. I don't know. My wife would know. She's German. Her grandpa had one in his house when I went there. It's like some little man with a hat and like a black suit. I don't know what the fuck they call it, dude.
I'm not exactly sure.
Go watch the movie Beer Fest, dude. It's in that movie. I told you about this movie, man. You gotta watch it.
Okay, so I might suggest a movie to you as well.
Okay, yeah, I'm all for it.
I recently watched the movie Pi, like System in Chaos or so. It should be called in English. The movie is called Pi. Have you watched it?
Is it P.I. or just
Yeah,
P.I.E.?
no, hi, Darren Aronofsky's in this first film, black and white, 1990 something.
Yeah. Crazy movie.
Somebody's going live. What's it about?
There is a guy who's like really into computers and mathematics, and he like tries to find a correlation between like numbers and the how is it called, the like Wall Street stuff and so on. You know, he just tries to like
Oh, okay.
see patterns and stuff.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And then he gets to know a guy from like a Jewish sect, or like like a Jewish sect which like operate in numerology.
Mm-hmm.
And then he does some crazy mathematical operations with computers and so on, and like tries to find an ultimate code. Yeah, really interesting movie.
Okay, so it's he's essentially trying to build a some kind of a system that he can make accurate predictions, stock market trends.
Yeah, stock market was the word I was looking for. Yeah.
I actually know of a guy who did this. It's a friend of mine. It's an MIT kid, and he developed this software that could essentially correlate market trends fairly accurately and just kind of generate predictions. And he actually sold it for, I forgot how many $1 million. They ended up using that in the market somehow. I forget the whole story behind it, but it was pretty neat. I want to say he sold it for about 13 million. So like, what was the, that's it? It's just, it doesn't sound very like fun.
What do you mean?
I don't know. It just sounds kind of like boring.
It's edited very well. and it's kind of I don't want to call it a student film, but it's Darren Aronofsky's first film, and it's what made him into the name that we know Darren Aronofsky is for film people.
Have you seen the short? The short? Is it The Big Short?
The Big Short, yeah.
Did you see that? Did you like that one?
I saw it. It was pretty good. I don't know if you're talking to me or the flirt.
Yeah, it
Follower,
was,
right?
that was talking to you because you sound like you're kind of the mediator here between us and in the terms of understanding the movies. But what would you say as far as comparison goes? Like, is it comparable as far as like?
Oh God, no, not even remotely. This is a black and white student film shot on like 16 millimeter. It's good. You should see it at some point. It's good, but it's made by like a master filmmaker. Like he's really good, and it was his first. It's as good as like Christopher Nolan's first black and white movie, The Following. Those two grew up kind of in the late 90s at the same time, and they've kind of had parallel success in filmmaking. Not success in monetary, but like they're A-list directors.
Got you. Okay.
I mean, he's won. I mean, Academy Awards and all this. I mean, he almost every time he makes a movie, it's nominated for some kind of Academy Award at this point, kind of deal.
I mean, I guess when you put it that way, it would be interesting to see like somebody with that type of skill.
Yeah, exactly.
How they apply themselves with like near limited budget and
Precisely.
just yeah, like what
You see
kind
their
of
craft.
yeah, like you get to really see that individual's what they got to kind of be creative with outside the box.
Exactly. It's down to the writing, the overall look. Because he's a writer director, so he writes most all of his stuff, and yeah, you definitely check it out at some point. It's good stuff. And it's
Okay.
odd too. It's like there's a kind. I don't want to say a twist ending, but like it's a kind of bizarre movie. The guy kind of goes crazy. It's like but it's good. And it's only like what 90 minutes or something, like not even. So it's not like it's like a huge long movie.
Are you working on any new music, Flirt?
Yeah, sure. My housemate, I'm living in a constellation with 4 other guys, you know. One of them is active here, like in hip hop music in this city. He's like like the only guy putting out really dope music in this city. So we are currently doing a new project, which will come out like in a few weeks. And now, since I have my voice tag from DMOG, I have my laptop on my beforehand, and I'm doing a beat right now, which I will post.
Well, maybe you can go live and run it.
Oh yeah, but then I have to reconnect. Wait a second.
quiet now. Oh, I was waiting for Flirk to get back. He was gonna play some of his new music he's working on. I think he's like said he had to reconnect or something. I don't know. What else is going on? Not much. You're looking at it. Wonder how Brenda's been. I haven't seen her in like, geez, I feel like it's been a while. I don't know. Couldn't tell you, man. Sin could probably tell you.
There's a few people I don't think got the invite to the server, like Brenda, Chikey. I haven't seen him in a while.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, Turkey too. Yeah, I mean, just not that I keep tabs on them or anything, just that they haven't been around in any place, not just here.
I think I've seen Chikey in Gem's server.
He's probably over at Jose fucking JG's.
With that same photo, right?
With the eye line. I guarantee he looks like that too, all fucking bug-eyed and shit, fucking looking two ways. Nah, Chike's cool when he wants to be. They're like the Jose guy, man. He is just too triggered. I mean, even for a globalist, it's just like right on the verge of thermonuclear at any given time.
Really? I thought he's kind of even keeled.
Well, I mean, just like maybe for the show and stuff, but they had a text channel that was called like the Flurfinator or something like that, where it had a trigger warning, and you also had to be 18 plus, and it was not safe for work. And I would just post stuff in there, and at some point, that Mr. Victory or whatever, he decided he's going to go back and forth with me until he lost the debate, and then try to take all my rules away, but it didn't work. Like they're so bad at Discord that they can't even figure out how to set up their channels appropriately. So I just kept posting. And he's like, "Well, you're not supposed to be posting." I'm like, "Says who?" Right? Like somehow it's my fault he didn't set the roles up correctly, and it's also my fault too that they triggered themselves in a channel they set aside on their server to talk about flat Earth, but for flat earthers, right? And all because of Giggles, right? That's the best part too. Giggles is the one who started caring about what I was posting in there. There's also another channel they had there too, which was like a free for all, like unmoderated,
as long as it's not a death threat. And they get triggered there too. It's like, here's a channel that you can say and do whatever you want as long as it's not a death threat. And they still will spiral out of control. Like, why click on the channel if you feel like you have to moderate something that isn't supposed to be moderated? Colin Powell died.
Yeah, I saw that earlier. Back in the day, people were saying that he might be the first black president, but that didn't work out
Yeah.
that way.
Well, because he kind of compromised himself by going full crony for the Bush family.
Live if someone's interested.
The what?
Oh, Dicelo asked before if I can go live with my beat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, let's see it here. Let's see. All right, I'm in.
Yeah, I still got to build drums now and stuff. Just arranging the sample. Maybe 8 bars, like intro, then drop with drums and maybe pitch the sample. Let's see. You getting this weird clicks as well, Dicelo?
No.
Okay, fine. Okay, let's put Dmog's tag in here.
And what's up, Doc?
What up? Man, my cat had a baby. There was only one kitten in the litter. And this guy's retarded, man. He doesn't, like, want to latch, want to nurse, whatsoever. So he's probably gonna die. Survival of the fittest, only the strong survive.
Deep.
We're gonna have to get a hold of Alex Jones.
I like that meme that Riggs posted. Debunking.
So yeah, so the cats are going retarded now? What in the fuck are we feeding the animals these days?
He's just dumbass, like the nipple is right in front of him. And he keeps on, like, just missing it.
Right, I mean, damn, it's the only one and they ain't got to fight no other cat? What the fuck?
Got to the point where, like, the mom had enough. She picked him up and literally took him into the other room and just left him there.
Don't fuck around. Like, I'll see, like lion cubs kind of, pawing at their mom or dad, and the dad's just sitting there, and that's what my kid does with me, and I just want to sit there. So I think, like, why can't I do that? Why can't I just sit there? But I feel guilty for some reason. I gotta, like, interact with them. Because I guarantee I'm more tired than any lion. I mean, they eat, once every, 5 days? Fucking working, 12 hours a day. They just sit around. Especially the men. Like, they just, well, not men, but the males, they just sit there. The females do all the hunting, and they bring the meat back to him. So why can't I just sit there?
What animal are you talking about?
Lions.
Lions. They eat it once every 5 days?
Well, they don't eat, 3 square meals. They gotta, their shit. Sometimes they go, long stretches without it.
Yeah, they gorge and then they go without.
Right.
I think that's, what we're supposed to be doing too. As humans, I don't think, maybe now it's not, I don't even know if it is natural now to have, like, a sedentary, like, agriculture and stuff like that. But I think we were meant to go, hunt for, like, berries and stuff like that. And once we come across, like, some fruits or what have you, we gorge and then, continue on.
If you're on a diet, you could, like, give that a shot, but it doesn't work. Because every day that you're not eating, well, because every day that you're not eating, you're just thinking about food.
Yeah, I don't necessarily mean going days without food, but definitely we're not supposed to be eating 3. Some people have 5 meals a day. It's fucked.
Think so?
I think so. I think we're supposed to be having, like 1 meal per day, and having like this intermittent fasting type of scenario.
Man, I think they keep switching up what we should do, what we shouldn't do. Years just to keep us.
Obviously, with like some variability in that, because too much of anything is a bad thing.
I wonder how people would eat if there wasn't a whole diet or nutrition. I wonder what they would. Just like, I really wonder what the natural process is for eating. Because, whatever people eat, it's like, oh, I should eat that. I should eat this. I really should cut back on this. Blah, blah, blah. It's like never ending.
There's this tribe in like central southern Africa called the Maasai tribe, and they're basically like vampires. They bleed cows and they drink the blood, but like they only take a little bit at a time so that the cow doesn't die or anything. And they just like drink blood for breakfast.
Right. See, like, immediately I think that's disgusting, but I mean, there could be something to that.
Yeah, there definitely could be.
Yeah, I mean, animal blood is the most nutritious part of the animal, even more so than liver. It contains almost every nutrient. Contains a lot of the heme iron, which is very, very good required for the human body in a lot of ways, and it's got probiotics. Yeah, like I said, like literally every mineral, protein, carbohydrate,
and fat.
Fat, yeah. I mean, it's similar to milk in a way. That's why they call milk white blood sometimes, like in those tribal. And actually, a combination is mixing milk and blood. That's also another one that is often done.
Really? What's that called?
Yeah, I think there is a name for it. It's not coming to my head right now.
No worries. In my culture, blood is forbidden to consume. And I'm sure there's wisdom in that. Like, because I imagine, like, somehow it could lead to, something bad. It could be kind of like exposed or something like that to detriment, but I don't know what it is exactly.
So you don't eat any meat at all, or you just cook it really well?
No, so I eat halal meat, which is basically like slaughtered in such a way that you cut the carotid arteries and the jugular veins so that the blood, like, basically gets drained out almost immediately. So the meat has very little blood. It's not like dripping with blood or anything like that. The blood that's inherent, there's different types of blood. So not all blood is, haram. It's the blood that's, like gushing forth, like from an artery or something like that. That's haram. If it's the blood that's like kind of drenched into the meat after the meat has been drained, if it was like slaughtered properly, then that's perfectly fine. I like my steak medium rare. Sometimes rare, actually.
It's pretty hard to find animal blood. I mean, you can get some like factory farm stuff around here, like that I've seen at like these like Asian grocery stores, but like factory farm pork blood. Oof, I wouldn't mess with that. But yeah, it's a pretty hard thing to find. I think the USDA in America has made it much more difficult to get. There are these capsules though that you can get from like New Zealand, basically freeze dried, and they have like freeze dried blood capsules, which is basically like a powder of it. But when I've had those, like it's really good nutrition. I feel awesome after it. So why would blood be different than the meat? Like in terms of your, like what's the idea of how the blood is different than the meat?
Well, I would think that when you're slaughtering it, it's like a quick thing, and they strive to make it as painless as possible, and then that's it. You've sacrificed the animal, and it's not feeling anything. Whereas if you're kind of like cutting it continuously so as to drink its blood, it's you're constantly traumatizing the animal. Like even when you're slaughtering, you're supposed to hide the knife until the very last second so as to not give the animal any kind of like idea that you're going to be killing it, because you don't want it to fret and panic and stuff like that in its last moments, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's one of the ideas. You could argue that that we could slaughter it in a different way such that there'd be more blood left over, but then you wouldn't be slaughtering it in the correct way that's been prescribed, the one that's striving to make it as painless as possible. The idea is that you're cutting off the circulation of the blood to the head, and this is what I think, that you cut it off like instantly so that no blood's going to the brain, and basically like it can't feel any pain because it's kind of like going, I don't want to say brain dead, but it's just like instantly kind of syncopated. It's like fainting because it has no blood pressure to the brain, and so that prevents it from feeling any of the pain afterwards.
Yeah, I think a traditional way of doing it would be there's like these herbal pastes that can be made that you would put on the tip of an arrow, and then when you shoot the animal, instantly that herbal paste goes into their bloodstream, and it basically kills them in a way that's like, if you use the right herbal mixture, like basically blissful, like painless and blissful, because like that herbal mixture like going right into the bloodstream. So then perhaps they would die in a way that's the least painful possible, and then from there, like you could drain the blood and then do all that. But I think that's kind of probably been lost in terms of in the modern world, that kind of process.
I do know when you're bleeding, like in your stomach, and your body digests the blood, it turns into melena, this like really hard black stool. And so that suggests to me at least that your body can't completely digest blood, and that there's some remnant which is unacceptable to the stomach to digest. I don't know if that's the hemoglobin or what.
Wait, say that again? I don't know if I fully understood that.
There's something called melena, which is basically blood which is in the upper GI that has gone through digestion, but it's not completely digested. So you can tell when you have melon in the stool that you have an upper GI bleed, like medically. And so they'll look to scope to see if there's an ulcer or what have you, right? So, but the idea is that this blood is not completely digested, and that's why you have melena in the first place. So that tells me that there's at least some aspect of blood that's unacceptable to the gastrointestinal system, to like your digestive system.
That idea, that's blood coming.
That's blood from a lesion inside your GI tract.
Okay, so something like, okay, not like consumed,
or even from your like esophagus or what have you. Yeah, anywhere in your upper GI tract.
So you're just saying that because it's in the upper GI that it isn't being digested the rest of the way through, that you're then making a link saying that we can't digest it?
No, because if it's not in your upper GI, then it won't undergo this digestion process, and it'll be like red, fresh blood when it comes out. You know, like if you have a hemorrhoid, for instance, that's bleeding, you know, you'll notice that the blood is red. But if it's in your upper GI, anywhere from your mouth to your you know, end of your small intestine, then it'll be, well, it's not necessarily the end, it'll be the first third of your small intestine. But yeah, it'll be digested such that it'll now turn into this black, tarry, like thing called melena. Black tarry, like stool, blood, called melena.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm aware of some of that, like what, yeah, like that kind of where you're just what you're describing.
I don't know if it's the fibrin in it or what. I'm not sure.
I'm just not clear on how I hear what you were saying with that, and that is my understanding. Yeah, that there's different kinds of blood that can occur like that. But were you linking that to the idea that we can't digest it, and that's why it comes through the stool?
Yeah, like at least some part of the blood is like indigestible, because if it was fully absorbed, you wouldn't have melena.
Have you seen with the Maasai where they like tap the cow, like they literally like?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Right. Like it's one thing to consume blood after the animal's been like harvested, but it's another thing to like a live animal, like literally like popping a hole in its, you know, neck or whatever, and then just like taking the blood out fresh. It's pretty intense.
It is, but you could argue that it's even more humane to do it that way because the animal continues to live and you are, you know, you're feeding yourself, you're getting the nutrients you need, right?
Yeah, it's almost like giving blood or whatever, like
exactly
in a similar way. And animals, they don't seem to feel a lot of pain. I mean, I think they do when they die and stuff, but I've just been around different animals, and it's like they don't. I mean, maybe if you pierce its skin, I don't know. Because when I've seen the Maasai do it, the animal doesn't even look like it's in pain. And I've been around like goats and stuff, and it's like it's not like a dog. Like if you like, I mean, I've never done this, but like if somebody like kicks a dog or something, you know, they'll be like, oh, you know, but like with a goat, like they don't even care. Like they ram each other. Like I think they definitely have a different pain tolerance.
Yeah. I'd say even humans can have some pretty crazy pain tolerances.
I mean, I'm a little surprised that there isn't a company, maybe there is, but like a company that like sells that as a nutritional product and then like doesn't actually harvest the animal, but just does like what the Maasai are doing. Maybe there is someone doing that somewhere, but I haven't heard of that.
I don't know if it's legal, to be honest. At least in like North America.
Yeah.
It seems like it would be one of those things that would be very hard to kind of like control in terms of animal rights and stuff like that. It'd be hard to oversee it. You know, some farmers are now tapping their cows and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, milking already is fucking a travesty. Disgusting, like how the milk industry is. Imagine if they started tapping cows for blood.
Yeah. Well, I think in America, at least, they've done a lot of programming to make people think that that's not a food. So Whereas in other countries, like blood is used in like, you know, all kinds of puddings and soups and all that. But it seems like here, yeah, so I'm just saying, even if that was a product available, like there would be some people that would buy it for sure, people that know about like ancestral nutrition and stuff, but I don't know how like profitable a company could be even doing that in America, at least. I don't even like the idea of harvesting animals at all. I wish I could just eat plants or eat nothing, ideally, but it seems like the biology of my body seems to require it. So it's almost like just a necessity, but I'd definitely prefer not to.
I'm not so sure about that. I think I would agree with you if not for eggs. The fact that eggs exist, I think we could get by without eating animals.
Well, not you. That'd be vegetarian at that point. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, well, what about? So you don't think we need meat then?
I don't think we, strictly speaking, need meat if we have eggs. I think you can, you know, substitute your like meat requirements with eggs.
You think you can get enough iron from eggs, of the heme iron?
Yeah, I think so. Iron, heme is just like the word for iron, and like, you know, hemoglobin. And there's like a lot of foods contain iron, so I don't think that would be an issue whatsoever.
I find that my body requires the red meat overall. That would be the one, yeah, like, because I can do without chicken or whatever. I don't really even care, you know, like white meat like that's kind of not that dense, but things like wild game meat, like that red meat, it seems to be like I can't. Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to be optimal without it. Like my health, I think I could get by on eggs for sure, like in a way, but I don't think it would be optimal. Is what is my general sense of it. Have you ever tried that diet, or have you done that?
Yeah, I've went without red meat for like, you know, sometimes a month and a half at a time. I do like, I think to be optimal you might need a little, like, I would say fish would probably do the trick. But eggs are like, they're understated how good they are and how like wholesome they are.
Yeah, I mean, you're basically getting like the structure of an entire little bird. So, yeah, especially if you get them fertilized, there's like some of those cells that are starting. So, yeah, they are kind of a complete food in that way.
I wouldn't eat fertilized eggs. That's crazy.
I've noticed they're just a lot more nutrient dense, it seems. Yeah, the issue with eggs I find is that so many of them are just full of GMOs and all the genetically modified corn and grains and soybean. It's out of control. It's so bad. I don't know what kind of eggs you're able to get, but in the U.S., like, oh my gosh, it's crazy the amount of just chemicals, and so they're kind of more of a hazard food for a lot of people because all those grains and corn and soy tend to trigger like autoimmune diseases and things like that. So yeah, it can be pretty rough food for people that have anything like that or arthritis because, yeah, all the grains. Are you able to get eggs that are not fed those things, or Is your body all right with those things?
With what? Sorry.
Like when they feed a chicken like grains,
Antibiotics and stuff.
corn and soybean, yeah, and other well, yeah, there's that too. Yeah, there's like vaccines and injections and chemicals and stuff. But just the grains as well, like the corn, wheat, soy, all of those, soybean. Like they have done, there are studies that show that the soy protein will make it through into the egg. So if you eat an egg that's been fed soy, you're getting soy protein, which a lot of people have all kinds of issues with.
Yeah, not where I currently am, but where I was before, I would get, home-grown eggs, if you will. Like the city was cool about people having eggs in their chickens in their backyard and stuff, and so like a relative of mine would give me some eggs.
Yeah.
That being said, when I can't get that, I just try to go for like the pasture-raised eggs, pasture-raised chickens or whatever. I just kind of give the benefit of the doubt that, they actually do let the chickens run around. Not the free range. Free range is, they just open like a little door inside the fucking like, huge chicken coop or what have you, and it's very rare that the chicken actually has, time outside. But the pasture raised is, arguably more stringent requirements that they allow the chicken to go out and run around and, peck at the ground and eat food normally, and like insects and worms and crap. Actually, now I think about it, I don't know if I've ever seen a chicken eat a worm. I've only ever seen it depicted, but who knows?
Yeah, they love them. Yeah, that's a much better food for them than corn and wheat and soy.
Yeah,
and
you've
all
seen
that,
a chicken eat like an earthworm?
Yeah.
Cool. I've only ever seen them like eat insects and like seeds and stuff.
Yeah, they pick them up and chop them into pieces with their beak, and then they eat them right up. Yeah. See, the thing is that chickens, like in nature, in any normal type environment, they would be able just to roam the earth like freely, going over thousands of acres throughout their lifetime, and then they're going to find all of these unique nutrients like little bugs and things throughout the journey. Whereas now, when you keep them on like a small area, they're not going to get that distribution of worms and bugs and things like that. So then they need to supplement them with protein, which is why they fill them with all the corn and soybean and grains and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think they would venture too far normally if they weren't being kept. But yeah, definitely they would venture out more and have more food and more, variety and stuff like that. I think they're probably creatures of habit that still go back to the same like tree or what have you that they jump up into to roost and so on. Because when we had chickens, and we just like let them roam freely all over the property, they like more or less they would just jump into the same tree and would spend the night there, because like dogs and what have you, so they jump up and kind of like do their little barely flying thing, get into the tree, and that's where they spend the night. They're like maybe 1.5 meters high olive trees, like where the trunk will like bifurcate into like the branches and stuff, and that's where they just chill.
Yep, that's what I've noticed as well. They do tend to stay in a range and sleep in the same place, especially if they know there's shelter there and there's food and water and stuff. So in nature, I mean, you think, all right, so like let's say in the Amazon, because the original chicken came from, at my understanding, it's called like it was like a red. There's a particular form of chicken that the original one came from, and so when they're in the Amazon, like, are you saying that they would only stay in a local region, and then they would sleep in the same tree every night their whole life, or do they like, or would they kind of do that for a while and then move along to another area?
They might slowly like drift, but yeah, like night after night would probably be in the same tree. Maybe like, you know, over the generation of the chicken, it might like move from one kind of area to the next. But they are kind of creatures of habit in that regard. If there's food, I think they'd stay. Because like our property didn't even have a fence at all, and they stayed for like, you know, years on end. They would roam the property, and that's about it. We had fences on the sides, but nothing in the front.
Back to the like food stuff. In terms of like eating meat, like we were talking about. Yeah, I'm kind of like you said. You've gone a month and a half without red meat. It's about the same with me because I did veganism for a while, and I really only did it for about a month and a half. So during that time, that's probably the only time I haven't eaten red meat. And after that, like after I stopped that, I was eating steaks every day. Oh, it was the best. It was just, yeah, I was like having to refill on all that. So, but that was vegan that was at that time. That was my only bout with veganism was, yeah, about a month and a half. When I say bout, meaning like when I, did it. And, so yeah, I didn't have any meat during that period, but I think every other time in my life, I've always had, you know, red meat pretty regular. Like I said, I wish I didn't have to eat any meat at all. I wish I could totally just either eat plants or just eat fruits. But yeah, the current situation we're in, it seems like the only place to get those nutrients are in animal foods from what's currently available.
Yeah.
Have you heard my theory about the ancient plants that have been taken away from us?
No.
Well, it's not necessarily a theory. I said that just because, yeah, it's a thing that obviously I don't have any physical proof for. I don't see it as a theory myself. I suppose you can take it for what you will, but essentially, like, I think basically humans originally are not designed to be meat eaters or even animal food eaters. Our true genetic food, like our true food that is the most like nourishing, tastes the best, and completely like is the best genetically for us, like heals the body, boosts the immune system, rebuilds the body. And that there used to be these ancient plants which currently they've taken from us. So whoever's in control now basically like literally killed them all of those plants, took the seeds, and I think that they still have the seeds, of course. But they basically removed all of those plants. And those plants were like a mixture of fruit and also a mixture of fat, almost like avocado, but like fatty. So they were like these fatty fruits. It was almost like, you know, ice cream. Everyone loves ice cream because it's got that fat in it, and then it's got the sugar. the sweetness. So they were like that, and they were like these things that you could just eat. So they tasted kind of like meat, kind of like fat. They were like almost like they were similar to animal foods in those nutrients. So they contain all of those fat soluble vitamins like the vitamin A and the vitamin D, vitamin E, and the CoQ10. Like they basically, these plants had just all of that. And so, yeah, so they've taken those from us now. So now we are like forced to eat animals for our health. Like it's the only way to get those nutrients. So yeah, because those, yeah, like I said, those plants that they've taken, like those actually had the fat soluble vitamins, whereas now you can only get those in like, you know, dairy and eggs and meat and liver and stuff. So they like forced us to start doing this basically. And I think it's pretty demonic because they want us killing animals because they know that humans are not naturally killers like this, but they like wanted to force us to do it. It's kind of dark on that level. It's like there's like a demonic energy that has done this and then is basically keeping us from our ideal food and then killing us with their GMO foods.
I see. Yeah.
So I mean,
like,
just real quick. I mean,
fats-
just real
Go
quick,
ahead.
just to end that. Like in that idea, basically, it means like humans are actually kind of vegan, quote unquote, like by nature. So like spiritually, we are not killers in that way. But yeah, but the fact that they remove the plants like this kind of has forced us in this. But yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, so in my culture, in heaven, there are fruits that we like, that we don't know, that we've never like, that we can only imagine. And when you're in heaven, you'll get them. And you know, when you say that, like, when you were saying that there's fruits that, you know, that are gone now, that have been taken away, it makes me think of, you know, those fruits that we don't have right now that we'll get when we're in paradise or what have you. But yeah, you mentioned like fat soluble nutrients and whatnot, and I feel like maybe to some extent nuts cover that, because there's a lot of, like, you know, there's some fat in different nuts and stuff. But
You can
I
get
what you're
some
saying.
you can get some plant fats. Yeah, you can get those nut. Yeah, you can get some of those. I know what you mean.
I get what you're saying though. You're basically saying, like, you know, this fruit that it's basically like a panacea in terms of all the different nutrients. It has everything that you can imagine, and it makes me think like maybe it gives, like, you know, new meaning to the term flesh, like the flesh of a fruit, because it's very like meat-like in terms of its nutrients. But yeah, who knows?
What was the last part you said? Sorry.
I said it gives new meaning to the word flesh, like flesh of the fruit.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure I
eating flesh.
you know,
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
I'm not so sure I, like, you know, prescribe to that theory, because I feel like a lot of righteousness and good can come from the humility and, you know, the type of kind of like this, like when you're sacrificing an animal, when you're slaughtering it and stuff like that, you know, and you kind of commune with God to that extent. You, like, you know, you do it in praise of God and stuff. I feel like if they took the fruit away so that we would eat meat to be more demonic, then for some people at least it backfired, because a lot of people, when they sacrifice, they, you know, they give thanks to God and they praise God when they're doing so. I mean, that's what kosher meat and halal meat is, right? It's not halal unless you gave thanks to God. You did it with His kind of like mention, and then did it, which would be completely defeat the purpose of kind of getting us to be more demonic or evil or what have you.
But couldn't that be seen as more of an insult to God? thank you for letting me slaughter one of your creation, you know. I don't think so, because it's prescribed by God. So it really doesn't make sense that you would be insulting him by doing something he asks you to do. At least in my faith. And then not to mention, even if it wasn't, you know, mentioned or what have you by God, at some points, you know, you have no choice. Like, you know, you have no food otherwise, and it's like out of necessity. Last resort. Yeah, as a last resort, you're slaughtering this animal. So if you are going to slaughter it, isn't it better to slaughter it with, like, you know, paying homage to your Lord and doing it, you know, with his praise in mind, you know, thanking him for the bounty that, you know, that you've been given or what have you, the option to kind of, you know, sustain yourself with another life. I don't know. Yeah, but I don't know. I think blessing just seems like the wrong word. It's almost like you want to apologize to the creator. I'm sorry, I have to, just to get by, I need to sacrifice this creature, you know. Yeah, you could do that too.
Well, I mean, animals in nature kill each other, so that is a thing in terms of this world. That's pretty, just part of nature. Like being in this world, you know, lions kill antelopes and all that stuff. So, I mean, that is the way of the world, as it were. In terms of that, there's even like in the mushroom world where, you know, the cordyceps mushroom, where the ant like eats the fungus and then the fungus kills it and then grows out of the ant. The mushroom grows out. Yeah, it grows out of the dead ant. But so yeah, there's like it's like a parasitic fungus basically. It's a parasitic mushroom that will, basically the ant just eats it, and then by just getting a little bit of the spores in the ant, it just literally starts bursting, like growing out of the ant. They grow really quickly, so it kills the ant and then it grows out of the ant. Yeah, it's intense. And it's actually a medicine. It's in the Chinese herbal medicine for eons, for thousands of years, and it's really good for the sexual system for men especially. It's actually it's almost like a natural form of Viagra in a sense. Like it just increases blood flow, like the whole body, and it has an aphrodisiac effect. It also has immune system benefits as well. But it's a very energizing adaptogen type of mushroom. So yeah, it happens to be this incredible medicinal mushroom, even though it's like when it comes to the ant, it's totally just a parasitic thing that kills the ant. But somehow it's like a profound medicine for humans.
Yeah, I've heard some of the common ones that feed off trees, basically, symbiotically in some cases, where it gives back to the tree and it keeps the tree alive, and it takes some moisture from the tree to keep the fungi alive.
Yep, yeah, like the shaga mushroom. Yeah, shaga is a parasitic type mushroom that grows on birch trees, and it's like another profound medicine as well. And I think it does play a part in killing the birch tree as well, although I'm not 100% sure on that.
Yeah, there's often a fine balance, isn't there, of sharing, two organisms sharing a certain fuel, and obviously giving, exchanging certain nutrients.
Yeah, It's pretty intense stuff. I was just reading, yeah, that Shaga does indeed kill the birch tree. I thought it did, but then I just wasn't 100%. But in general, I thought it did. So yeah, so this Shaga like grows on this tree, and like you're saying, it like gives and receives nutrients from the tree. But ultimately, the tree seems to be supplying an enormous amount of its polysaccharides, in particular, these long chain polysaccharides that are very healing for the body. It's like the Shaga is just sucking all of those polysaccharides out of the sugar in the birch tree, like in the liquid, essentially, and it's building it into this, like, it looks like burnt wood. It's like this black hard. It's like this black hard material, and then like you chop that off, and then you can consume it in various ways. You can make tea out of it. You can, and it's actually used to create fires as well. Apparently, you can actually create a fire with it, spark a fire. But it's like a medicinal mushroom, essentially. It's like it's a parasitic medicinal mushroom. It's parasitic, but it's parasitic on the birch tree. And then, yeah, eventually it will kill the tree. But usually the Shaga will live there for quite a while. So yeah, but like medicinally, it's up there with like reishi in terms of like in the Chinese medical system, they call Shaga and reishi the king and queen of the entire medicine system, essentially. So yeah, Shaga is in that category, and it is profoundly beneficial for the human body. I try to consume it as much as I can. It's like anti-aging. It's good for the immune system. And like it's actually anti-parasitic. It's just absolute magic. It's a really amazing stuff.
Yeah, it's mushroom season right about now. Yeah, Gio, when you were talking about maybe plants we don't know of from back in the day, couldn't help thinking of the Voynich manuscript, although it's probably been dismissed now. But yeah, that was quite interesting.
Nice. What is that?
The Voynich manuscript.
Voynich manuscript. Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, apparently had loads of pictures of otherworldly vegetation that the readers obviously didn't know what they were on about. Also, it's in another language that we don't really understand as well.
Gotcha.
Could be a very elaborate hoax. We're used to them though.
Yeah. I haven't looked into it yet. One thing, I think, because we were talking before about just like nature and all of that. I think and us eating animals and everything, and I think I was saying how like other animals eat other animals, of course, in nature. So it is kind of part of this world. So I think to be a human to do it is not karmically wrong ultimately, because it is in line with nature to consume what your body does require in that way. And I think we can blend into that mode of almost being like a lion or something like other animal. However, I do think the true original, like the true human body, was not necessarily designed to eat meat fully, but it is designed to digest it in the same way that of those ancient plants I was mentioning that used to exist. So it's kind of like, because that's just where I've concluded. Like in terms of the whole veganism thing, like I agree with that spirit of like not killing animals. Like I'd much rather just eat like, not harm an animal. Because like when I look at like a deer or an elk or a moose, I mean, those are just such beautiful creatures, like I'd rather just hang out on the earth with them. Like if I see them, just be like, oh, that's amazing, rather than hunting it and taking its life, like on an ultimate level. Although I can understand the hunting and I'm not against it. And I'm totally understand that. I've even hunted myself, and I actually, so it's, but it's just kind of like a strange contradiction. And and that's why, I think ultimately, to me, it makes ultimate sense that there used to be these plants that we used to consume to where we could be vegan essentially with those species of plants, whereas we just can't now, because now if you only eat just like lettuce and carrots and only plants, I mean that's a whole topic in and of itself, but I've definitely concluded that it's inadequate nutrition for everybody, for anybody. People can last on it at different time lengths, but it will eventually emaciate and partially starve humans to not eat meat, not eat animal foods, I should say. Yeah.
It's not so much that it starve them; it would definitely decrease the activity they're able to withstand each day. With the amount of calorie intake.
I refer to it as like partial starvation, because you can still get certain things from plants. Like you can get proteins and fats and amino acids and minerals and vitamin E, fatty acids. You can get you can get quite a lot of those things from plants, but you can't get the fat soluble vitamins that are in animal foods, like the real vitamin A, retinol, real vitamin D. The omega-3s,
hence why people that do go vegan or and whatnot end up having to supplement those things and figure out ways to get those type of things in their body.
Yeah, exactly. Well, but then that's the whole question: can they even do that with supplementation? That's another question. Yeah, there are some things that you could technically supplement with in that diet, which some people do.
I mean, people can live. Like I know, like fighters, for instance, that are vegans and supplements. They work. I don't know to what detriment if you stop taking them though. That'd probably be a big deal.
Well, that's a good point actually, because I was just gonna talk about monks. Aren't quite most monks vegan?
They're usually vegetarian.
Yeah, I'm not 100. I don't know.
Because in vegetarianism, you bring in like milk and eggs, so you actually can start to fill out some of those nutrients I was mentioning. Like you can get real omega-3s, you can get real real animal omega-3s, DHA and EPA. You get the real vitamin A with eggs and milk. the retinol. It's not as very high quantities, unless you do like butter, which is more concentrated. It's usually not that high quantity, not like liver, but at least you get some of that vitamin A and the vitamin D. There's basically a complex of fat-soluble nutrients that seem to be in all animal foods. It's like A, D, E, K. There's like these K vitamins that go with the A, D, and the E. And it comes in a complex, and it's all these activator nutrients, and that's what activates like our body to actually build muscle and build bone. And so those are the things that don't seem to be in plants. But yeah, when you bring in eggs and milk, you start to get, you can get more of those. But then you're still not getting meat. Yeah, go ahead.
What would you say about insects? Could you not get?
Yeah, insects are kind of like insects are kind of like a whole animal food, really. Yeah, I mean, there is all those ones I mentioned. Yeah, you get some of those fat soluble vitamins and stuff. Yeah, it's basically like a whole animal food, and you get some of the iron and a lot of that stuff. Yeah, calcium.
Would you feel that guilty?
I have killed insects and eaten them. I don't really like. I guess like, what do you mean by guilty? Because
it gets into that sort of judgment, sort of scaling the value of animals.
Well, okay, like if there's ants on the ground and I pick one up and eat it, that's quite different than like a beautiful elk or a deer, and then taking that, that seems that's different to me.
What about in a situation like if you're off the grid or living off the land? Would you consider that the same way?
Yeah, because I'm even talking about like, even if you are in the most like rustic, amazing open wilderness of like northern Canada, I'm not saying like I'm not saying that it's wrong karmically, but I'm saying for myself, like I don't feel like it's wrong karmically to harvest an animal like that. I'm just saying that in general, there is something about in my soul that like I would prefer not to do that ultimately. Meaning, like I would prefer to just let that beautiful animal continue on its journey.
The difference between having to find 1 million insects, larvae and whatnot, compared to one elk that would last you a very, very long time. And I guess the best way to do it, to think about it, is it survival or not?
Well, there's bigger insects than ants.
Well, I wouldn't eat ants if I were you. Ants don't have any nutrition, and I think the enzymes in them are actually bad for you.
Well, there's certain ant species that are okay to eat. There's actually a medicinal ant in the Chinese medical system as well, which is a type of ant that is very medicinal, but you don't eat like a ton of it. Yeah, you just eat, it's like a medicinal powder essentially after you would powder it, but you can eat them straight as well.
Yeah, but the problem with ants is that you would definitely burn more calories for eating the ants than you would probably gain in any quantity. Kind of like the idea, like celery, for instance, isn't it something you can survive off of because you burn calories eating it more than it actually gives you. So I think.
What about a fly burger?
A what?
A fly burger.
I don't know what that is. A fly? Like a regular fly?
Yeah, man. I saw it on a video a while ago.
I think that'd be the same thing.
Flies about. This guy's got like a saucepan and is catching hundreds of flies. Yeah, and they just make it into a patty, and there you go. You got your fly burger.
But that's the same thing. The energy you would have to expend to catch it would.
He doesn't have to hardly move anywhere because there's so many flying about.
Yeah, you'd have to just the act of being there, using whatever to catch it, I guess would be the same thing. Like for instance, like if you're out backpacking, because I've had to do it, and you eat like grubs, which is like larvae basically. You can't sustain life off of that, but it gives your body a little boost. At best, I could say it'd probably do that, maybe. But you couldn't survive off flies, I don't think.
Well, Sean, this conversation had gotten brought up because I was mentioning this idea that I have, which is that there used to be these different plants that were on the earth, and they were kind of like fatty, meaty type plants, almost like an avocado has that thicker fat in it, but they were more like meaty, almost like ice cream. They had sweetness. That's why everybody loves ice cream. It's like you get the fattiness along with the sugar, the sweetness. So what I think is that there used to be these kinds of plants, and they were kind of almost like animal plants, you know, like in a way, like, I mean, they didn't move around or whatever, but they didn't like talk, but they were very, almost like just very like hardy, and that's the human's original food. Sort of like, I mean, it does kind of play into the whole Garden of Eden and the forbidden fruit and stuff as well, actually, in terms of some of that concepts. But and then currently we're in an era where the people in control have basically killed all those plant species and desolated them, and then now we're forced to have to eat animals because it's the only place to get the nutrients.
I would actually agree. I would agree that probably was the case, but I even think even when we're talking ancient times, I think even a balance, I think I heard you say earlier, a balanced diet's the best. I think that was the same. Obviously, pending where you live, people that lived, in really cold climates, most likely wouldn't have had that choice. You look at, like you live in the Arctic or tundra, like those people, they don't have the opportunity to harvest plants because 9 months out of the year the ground's frozen over anyway. So that would be a civilization that survived off of meats. I guess it would definitely matter where they originated from or where they were at.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about, yeah.
And
I'm talking about like an actual, I guess I was just saying like an actual event that our foods have been changed. Yeah, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, I mean, yeah, well, there's evidence of that. And look at Monsanto's. Look at the bullshit rules they put upon people now that, like California, for instance, you can't have a garden that's so big without permission. It's like, I think absolutely, you could say that there are plants that are probably around that they've eradicated or made sterile, like they do. You can't grow most fruits and vegetables you buy in the store. You can't grow from those.
We used to have giant turkeys. That's why all those medieval paintings have the guy eating the big turkey leg.
No, that was a dodo.
Yeah, we used to eat dodos. We was dodo eaters and shit.
And even
dodo dumpling.
Even nomads that probably hunted, they probably had to forage, berries and different plants and stuff along the way. I mean, any idea that one or the other had to have been? I don't think that would have ever even been. I think it had to have been both, in whatever abundance it was, for wherever they were.
Yeah, it's very interesting to think about all this.
Yeah, when you said event, Geo, did you mean like back in the day, like a long time ago, a worldwide event that could have, I don't know, caused the soil to be less arable for these certain plants?
No, I think they went through and burned them all down and literally removed them from the current continents that we're on. Like we're not on the continents we're aware of are not even close to the whole Earth, in my opinion. So we're only on these certain continents that they've obviously lied. Well, I shouldn't say obvious for everybody, but to me, obviously they've lied, and it's not a globe. So they've, the globe idea wraps it all up on this limited ball. They put the outer space infinite distance away. They create this whole fake story of outer space and fake astrophysics and all of that built upon this whole model. But that whole model is to keep our minds trapped, thinking that those are the only continents. But if there's many more continents, then that means that all they would have had to do in this current, with the food thing I'm discussing, is just literally like eradicate those particular species of plants in order to do what they're doing now. Because when those plants, I think, are extremely medicinal. Not only do they taste amazing, they're like the perfect human food. So they taste incredibly good. They're abundant. They're everywhere. You don't have to hunt. You don't have to toil. You don't have to farm. You don't have to do agriculture. You don't have to do any of that. These things just grow in abundance. You eat them and they're amazing. And they have all the nutrients you need, and they like anti-age you, and they have all of that like in the maximum levels. And they even like repair your genetics. So you can live much, much longer eating those as well. And they also can reverse disease. They're literally like medicinal food. It's like the true medicinal food. Nowadays, with all the plants we have, some of those have similar compounds in them, which is why they're medicinal. But these actual foods like literally have their medicine in and of themselves. So the people in power and control now, I mean, this to me is like the deepest truth in my viewpoint of what's going on with the food system, getting to that whole deception. And by eliminating these ancient plants that had all those benefits and tasted so good, they now were able to essentially have to force us, the ones that are on these continents, force us to eat animal foods. And they know with animal foods, they can torture the animals, they can do factory farming, they can inject them with all kinds of drugs and chemicals, they can feed them genetically modified plants. So now these things that we need, these animal foods, now they're torturing the animals, they're torturing us, and then they're feeding us, much more toxic food, which then plays into their whole medical system of making us sick with the genetically modified components of that. So like if we had those foods, we wouldn't need their medicine, we wouldn't need their food, we wouldn't need any of it. Like we'd be robust. But instead we're given the V word, we're given those, when we're children, and we're just, it's really a travesty. It's a full-blown demonic attack on the humans, on the human species, and also our spirit as well. But I think we will prevail. So I don't want to leave it on a totally negative note. I said a lot there. I think there's a growth and there is a process that I think is happening where we'll be able to break free from this. But they've definitely caused an immense amount of suffering. But I think we can get those plants back because they have them, like in Antarctica, the North Pole region, and on the other continents. They have seed banks where they've kept all this stuff, as well as free energy technology and all that stuff. So once like this power is sort of dissolved, we're going to get all of that in droves, back. It's going to be like basically getting, hundreds of trillions of dollars worth of resources instantly. So it's going to be all good in the end. But yeah, it's a bit of a rough process for certain folks that are going through some of these things and have. I mean, cancer, well, it's a whole nother thing. But yeah, it's intense what they've done.
Wait a minute here. Are you telling me that they lied? Or what would they lie?
Oh, cue it up, dude. Why would they fucking lie? Exactly. Yeah. Well, that's what's funny about that, Crit. Like, there's so many reasons that for them to pretend like there's none is just like so the opposite of it's just funny.
Does that mean Mars is flat too? It's like, what about my toilet flush? Yeah, it's like crazy. You can tell people this stuff, but if they're not going to comprehend it or even pay attention, it's on them at that point. You did what you could do.
Yeah, so Crit, which way would your toilet flush from the North Pole of Mars? That's the ultimate question.
So hypothetically, if you stay with me here, and we get on the colony ship and we fly, and I set up a toilet, and I flush it.
Can I ask something? Where are they getting their up and down in the North and South Pole? Like what? Because they call why? Like because what? Like the north part of Mars is just assumed to be the same as the Earth.
Yeah, I guess I'd have to look. I'm not sure what they claim the tilt of Mars is. Because it's multiple. Even if you pick like one like directionality, like in space, they say there's 2 downs and 2 ups, even in that, because of the tilt.
Yeah.
So Google says Mars tilts 25 degrees.
So nearly 66.6.
So how about this idea? What if in this lifetime, right here, like us right now, before we're 80, 90, whenever we pass on, like, with the current rate that we're going, what if in this lifetime we could get access back to the North Pole and also get these plants that I'm referring to that are like these amazing plants, that we could get those back to where the anti-aging waters at the North Pole mixed with these like genetically healing plants, even if we don't get there till we're like 60 or 70 or 80 or whatever, just before we die, could then like reverse our age back to when we're like 20 or 25 in this lifetime, that we could all actually, that's actually possible.
Oh, not to jump back real quick, but this is interesting. They said 3.5 billion years ago, Mars tilt was only 20 degrees.
So it's increasing in tilt?
Yeah, like how they figured, explain that shit, how they figured that out. Apparently a supermassive volcano structure erupted.
Might as well.
Yeah, just come up with some random stuff. Just make it up as you swing,
Well, they'll have some bullshit like, "Oh, we've noticed it. The axis get further this way over this many years that we've been looking at it." What's that? 400 years. So if they said what was it? How many million years ago it was at 20?
3.5 billion.
Oh my god.
Well, between 3 and 3.5, but
So yeah, move 5 degrees in that time.
Hey guys.
So yeah, how would you notice any movement on it from even watching it over 500-year period?
What's up?
Flat Mars is up.
I was saying what's up. I think New Perspective. I heard his voice.
Oh right, yeah, the dude.
so look at here. This is what I'm talking about with the different ups. So like astrophysically, you would have 3 different ups in 3 different downs. That's only astrophysically. Then once you actually get on Mars, they've got all the downs and all the ups. It's like people just buy it. It's just like they're just like they can say whatever. the more ridiculous it sounds, the more people just accept it.
Yeah, if it's so ridiculous, it couldn't be a lie.
It just turns into like a weird sort of bar trivia question.
That's part of the tactic of the lie. Create it seemingly so ridiculous that no one would possibly make that up. Part of the psychology of it seems. Hey, Gio, are you still here?
Yeah, what's up? What's up, bro?
Hey, what's up? What's up? I heard you mention the waters by the North Pole, the age regressing. I messaged you a little while ago about asking if there was any resources on that. I had never heard of that before. I don't know if there's any links or some book or anything that you're referencing when you talk about it.
Yeah, for that, no, I don't have any books on that or any resources for it that I could offer. What I have, I would say, is a very deep-seated genetic memory and knowledge that has come to me through larger explorations of the etheric field that I've done myself, and accessing within the genetic memory of the existence of those waters and etherically being connected to how the vortex at the center of the earth, the magnetic field, has such a rejuvenation potency to it that the waters that come out of it have that rejuvenation quality. It's like the center of the toroidal field in that sense, and then can create this anti-aging effect, which is also it is in a lot of like Tuck Everlasting. Remember that book? Growing up, I don't know if you ever heard of that one, but
No, I haven't. Yeah, it resonates. I don't know if it's because of my past life or just because I'd like that to be the case. But yeah, it's. I don't know if there's any way of corroborating that, or if it is true, if there's any way of at least somewhat recreating those waters through magnetic, structured water.
Yeah, well, absolutely. That's fascinating possibility as well. I mean, it's also, it is like in terms of like legend as well, so many ancient legends, like humanity has carried on their lineages through, spoken word and just through knowledge in that way. So there are a lot of just ancient legends and a lot of cosmologies that refer to these waters as well, in terms of like in a lot of the original ancient mystical Vedic, like the Vedic mystics would do these specific spiritual practices to harmonize, meditations and other things to really come to like the greatest level of compassion and love for others and harmonization, so that when they then would go to the North region, they would be able to access these waters, and the waters will be effective as well, in terms of there being like a way in which it seems to be that the water is like activating the spirit and the spirit, the water. There's like some deep connection there. So there are a lot of legends and things like that. But it'd be pretty hard to get anything that's like rock solid, unless we could go there to verify and all that.
It would just make a lot of things make sense. Not just that. It would be the reason they would protect that area. It's not as protected, some say, as the Antarctic areas, but others could argue that no, it's not really. You can't really go there. I mean, on Google Maps, you can't really even see the North Pole. They just kind of white it out or put a, kind of like some snow or water there. It's not really a place, according to what we could find out. Even if you can travel there, like Antarctica, but then the whole idea that there's possibly an under, like if the vortex is there and the waters are being pulled in around this magnetic mountain and then being recycled out to the outer circle with the Antarctica, theory, then the idea that that those waters are so protected and they're strict, no pollution guidelines when you go there, could mean that those waters are not only at the north but at the south and the outer edges, that some of those waters could be used for the same reasons before they get contaminated, coming back in towards the shores. I don't know. Have you seen, you obviously you've seen EWARs ideas about all this recycling of the water that would create the waves?
No, I haven't watched his video yet. I plan to. Is that the Lost History of Flat Earth? That one?
I'm so amazed that you haven't yet. You got to, just for context reasons, whether it's true or not. Yeah, that you are on the Lost History, and then he's got another series called What on Earth Happened. And I think that's the one that at the very end, the 13th part of it talks about this idea of the North being really what they don't want us to know about, and that there's the toroidal field is actually a part of this recycling water that goes underneath and then comes back and then recycles itself, coming back in, and just the constantly enveloping system that we're in, it seems, would corroborate that.
I would agree with that 100%. Yep. Yeah, we live within a free energy machine. Like nature is a free energy machine and is infinitely creating the entire like etheric vortex that we live within, like the ether drift, the sun, moon, and stars. The entire weather system fueled by the sun and the moon and their core dynamic, and then the waters recycling, the waters above and below that are all recycling. Yep.
Totally. That would make sense, right? And in fact, the waters above and the waters below could be referring to not maybe beyond the firmament, but just on Earth and below Earth. I don't know if there's waters above. I'm not somebody that would believe that necessarily, or even think that seems. I don't know if that resonates with me really, but maybe a form of water, or the waters above and waters below could be also referring to the magnetic rivers, magnetic waters, magnetic flows of energy. You think of it that way.
Yeah. By the way, yeah, you mentioned you messaged me. I just want to let you know I do have you like on my mind, the list in my mind to message back. So yeah, I was. No worries. I did get. I did. Oh, I was coughing. Yeah, I did get those, and I will message you back. Yeah, for sure.
I think it's awesome that I get to be the one that really encourages you to watch the fucking all the UR stuff, because I think you especially would dig it with some of the stuff that you already know about. I'd love to hear your opinions on it.
Yeah, I think I watched like the first 5 minutes of it, but then it's just still on my watch later list, and so yeah. But I would like to see it. Yeah, it's definitely on my list, and people have given great reviews on it. That's for sure. Yeah,
it's compelling and entertaining, regardless of how much speculation is involved. And his voice, I guess some people have a problem with the way he presents it. He's like, "Look closer. Do you see it now?" It's really overdramatic, but I like it. After you accept that that's the way he's presenting it, and that's just the way he is, you kind of end up liking it rather than getting put off by it.
Yeah, I think I was a little put off by it when I first heard. Yeah, I was like, I don't know if I want to do 6 hours of this right now.
Yeah, kind of has that effect at first. You're like, wait, who is this guy? This seems like a Messiah, understandably. And maybe it is, but there's some things in there that he presents that are, highly speculative, and then other things that seem like, well, this is just showing pictures that he dug up from when the cities were empty for no reason. And, yeah, we've all heard about the orphan trains and some of these other things that aren't really even conspiracies. But one of the things he talks about is that maybe all of the maps, even the ancient maps that flat earthers have dug up and tried to say is proof of something, were also given to us for these deceptive means. Like, we don't have any true maps at all. And one of the interesting parts that people talk about is that he says that the Tropic of Capricorn and Tropic of Cancer aren't even accurate, because we're already almost in Aquarius. So we should really be, those areas that are designated as Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn should have been changed when the age changed. Well, we're in Pisces now, right? For whatever Like, when the next stage changed, those areas of designation would change to go with the change of the area.
Well, they're based on
age.
sidereal. They're based on sidereal. They're not based on tropical. You're thinking tropical zodiac, where it involves the precession of the equinoxes.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe that's a misunderstanding of his, or is it just mine? Because that's one of the theories he talks about, is that the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn, based on the stars, should have changed with the age change, and that they were based on the age before that, and that would mean that the last 1,000 years or so, the maps we've been shown haven't been even accurate intentionally.
Okay. Yeah. There's a couple layers there. Well, the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn, it sounds like he's thinking of them on a tropical system where you're involving the precession of the equinoxes. So if you calculate it that way, perhaps, but they're based on sidereal, which means based on the fixed stars. So they wouldn't necessarily change from a sidereal system.
Interesting. Yeah. So that would be the reason they haven't changed, for part of the deception, that locking the stars in place would create that, either way. It's an interesting concept. But yeah, he kind of goes along with the idea that not only is the North the most important thing to protect, but that there's actually the sun and moon system, including all the stars, might be part of a constantly rotating overall system, and that these areas all around us and above us, or however you orient it, are frozen over at the time being, and that or they have their own sun and moon system. But if our sun and moon system also eventually moves west and thaws out another area, and where we are now is frozen over eventually, then it goes around again, and then the four corners are thawed out periodically over many millennia. And that's interesting too, because then we could be talking about digging up these archives of not only our past, or the recent past, but like an ancient past that's already been thought over again once, or however many times over. Like, we're digging up things from not only just the past we live in, but from a time like we would never be able to even account for it, because it was like that long ago. And that's a compelling idea. Anyway, you just got to watch it. I'm probably not doing it justice. Trying to cook at the same time here.
Yeah, I know what you mean, though. Just kind of get used to his presentation style. Just realize that's what it is, and then just strap in and go for it. Yeah. It's like 5 or 6 hours total, right?
Yeah, and there's 2 of them, so it's actually like more like 20 hours almost. Or 8 hours and 6 hours. Some of the earlier segments of both of them kind of deal with more information that we would already know as flat earthers, kind of reviewing the whole deception we've uncovered. And some of those details may not be new to you, but then he builds up to, talking about some of the considerations that no trees on flat earth we're getting into, with, where we are being possibly a quarry, basically. And that there could have been an age with the silicon life form, in fact, that has passed, and that carbon-based life form didn't even come until the trees were cut down. And the volcanoes being kind of along the lines of what Aaron Dover was talking about, with them just being like waste piles, because the way they're sloping up like a pile of anything would end up creating that pattern rather than something that seemed more natural. And the combustion is just because the the waste has been, buried for so long that it eventually has eruptions. And the Mariana Trench you can see that the digging is there. Whether it would be something underwater that did that or before the water was there. Anyway, yeah, I think you especially would dig just talking about it conceptually, for sure. I mean, I'm kind of flabbergasted that you haven't seen it yet. Just because it's one of those things that everyone was talking about a little bit.
Yep.
What channel did you find them on? Because it did get taken off, and loads of other people have tried to upload it, but they're not sort of like the whole thing.
Yeah, interesting, kind of weird things going on with that. Yeah, like UR had his channel, and then his channel was taken down. There was some drama that was caused with FPV Angel, and I don't even want to talk about that. But my opinion is that the information stands on its own, regardless of how much speculation was involved. But it's kind of hard to mention that without giving it context with the FPV Angel. But if anyone wants to hear more, I can tell what I know.
Yeah, please do, because I don't know anything about that. I was literally just trying to ask which channel you'd recommend to watch it, because
yeah, that's the thing. I just usually, when I recommend them, I go and find it and just post them, because sometimes they're taken down and then someone else will mirror them again.
The one I have,
I know that.
The one I have saved is from David Weiss. He's got it on his channel. That's the one I'm saying. That's the one I have on my watch later list.
And some of them you can find in parts, and you can watch them in segments, or they'll have a full version, which might be harder to keep your place and get through if you're not going to watch all the way through the first time. But
well, going back for a second, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say I usually recommend part 7. So watch part 7 of if you don't think you're going to watch it all right away, watch part 7 of Lost History of Flat Earth first, so you can get the real good meaty parts that are like kind of mind blowing, or speculatively mind blowing. With the moon, the idea that the moon would be like act like a photos, like a photographic solenoid that at one point maybe a Carrington event or some kind of flash was able to.
Yeah, I saw all of
seen that.
Yeah. Lost History. Yeah, that's obviously the most questionable idea in the whole thing. But
right.
No, I was talking about the other one, because I haven't seen the other series yet, which is
What on Earth Happened.
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet.
Okay, I'll post it in the live stream for sure.
Excellent. Cheers, bro.
Sage of Kwai has them both on his channel too. Yeah, and in that one, and there's a part 13 I usually recommend, where he talks about the hexagonal basalt pillars and stuff like that. More of the no trees on flat Earth ideas. Yeah, it's similar to no trees on flat Earth in the way I recommend it. It's one of those things that, regardless of how valid any of the claims are, it's so involved with the topic we usually discuss. Everyone's kind of got to watch it just for context.
Yeah, and then the whole orphan train thing, empty cities.
Yeah, crazy. What the fuck, right? What happened?
Yeah.
What happened? What happened here? Look closer.
That just gave me nightmares. It reminds me why I haven't watched it yet.
Right?
You've done it so well, though. That's quite good.
Yeah, as far as the FPV stuff goes, I guess there was a claim by FPV who, I guess I gotta have good and bad things to say about it if I wanted to even get into it, but I don't really know him personally, or I've never talked to him or anything, but I guess there was claims that EWAR was somebody from his team doing like a voice changing thing and stealing some of his own info from the Particle Matrix crew. And And so that was the whole thing. And there's a video called "What Happened to Ewar," or all that, and then it's like the whole drama kind of laid out with the comment sections being screenshot and put, and Ewar was saying, "I don't know who you're talking about. Who's this guy? You're saying that you think I am Elijah, I think his name was, or no, it's somebody else." But then the guy that they were saying he was is also made videos saying, "I don't know why they're saying I'm Ewar. I'm not Ewar." Both of them are just saying, where is this accusation coming from? And then blaming FPV is like trying to cause drama to get the information hidden more so than to protect his own. And the idea of protecting your own information, like he's worried about someone stealing his info. Well, we're talking about truth. What do you own the truth? Like someone can't compliment on your ideas. Even if it was information that came from the studies you're doing, wouldn't that be better for someone to use that information? They're not monetizing it either. So this makes no sense that you're things that
you're not in the truth
talking about the truth. You don't own those ideas.
Yeah, you're not in that community to profit, and hide it and then charge people for it.
Exactly. It's like the antithesis of what we're trying to do here. So it's suspect on that alone.
Yeah, it does all sound a bit suspect because who even is Ewar and where did he disappear? What it does
very mysterious.
A lot of
and there was one thing that I would say that it seemed a little bit suspicious on his part was that he claimed that he originally made the video to show his family all the research he's been doing. And if that was really the only reason he made them, then it would seem weird because the way the presentation is kind of like, I'm here to tell the world the truth. Not more like he's, telling his family the truth, right? A little different.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it's just his family that are the audience. Definitely not.
Right. So if that's his claim, in that kind of ultimate sense, if that's really what he's trying to say, that doesn't make sense.
So he took content from FPV and put it in his thing?
No, that's the other thing. There's nothing at all similar to FPV's work. It's totally, as far as I could tell, not at all what he was talking about. And most people think that FPVs or the particle angel matrix, whoever they are, that their idea is kind of based, or not based on, but would seem to confirm some of the things that are in the Book of Enoch with the sun portals. And if there's a 24-hour sun in the Arctic, that kind of throws all that out the window, right? For a lot of people.
Yeah, I think that whole thing needs defining, because when people say that, do they actually mean they can see the actual sun for 24 hours, or does it just not get dark?
Well, there's been flat earthers that have, not the Antarctic, but in the Arctic. Like I think even D Marble did a 24-hour sun video. I don't think it's too debated. Yeah, in the North. That's what I'm talking about.
Definitely in the North.
Yeah, if that's confirmed, then it would kind of debunk the idea that there's sun portals that the sun disappears to and comes out another portal to continue its next cycle.
Right.
Something else.
You could see it the whole time. Yeah, you could see it the whole time.
Yeah, so it wouldn't need the sun portals in, or it wouldn't be possible.
Unless just an idea that it just instantly did it. I do think portals exist. I don't necessarily think that the sun's doing a portal, but portals do exist on the Earth in general.
I'd like to hear more about that.
Yeah, that's a deep topic. Yeah. Essentially portals that exist in the northern region and also in the southern regions. Basically at the center of the magnetic field and then the outer edge of it as well.
Sorry, I'm cooking, so I have to mute. Yeah, it'd be cool to hear more about that if you have any other ideas or links that suggest besides what Enoch was talking about.
Well, in a strange sense, would you even need portals, or could you just have really large mirrors, and you're not actually ever seeing the actual sun? You're just seeing a reflection. Who knows?
I did that.
Well, you mean with the sun? Well, because when I said, I was actually just thinking of, just portals in general, but then the idea of the sun doing a portal, because there is black holes, the idea of black holes, which of course they've put it into their outer space, thing that they're pushing. But essentially a lot of the ideas have been even talked about, even in mainstream physics, in terms of essentially time travel and dimensional travel are the two main forms of portals. So time travel would be where you actually, as you traverse through one of these portals, when you come out the other side of it, you're still on Earth and you're still in your same form that you were in, but it's a completely different time period. So that's a time one. And then there's other ones that would be, and then in terms of interdimensional, there's even two levels of that. There's interdimensional to where you're going to a completely other dimension. And then when you come back into this one. And then there's another form where you go into a dimension that's overlaid over this one. And especially at the North Pole region, there's several dimensions that are quantumly overlaid. So the idea of Shambhala and a lot of these ancient lands, Mount Meru, it's all of those. It's all of the above. And in some cases it can, so that's it's interdimensional, but it's still partially within this realm. It's an overlaid reality within the North, which Hyperborea is another one.
You ever heard about Thoth?
Thoth?
Yeah, the floating island of Thoth, or what was said to be, but supposedly it's this gateway that opens up, where the ice essentially separates, allowing a small passage to open up that wasn't once there, and it only happens every so often during I think it's the summer solstice or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, nice. That's cool. Yeah, there's a lot of very interesting ancient legends about what happens at the North and different lands that are discovered there. There does seem to be the consistency of the 4 islands and the 4 rivers. That seems quite consistent, and the magnetic mountain. But I think the idea that other semi-interdimensional realities can be overlaid over this one would explain the depth of the legends and history of these kinds of journeys that people make, because often they would make specific pilgrimages to the North at particular times to access certain states of consciousness.
Yeah. I think a lot of that has to do, like I said, with the magnetic field being this is the basis for space and time and the creation of everything. So you start influencing this field and it's gonna have an effect. And I think it's pretty coincidental how, anytime you're talking about entering into the ground, it's always referred to as a portal when there's an opening. And yeah, I mean, things change, when you start entering into the ground. I wouldn't say time changes per se, but
you could walk through one. Think if you were underground in a cave and there's just a lot of moisture around. Because I've done some cave diving and things in my life. So just think if you're in that kind of dark, it's cold, whatever. And as you keep going, you may go through one of these portals and it just happens because you just keep walking through through that area. You know, like all you have to do is just be in that physical area, and it just happens.
Yeah, I agree.
But then there could also that sort of grey area where two people don't experience the same thing because their vibrations aren't the same. So you pick up on different things because of your own vibration. And, you know, it gets to that weird level of.
Well, yeah, it's the center of this entire realm, at least this part of it, this section, this toroidal field, this particular
Don't
world.
they say that about? Sorry, just quickly. Just don't they say that about Shambhala? You can only find it if your heart is pure or something like that. You know.
Yeah, I mean, there's supposedly that has to do with the underground world, right? And there's, I guess, multi layers to it before you reach like the inner Earth, supposedly. Is that right? Geo?
I had to step away for a sec. I was listening, but maybe if you could just say it one more time.
Shambhala refers to inner Earth, and inner Earth has like a multi-staged realm to it, where you've got like the inner, furthermost central portions, and then you've got like just, I don't know, different elevations until you get to it. They're kind of categorized differently.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah, what are you specifically referring to when you say Shambhala?
Well, I mean, it's talked about in Buddhism, Tibetan Buddhism, but I was referring more even to the origin of it, which would be in the Vedic mystics, the original mystics, which actually comes from something else as well. But at least just going to that level. Whereas in Buddhism, it's kind of they've extracted all of that from the Vedic. It's a little bit different in terms of that, but yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think the what's interesting to me is ultimately with this is like these specific spiritual practices that these individuals would do spiritually to kind of like what Omni was saying, to get into a particular state of consciousness where if you achieve that, then you are led to the north and are guided as to where to go. And when you get there, you're able to access it. And they would do these pilgrimages regularly. And some people would go and they wouldn't be able to access it, you know, so they would maybe come next year kind of a thing, or come at the next time. So not everybody would make it in, but they would continually do these pilgrimages and do the practices to get there. And my understanding of it is physically when they went there, those people who are able to achieve it would just physically disappear. So they'd be gone. And then they would be there, and then they would come back. And when they came back, it would be pretty quick when they come back in terms of time here. But they were in Shambhala for like eons of time, like very, very long periods of time. And then when they come back, it's like they never left.
And it sounds consistent with like a lot of different cultures too. It's not just the Buddhist or the Vedic or whatever, but anywhere there's like these large portals in the ground. Like I know there's a lot of Native American culture, particularly in like Mount Shasta. Supposedly there's still a tribe that exists on the upper east side of it. But and supposedly there's a portal there that takes you into inner Earth. The Eskimos. I mean, there's so many tribes that say that they originated from inside the Earth, from the north, and that's where their ancestors came from, or at least I don't know. It's just kind of interesting how they all kind of coincide to a large degree.
Yeah, absolutely. That's fascinating. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's so many in so many different ways. Yeah.
I don't know too much about the Vedas. From what I remember, I think their story might have been a little different. Like they talked about some kind of celestial wars, if I remember right. It almost sounded like they say they came from like literally like another place, like kind of flew here and were put here or something. I don't know. Is that right, or do you remember anything about that?
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
it's referred to as like a mythical kingdom in terms of like some like modern day wording. But I mean, Shambhala was known as this. It could be called a kingdom of sorts, but it was to put it this way, almost like an interface between heaven and earth, to the point to where it was extremely like blissful and beautiful and just like infinite just love and nourishment, but and harmonization. It's funny because people talk about Narnia and they're like, oh, it's not Narnia. But that idea of actually traversing from one dimension, like the one we're in, to another, and having a whole like incredible journey or whatever that world is, meanwhile being able to come right back into this one, like that idea definitely is cool. And I think they got that from these portals I'm referring to. I mean, they're just the thing is, mainstream, they want to suppress it, so they keep us from the North Pole. The controllers, they don't want us going there, so that it's all off limits to us. And then they give us some of this ancient truth in the movies to make it seem fake. So everyone's like, oh, it's just fantasy, it's just Narnia. But actually, there are portals like that can do just that. Just what Narnia does. Not necessarily in like a coat closet, that's a little bit modernized, but just in different areas of the earth, like underneath certain trees, within certain caves. There's certain places in the north. I'm not saying you would go to Narnia, but you can go interdimensional, and then you can come back into this one, which is it's in like sci-fi movies. Obviously, that's the whole idea of like the black
It's been talked about a lot.
Yeah,
I mean, and I mean, even when you look at some of the petroglyphs, like they show these spiraling, circular, almost like a portal, like a interdimensional like portal, like what we would perceive it as. And I think what would be identified as, like, I don't know, I think that symbol is pretty generic for just, I don't know, how do you perceive that symbol? Do you know what I'm talking about? That what do you call it? Spiraling. Yeah, just a spiraling circular.
Spiraling.
Yeah.
How
do you perceive that?
I love spirals just in general. They're amazing, yeah. And it's like the Fibonacci sequence, the vortex, the whole toroidal flux of that field. So yeah, spirals they seem to be some.
It's just, to me, it sounds like interdimensional portal.
Yeah. So you're saying that that's very interesting, that they actually have a spiral nature to them, because that's kind of like the whole idea, like in the mainstream model of black holes, or like, oh, it's like swirling, you're like like in space movies when they get sucked into a black hole and it's like this maelstrom and they're all getting sucked in, and then their time and space are bent and warped or whatever, like Einsteinian. They work it in there.
It's that spiral is actually a vortex, right? And then that vortex always leads to the like an inverse of another vortex, like going the opposing direction. So basically like an hourglass symbol, which coincidentally makes up is what that dielectric field is, which is what counter space is, which is essentially the inverse to our realm. So I don't know, it's just interesting how that all kind of works.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, spirals, like the Fibonacci sequence, is such an infinitely interesting pattern to me. Because all you do is you just take, start with 0, and then the next number is 1. So then 1 plus 0 is 1. And then you do 1 plus 1 is 2. 2 plus 1 is 3. 3 plus 2 is 5. 5 plus 3 is 8. 8 plus 5 is 13. So you just keep adding the last two numbers in the sequence to get the next number. So as you do that, just add the last one and then add the last one. You just keep doing that. It basically creates this like natural Fibonacci spiral, which is like this like universal pattern that is in like, you know, like plants and animals, and it's in the human body, and there's so many places that it's found, like literally everywhere. It's in like clouds. It's the basis of like fractal mathematics, and fractal geometry is connected to these Fibonacci spirals, and that sequence.
Well, that's
Yeah, the further
connected to incommensurability. It's connected to geomagnetic precession. It's connected to magnetism. Essentially, is what it all resides off of. Yeah, man. It's Plato's divided line. It's
the further down that number pattern you go, you get closer to 1.618. So you could just times the number by 1.618 and hopefully get near enough the next number in
Central Europe that used the spiral as its symbol.
Talking about swastika.
Oh. Yep. And it's
all
also
boils
the big
down
difference
to
in 4 positions creates a swastika.
1/5 to the power of -3 is essentially what it all boils down to, or 0.23606.
Wait, 1/5 to the power of 3?
1/5 to the power. Yeah. What?
Let me ask you this: what do you think of the idea? Well, I didn't mean to interrupt that. If you guys wanted to finish that, but
I was gonna say, as a kid, I like to draw like swastikas and stuff like that, like spirals, because it's just a very satisfying.
With symmetry.
Yeah,
I had a
symmetry.
spiral graph that I used to like to play with.
Yeah,
as a kid, a lot.
Spiral graphs are amazing. Yeah, that actually links into like Fibonacci spirals, because spiral graph, like the different gear levels, and that's actually how the wandering stars like Mercury and Venus and Mars, they actually function in a similar way. Yeah, spiral graphs are very interesting.
And then in the modern day, we are slaves to these ugly symbols, such as like rainbow flags, which are like intuitively are just ugly and jarring to our senses. While something like a spiral or even a cross is more satisfying to our psyche.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing about the swastika thing, like, yeah, obviously they kind of took that and hijacked that symbol, but that's actually a very ancient structure. You know, it's a very ancient symbol, and it's also connected directly to this Earth realm, because the Big Dipper, throughout the seasons, will create that design in the sky. So you have like Polaris in the middle, and then you have, you know, the 4 things coming out. Those are the 4 seasons, and when the Big Dipper in the actual sky above us, when the Big Dipper is in that position, you know that that's the start of that season. So it creates a natural, that kind of, you know, the thing that we're referring to as a swastika, it creates that in the actual heavens above. So it's like a universal pattern of nature as it's right above us. Yeah.
Wheel in the sky keeps on turning.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, they're telling us.
And spirals too. I love spirals as well. Yeah, I've definitely done a lot of spiral doodles and stuff, like especially when I was back in like school and stuff, like just bored. Because yeah, like spirals, and that makes sense to me in terms of like the whole sun, moon, and stars are spiraling above us, and they're all doing it in their slightly different frequencies. Which, of course, in the heliocentric model, when they blew it out and they put it out in outer space, they had to make these elliptical orbits. But really, they're just reverse engineering that, in my understanding, from the actual movement of the sun, the moon, Mercury, Mars, the way they're actually moving more like in a spirograph pattern. Essentially, they're all going between the tropics, the Tropic of Cancer, the Tropic of Capricorn, and then moving over the equator. So they're all doing that at a slightly different spirographic frequency. So like it takes Mars like 2 years to do it, for example. It takes Mercury 87 days. You know, Saturn is like 29 and a half years. Uranus is 84 years. Pluto is 248. So they're all just doing it in their own like frequency pattern in terms of how long it takes them to make that journey. And then it takes our sun 1 year to do it. That's what a year is. And then it takes the moon roughly 28 days. So that, you know, that would be the, happens every month for the moon.
I was gonna say, how about the symbol, the Star of David? I don't know about you, but I always found the Star of David to be like just naturally, just kind of jarring, kind of like scary.
Yeah, that seems more of like a Jesuit based. That's like
the Dracula and Bram Stoker's wore like, was it a Star of David or like a, or was it like the 7-pointed thing? But yeah, it just naturally has, it's been associated with like just ugliness and just mean-spiritedness.
The Star of David, as I have come to understand, is like it's two triangles, one upside down and one right side up. It represents as above, so below.
No.
As above, so below.
They just took the Pythagorean isosceles triangle and basically overlaid it in triplicate. That's all they did. They hijacked they hijacked it. That's what they do.
It's what they do. Yeah, exactly. That is what they do. Yep, they hijack all these ancient sacred symbols and then try to recontextualize them in some kind of a attempt at black magic. And it is actually effective on people susceptible to it. So they have found that it's effective with other techniques that they've done, like all kinds of mind control and poisoning and stuff to get humanity where it is now. But yeah, it does seem like they have gotten, you know, some level of popularity, to say the least, of their agendas.
I was gonna say, what about the you know, the hammer and sickle, that symbol? Doesn't it seem like inherent? Do you think that's a good symbol or a bad symbol?
Isn't that Mussolini's symbol?
The hammer and sickle?
I think so. What did they have during World War II? I thought it was that.
Mussolini?
Yeah, it was either Russia and the Italian.
Soviet Russia?
Soviet.
I don't know what the Italians had. I thought they just used like an iron cross.
Well, at least during that time period, they had something, two tools crossing like that.
Hmm. I'm looking at this. He just used like an eagle beneath
So,
it.
so Dysla, do you think that there's an actual like electromagnetic, electrostatic proof that could fully comprehend how something like a portal could actually exist that could somehow transition physical matter into another dimension or another time period?
Yeah, I mean, isn't that essentially what a black hole is?
Yeah, but how could we understand how it's working like that? Like what? Like there, in terms of the ether and the electromagnetic and electrostatics involved.
Yeah, the dielectric is just overridden the magnetic field, essentially, right? So that's all it is, just a special cosmic field state where the dielectric capacitance is completely overthrown the spatial attribute of magnetism. It's basically just a giant mass, which is or has become a point source object, like a magnet or a pulsar or quasar. And all magnitude and magnetism has erased the super mass from the Cartesian cosmos. So, I don't know. Ken says they're just essentially matter recyclers.
I think he was on with it was Santos Bonacci recently. I think just today, or I think Ken Wheeler was actually on live with Santos. I think I saw like the promo for it, but I don't know if they've done it yet or what. But I think it's. Have you heard about that?
Well, I know they've done one live, whatever you call it, podcast type thing for a bit. And I think they were talking about doing another one, but I don't know if they ever did. So maybe that's what you're saying. Maybe they did another one.
Yeah, or they're doing it because I think it was the 18th, which is today. So I'm pretty sure like that it was a new one with they were having Ken Wheeler onto their podcast. I think it's called like what is it? The is it Syncretism podcast or have you seen it with Santos and that other? I don't know that guy's name.
I stopped following him a while ago, so I don't know. But I did see the last one they did together. But I don't
Is
really
it Santos and his caretaker? It seems like Santos can't do much by himself anymore.
Yeah, I used to watch him a lot back in the day, but yeah.
I mean, nothing against the guy. I mean, it was just some people jive with certain people, and
I just didn't really connect too well. I mean, not that I have anything against them. It's just
I tried. I mean, I did, but it was kind of like half of it was thought provoking and the other half was dodo. Just like connecting
that's how
words.
I felt. Yeah, there was too many feelings.
Did you guys hear when he went on with Fight the Flat Earth?
Who, Dodo?
No.
Oh, no, Santos Bonacci. Yeah. I watched that the other day. It was like a month ago.
I watched it when like right after it first, or somewhat after, close to when it happened. Because
I watched it live. It was hilarious.
That was wild.
They were just talking shit.
I haven't seen that.
I mean, it was just Santos and his friend just talking shit to FTFE the whole time.
All right, I found it. I'm going to post it. This is what I saw. Podcast number 19, special guest Ken Wheeler. Monday, October 18th. Yeah.
What? I haven't seen that.
So they're I don't know if it's 5 p.m. Central Time. So I don't know what, it's already happened, or I don't know.
Since when does Ken want to give like Flat Earth any of his time?
That's the thing. I was just about to say that. What does it say about him? Like, it's not like he doesn't know what Santos is about. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Ken Wheeler was talking to, Karen B was trying to red pill the shit out of Ken like 6 years ago. And if she wasn't successful, you know, with whatever kind of fucking boob pictures she was sending, then I don't think anything will work.
I don't know. There's a certain way to approach Ken.
Dildos?
Okay, so I think this link to the video. So here's the actual video. It's already happened. There it is. That looks like the actual one with Ken Wheeler. So yeah, new one.
Shit.
Yep, brand new. 7 hours ago.
Okay.
We're on the edge of the earth right now. We're on the tip of the curve.
Just the tip.
Just the tip. The tip of the earth. It's funny how a mushroom is like a recreation of like a flat earth realm with a dome.
Santos looks like he needs to eat a cheeseburger.
Wait, who?
Oh man.
Who needs to eat a cheeseburger?
He's been going. He was like vegan.
Santos is vegan? Yeah.
He's been going pretty heavy with it, although I think he has admitted that he sometimes will eat some cheese. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I mean, I think for a while there he was 100% vegan, and then in a little bit the last year or two, I think he started admitting like, well, you know, if you have some cheese here and there, but yeah, he's extremely against eating meat, and he gets really like intense, and like he calls people carcass crunchers. People that eat meat, he calls them carcass crunchers. He gets pretty hateful against it. Yeah, he's pretty intense with it.
I have mixed feelings. Like I definitely prefer vegan or whatever, but it's not realistic. Like my health declines.
I'm just happy for every vegan out there because that just makes me feel better when I eat a steak. Like, I'm cool with the understanding of it. I just don't know if I can do it. You know what I mean? Like, I respect it. I'm all for animals and animal rights and all sorts of that shit, but like, I like my meat, dude.
Well, you know, I could I could do without. Like honestly, I have the discipline. Like it's not a problem for me. It's just after a while, like I just get sad and my skin doesn't look right and I don't sleep good. And then my energy just goes down and I just feel cold and shit. You know, it doesn't matter what kind of supplements or what, or I mean, my diet's great. Just it never works out.
Are you saying eating or not eating meat?
Yeah, going vegan. I can go like 2 or 3 months and then it's like, I gotta stop.
Yeah.
I pretty quickly if I only eat plants, like yeah, my body pretty quickly is like, yeah, I want meat. Yeah. It's like
How can you resist that smell?
No, but like
I can resist it, man. Like I'm like whatever.
Like on the cellular level, I feel like those things are just required for my body, and it's just
Yeah. My mouth starts salivating, dude, at the thought of a steak.
So is it just because we've lived on it all our lives, though?
No, dude, I have, well, not for myself. I have done various experiments with veganism, and the longest I ever did was, this was quite a few years ago. I'm talking like all the way back in 2009 or something, maybe 2008. I'd have to think, but I did do like about 2 months veganism. And even within that time, like, I mean, I could tell the whole story, but yeah, it was not good. And then I've done other like shorter term ones, and like my body in particular, like I'm a blood type O. So it does seem as though different blood types seem to react differently to a vegan diet. Like ABs, like there's certain blood types that are actually that at least fare better than others. I don't necessarily think it works ideally for any of them, but it does seem like the blood O is like the worst for vegan, because the blood O is referred to as like the paleo blood type, paleo diet, which is like a lot of meat, a lot of red meats. Like that's what's best for blood type O's. Like a lot of animal fat, somewhat low on the sugar, but like, you know, some fruit is okay. But blood type O's are like much more run on the animal fat and the meat, whereas blood type like A, B, that one, and B as well can fare at least better on like a vegetarian or even a vegan diet.
What about grubs, man? Could you survive on that?
Bugs?
Grubs.
Do you mean bugs?
Particularly grubs with a GURBS.
Yeah, are those like a type of worm?
Yeah, it's like a larvae, like a wood-eating type insect that lays its larvae in the center of like a dying tree.
You ever seen the movie Tremors?
Yeah, I remember that one. That one that was pretty scary when I was a kid. Yeah, I was like, well, I don't know about scary, but it's kind of a freaky concept. Like, geez, yeah.
It's basically like a giant pulsating maggot, dude, full of a bunch of fucking fluid and shit.
Oh, that's really bad news. You don't want to run into that on your way to get some food.
These people eat them, bro. It's like a huge fucking delicacy, and there's a tribe in Papua New Guinea that's like the most uninhabited tribe, like from outsiders. And recently, somebody did a documentary, and they allowed him to come in, film, and he sat down and had a bush pizza with him essentially, and it was like a mixture between like just like random plants that they foraged and some grubs and some other, like, I think it was a clay. They took like certain clays. I guess that's like a big part of their diet is eating these types of dirt because there's like microbials in it. But yeah, the grubs, man, pretty gnarly.
Yeah, one of Bear Grylls' favorites.
Yeah, you roast them up a little bit. Pretty nice.
I mean, I might take a pass on it, but I'm just kidding. I don't know, dude. Bugs are interesting. Yeah, I think they could be a good food source if you get the right species. But there's also certain bugs that I think have some pretty freaky chemicals in them that you probably don't want to mess with. So yeah, it would really require like knowing the right species, which usually like in ancient times there were like medicine men and shaman that would be able to do that. Like they would, and others would know as well. But yeah, I think you have to know really which species to eat because. You ever like squished a bug and there's like that like green and yellow slime that comes out? Like bugs have some pretty weird stuff in them. So I'm not sure.
If cooked at a high enough temperature, you cook all that away, no? Surely, maybe.
I mean, I've eaten a few bugs raw.
Surely, maybe, possibly.
I've eaten a few bugs raw, man, and they've got, like, you're right, they've got some chemicals in there that make them like spicy sometimes, like a little spicy fucking taste in your mouth.
Yeah, like I've caught grasshoppers and eaten them raw, and things like that. Yeah, and they're pretty squishy. Yep, it's kind of, yeah, it's an interesting one. But they're fairly easy to catch, and they're kind of fun to catch, and they're playful, and they're just pretty chill dudes overall. Little grasshopper dudes.
I want to try tarantula.
I was just about to say, how weird is that?
I want to like specifically pan fried though, like in a wok. You know what I mean?
Oh man, now that sounds like a demonic ceremony right there, dude. Oh, I don't know. See, that's the thing. You might start tripping. You might start having an experience that might be like, oh my god, you might go into some nightmare.
I mean, wouldn't it be better just to fast? I mean, what's the point of eating some shit food if fasting is better
I've always
anyway?
had a weird desire to want to eat like a fucking pan fried tarantula, like a delicacy, like a proper one, not just pick up some goddamn tarantula and eat it, but like, if I'm in some foreign ass country and like they got that, like I'm gonna try that. Like I'll try that.
Bit of crispy tarantula. Chinese go crazy for it.
Yeah, crispy tarantula, man. That sounds good. Crunch.
Awesome.
My wife's looking at me.
Riggs is so offended.
Wait, just because it's a different country.
I'm ashamed to be associated to some humans is all.
Is it solely because it's a different country?
No, because they cook it.
It'd be kind of like calamari. I picture it.
Like, dude, like you got backyard insects you could fry up all day, right?
No, you gotta be careful, man. There's a lot of fucking parasites in those things, dude. You seen some of the worms that coming out of fucking praying mantises and grasshoppers?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, holy shit! Like, you go all the way to China to eat spiders. Like, what?
No, I'm just saying if I was there, like, I would, and I came across it, like a street fucking food or some crazy shit popping off, like, I would try it.
All right, let's say the spider's huge. You gotta eat like 2 of them. Like, you get like pretty full off of them.
If it's not bite sized, dude, I don't know if I could fuck with it. Like,
are you gonna eat the whole thing or just like the leg?
Depends.
Do you want the breast? Do you prefer the
tarantula.
spider breast?
I want popcorn tarantula.
I don't think there's a breast on tarantulas. Let me recant my statement. The thorax, you prefer that, It's the white exoskeleton.
Oh, with a bit of wasabi.
Yeah. Oh, well, I swear to God, it's not just me, right? Like, I've had like Chinese mustard, and this stuff is just. They're just trolling you. They water down the wasabi and put it in a package and give it to you.
It's not watered down. What? It's just not even real wasabi.
Most wasabi that you get is even real wasabi. Like it's
like 99% of it's not
horseradish.
It's like a powdered version.
Yeah, it's horseradish, dude. Like the real wasabi is fucking super expensive and pretty rare. I think it's a root that grows in like a river or some shit.
Yeah, I've worked in a few kitchens, and it's normally some rip-off powder that you add water to.
Wait, is it Is it the Wasabi River?
Probably.
I want it to be. I don't want to swim in it though.
Oh, that would be washabi.
Come on! Oh, that was invigorating. You're all red. All of your skin is red.
How do you think
Just
they
like
evolved?
I'm sorry. I was about to say just like Mars.
I was just about to say, now you don't need to go sunbathing.
You can go moonbathing, you know, just to keep that tan. But it's gonna be a different tan. You know, I heard that the moon actually removes the tan from you. It's like the opposite of the sun.
That's not good.
You get more pale when you go into the moon.
Yeah, doesn't make sense. That's like saying the moon doesn't shine in Africa or something.
So it's a self-illuminating float thing. Only on sometimes.
The moon follows you.
The moon's been stalking you, right? Everybody's got their agent, but we've all got our moon.
It follows
How do
me
we go
more.
from fucking wasabi to the moon, dude?
Well, I don't know. Everything to the moon.
I'm back.
Get back to these crunchy spiders.
Back from the moon?
Well, maybe that's why I went to the wasabi to the moon, because it's the further, as far as I can get away from the fucking spiders, the better.
All right. How about battered fried scorpion?
Scorpions, I can deal with. I can do that. If they're vegan scorpions, gluten-free breading.
What?
What about the spiders that crawl into your mouth at night when you're asleep?
I leave my mouth open for them.
Well, I try to keep a tab on them because they owe me money for not paying rent. So, don't worry, I'll find their
life
family.
for eating them.
I'll find their family. I know a lot of them.
What is it? 20-something spiders they say we eat in a lifetime.
It's kind of bollocks, really, but yeah.
It's on average, but yeah.
It's
That's
one of those
only in
bollocks
Australia.
statistics. No, that's 20 people die a year from trying to eat spiders that'll kill them, because Australia is just really telling human beings to fuck off.
So in Australia, when the spider doesn't come down the web, it floats up the web.
Yeah, sure.
I've seen
Have you ever woke
flying
up coughing in
spiders.
the middle of the night?
We have
You
flying
guys-
spiders here, by the way.
Yeah. I think that's just something super cool, though. Like, they need to. All right, spiders just need to make a rocket. We'll call it Spasa, and they'll go up to the moon. There'll be moon spiders, and they can take a little buddies up there, like crickets or whatever, something like that.
If only they had opposing thumbs, we'd all be buggered.
I think we should call it Silk Road.
Isn't Black Widow web some of the strongest tensile strength as far as like a fabric could be made out of? Like as far as like pound for pound, it's like virtually weightless and
yeah, right.
It's pretty good, but it's not. You know, I think they say it's got the same sort of tensile strength as steel wire.
Didn't they find something in the ocean that produces something quite similar, like a mucousy substance?
Yeah,
because it's very hard to get large quantities of silk, whereas this oceanic organism, you can get loads of this mucousy stuff.
Oh god,
Works in a similar way.
I love the story of how the Byzantians broke China's monopoly on silk. That's a cool story.
It all. Whoa. What is that?
It's the moon. It's following you.
Yeah, it all comes back to the Morgellons question.
And the moon was looking pretty sick over here around like 5 p.m. It was like right above the horizon, playing tricks on everybody, right?
Hunter's moon, baby.
Right.
It's amazing watching it set behind the horizon. I think that's just incredible.
Time to feast.
Have you guys ever seen it when the moon is in front of the clouds? Have you ever seen that?
No, because it doesn't happen. We might get an optical illusion that we have the moon shining through the clouds and it can form a shape.
Yeah, that's what I
All
mean.
that's
Is when you see something that it looks like the moon is in front of the clouds. I've seen that.
Well, that's the thing, though. It shines through clouds more than it really seems like the moon shines through clouds better than the sun. Just somehow.
Nah,
You know what I
it
mean?
just tends to be out in the dark, and there's a lot bigger difference where the sun sort of scatters a lot of light around the place.
So, what's the quickest way to wipe data from a system?
Format the drive.
Fire. Prove me wrong.
Well, like without destroying the integrity, of course.
Format the drive.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I mean, wiping the drive. Like, what's the quickest way to wipe data?
Format that
drive.
thing.
Hammer.
Take it to the Geek Squad and tell them to delete it.
Well, the answer is a magnet.
No, format the drive, because if you use a magnet, you'll fuck the drive.
Well, my point is,
I assumed you
my
wanted
point
to
is-
use the hardware again. I didn't think you were going to be silly enough just to destroy it, because actually, no, it's not. If you want to do that, hit it with 3 times with a sledgehammer. It's much faster than using a magnet.
well, don't take the analogy too far. I'm thinking, what if the moon has like this,
Put bleach
this
on it.
magnetic field, right? And our brains essentially kind of get a little bit of cognitive dissonance memory wipe every night as the moon kind of circles past.
Then we'll be able to measure that with a Gauss meter, and we don't. So, nice try.
I'm just saying, like, maybe if we looked into that.
Yeah, but we'd be able to register that difference. Go and take a Gauss meter under a full moon, and you
Why
can
is
test it.
the same side of the moon always looking at us? How is that possible?
The moon sets behind the horizon. There is no way of getting away from it. It doesn't disappear off into the distance.
Disappears for 3
What are you
hours
talking about?
every day.
You're presupposing gravity right now.
Where
And
does
you
it
don't
go
even
during
realize
in
it.
a
I'm
solar
just
eclipse?
making the statement that the moon sets behind the horizon.
Within
it
that
disappear
statement, though,
for a few
That's an
hours a day?
logically you would have
observation.
to
That's an
presuppose.
observation with nothing connecting to it.
Where does
I'm
it go
just
during a
saying
solar
that
eclipse?
the moon
Observation.
sets behind the horizon.
Even in high altitude?
Even at a high
Behind the
altitude.
horizon, though. So, who on the other side of the
Thing that's
horizon is checking
blocking.
for you?
Well, that's the weird thing, you see, because we've done that around the world, where we've had people taking different observations at different times of night, and guess what? They can still see the moon, but we can't. What's happening there? I wonder.
I
I mean,
wonder.
it's like a whale and a bowl of petunias falling to the earth, and the whale's going, "Wow, what is that thing? It's big. It's
where are you
round.
at right
I'll
now?
call it ground. I'll hope we'll be friends."
What
And then it
continent are
hits
you
the
on
ground
right
and
now?
goes splat. And petunias just go, "Oh no, not again."
What continent are you on right now?
What continent am I on? I'm on the unique continent of the British Isles.
So, can you see the moon from where you're at?
Not at the moment because I'm sitting inside my house.
Is it local though?
No. Well,
the
Earth,
daytime
I
where you're
think
at?
that. No, it's still night.
So if the moon's not, so if it's nighttime and you're saying the moon's not around you at all, that's kind of weird.
Not really, no, because the moon sets and rises, doesn't it?
Huh.
The fact that
Sounds
I'm looking out, I haven't actually gone outside and looked 360 at the moment because it's 10 to 7 in the morning here.
Go do a quick 360 and tell me if you could see the moon.
Nah, it's not. It's cold outside, and I think the neighbours will be a bit objective if I go out half dressed.
Well, I guarantee you're gonna see it, and I'm gonna see it too.
Nah. Okay, hold on a second. I'll get up, and I know where the moon should be. I'm gonna have a look.
You guys don't clap for the NHS workers.
Is that Michael J. Smith?
Yeah, sure it is.
There's no moon up in the
Oh,
sky.
I
where it should
didn't
be.
know he joined the server.
No, he didn't. No, it's not.
Oh, okay.
I thought that was the Morgul talking.
No, I didn't clap for the NHS workers. I can't see the moon at the moment.
Yeah, because it's set about 6 hours ago. About 4 hours ago.
What was the I don't know if I know the mainstream excuse or explanation for the moon just not being visible during a solar eclipse, like before and after.
It is. I can see the edge of the disk of the moon hitting the sun, and then I can watch it move into a solar eclipse, and I can watch
You don't
it
see
move
any
away
features,
from the sun.
right? You don't see a physical object, right?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, what you've got is a huge contrast. I mean, it's a bit like, you don't look at the sun too long because it's going to hurt your eyes. Come on.
I think you see a deprivation
I mean,
of light.
it's a bit like if I put a really, 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 really powerful spotlight behind you. What details of you would I see? Come on, let's do a simple thought experiment and stop being
You just
stupid.
see my massive penis. That's all you'd see.
You wouldn't see any details of your massive penis, though, would you, mate? what
No
you'd see
details?
is basically this black, featureless kind of almost penis-shaped thing that would be obscuring a tiny portion of that light.
Sounds like
Bro,
So, are you trying to say that the sun and the moon are right next to each other?
No, I'm just saying that the sun is fucking bright, and when the moon goes in front of it, yeah, that's why you don't see any features, because it's that bright. We know it's that bright because when we look up at the sun on a sunny day, it hurts our eyes, doesn't it? I mean, just use a little bit of common sense.
If the moon's
a little
blocking the
tiny
sun,
bit of common sense.
If the moon's blocking the sun, how do you expect to see the sun? That makes no sense.
Little bit of common sense. Are we going to apply anything?
Hey, hold on.
The
I got
moon
one.
and the sun are the same size.
I got something, Darth. I think you're gonna like this one. Okay. All right. I don't know. I think this might be like the worst thing ever, but all right. You know how flat earthers say that the moon's semi-transparent?
Mm-hmm.
Well, why isn't it semi-transparent during an eclipse?
Put food in my mouth, or words in my mouth, or food and words, not at the same time.
I got you. You debunked the flat Earth right there. I'm sorry, guys. I've defected. It's still flat though. You just can't make it curved, dog.
Foolish. Were you offended by my question? Or were you just kind of disappointed, or what
I
happened
was
there?
disappointed. I was really disappointed.
Disappointed
I
what?
wasn't angry. I was just disappointed with your answer.
Disappointed for me?
Yeah. I thought you could have asked a better question.
How the size of the moon that faces us? How could it have created?
So
this?
you don't think I knew the common answers, but I wanted to get yours? You didn't think that? You just went straight for the jugular?
I don't really infer other people's intent.
Do you think?
But I can express my disappointment.
Okay, that's fair. But do you think that many of the flat earthers, especially the ones here, pretty much know the common explanations?
Yeah, I do, which is why I wanted, one of the things that fascinates me is why they keep going on this repetitive roundabout of, consistently the same questions.
And joining flat earth servers to talk to those people? Or is that what you're doing?
Did it yesterday. No, not really. No, I'm actually fascinated by the reasons people believe things, and this is one.
So you're here for more of a psychological study?
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. I don't.
So we're
really
just your
put it-
subjects.
I don't really put it in that kind of
He's
tone.
a gay
'cause-
nerd.
Oh,
So
Well, I'm not really a gay nerd
relationship like
because
that, is there something
I kind
called
of
mutual
like
respect?
women, and I've got children, and I've been married, and I've got a girlfriend, so I don't really fulfill the gay bit. I'm certainly a nerd.
Hey, dude. Hey, you just fancy
Okay, I don't know
yourself a
if being
psychologist.
happy has anything to do with that, but okay.
I'm as ready to go all about flat Earth and the globe Earth right now. I don't care about the psychology. Let's just do it. How come you just presuppose gravity when you see a moon go away from you?
I don't presuppose gravity, and I don't see a moon go away from me.
Well, I already told you didn't realize
Well,
it. Then
I
you
realised
obviously
you
don't.
said that.
I don't know how you
I
don't
realised you
realize
said
it.
that, but I also realised that, oh shit, no, you can't read my mind, and you'd be stupid to try and claim that you
No,
could.
I can't
So
read
I'm
your
really
mind.
being
I
really
can't.
generous
No.
here, and I'm not doing that. I don't
I just
presuppose
can't connect
gravity,
to something like that,
and
dude.
I don't
Because
see the
I don't
moon
know
going
how
away
you
from me.
can't. I just know you don't realize.
Cool. I know that you'd like to think that, but anyway, do you want to ask a serious question?
Yeah. Why do you presuppose gravity on everything?
I don't presuppose gravity. Next.
Yeah, you do.
Cool. We disagree. What's next?
I don't think disagreeing was included in that conversation or the exchange.
Well, if you want to make claims about what I
Because
think,
you didn't explain.
One second. Serious point here. If you want to claim you know what I think, then really that's the end of the discussion,
I don't.
isn't it? Because it doesn't matter what I say to you. You're just going to tell me what I think. So why do you need me to even be part of the conversation?
No, I don't. I have no idea how you think, but I know exactly how you're going to respond.
No, you don't.
And I know exactly what you're doing too. And most people can. Most people can see. But
what do you think I'm doing?
I think you're presupposing gravity on pretty much everything you do.
Cool. Well, that's cool for you. So, what's your question?
Well, I'm understanding that you think that there's something obscuring the moon or the sun. All of a sudden, it's the ground, because that's just the way your mind works, right?
How many presuppositions are in that statement? I counted 4.
All right, so what happened in the setting of the moon or the sun?
Well, I'd like to stick to the moon because I can look at it without hurting my eyes, and that's
right.
Cool.
Okay, that makes sense.
Cool. I've got a question. Just a simple one. It's just to do you believe we went to the moon?
I think there's very, very good evidence to say that we did. Yeah.
That's not.
Why do you believe that we did?
That's not an answer.
Like kind of a yes or a no thing too.
There's a lot of good evidence for a lot of different positions, but you didn't answer the question.
I think yes. I think we went to the moon. Okay. I certainly don't have a problem with the evidence provided. I was just trying to give a really, really concise answer.
I think there's better evidence.
I've heard all the arguments that people have said, from the fairly reasonable to the utterly ridiculous, in my opinion. And I don't find any of those arguments particularly compelling. But I do like the idea of a bunch of school kids in Northampton, helping track some of the radio signals, and other amateur astronomers doing the same. So it's not the fact that from the NASA perspective, I believe, necessarily
that's
that
what
won't the moon.
sells it to you.
I think when you've got people, amateurs doing the same thing and getting the same kind of results, you got to kind of wonder where's the agenda there, bro.
I think it's really weird how we put more money and emphasis into protecting and collecting moon rocks rather than the data telemetry and the technology.
I find it weird that we
entire-
spend thousands of times more on weapons that can destroy pretty much every human being on the planet. I find that really weird.
I agree. I agree with that.
And
But
the
sticking to the topic,
tiny amount that we expend on researching space compared to that, I find utterly weird. I mean, personally, I'd say, hey, why don't we sort out a few problems rather than spend all this money on killing each other?
what do you think would be more important, collecting moon rocks or the technology and the footage of your supposed visit?
I think both. I think we collected a load of samples and we took footage and evidence of us going there. I think there are some interesting things for both.
What about all the data telemetry
they were
that went
pretty
missing?
limited on how many bags they could take on. I mean, the surcharge for that was worse than bloody American Airlines.
But what about the data?
Obviously,
what about the data telemetry that went missing and the technology on how
Which
to get
they
us
found
there?
again, and the data telemetry. That's again. These are all old stories. I've heard every single one of them, and I don't find any of them particularly compelling.
Wait, it's been found again. How long did they lose it for?
Well, they lost some tapes, some backup tapes from the 1970s.
But that's what I'm saying. You lost the tapes, but you collected the fucking moon rocks.
Yeah.
You see how stupid that is, man?
We've got most of that data back. Go and look at what that data pertained to.
This is the equivalent, man. What you did was you kept your right hand in your change. You kept your right hand in your change pocket and let your wallet fall out of your pocket, and you spent all your energy protecting your pocket change instead of your fucking.
You think we have
your
no
wallet.
telemetry data of us going to the moon? Is that what you think?
Awesome. Well, I'm saying what happened. What happened?
No, I'm asking a question back of you. What was in that data?
90% of it's gone.
What was in that data?
Oh, you tell
Never
me, man.
existed in the first place.
Well, why do you think it's? If you're saying it's the wallet and I've got my hand on the change, you obviously think this data has value.
I'm comparing.
What value? You're making the comparison, and I'm going to finish this point. You're making the comparison that this data is valuable. What was it?
I'm talking about the data telemetry and the technology versus the moon rocks. You put all your emphasis and energy on protecting the moon rocks over the most important things. It's kind of weird, man.
Why is that telemetry data important? What was in it?
Your evidence that you actually went there and it wasn't bullshit.
You think that's the evidence that we went there is the telemetry data? So if you had that telemetry data, that will convince you that we've been to the moon.
I mean, I'm sure it would help, man. But the fact you guys lost it tells me something's up. It's suspicious. The fact that you guys didn't lose a single fucking rock, but you lost the fucking technology and the goddamn footage. Are you kidding me?
We didn't lose the technology, did we? We just sort of went on a bit. It's the same way as
listen, man. I'll tell you this.
You go and get me a main control board for an IBM System 36. It's fucking almost impossible to do it. We don't make
you go get
them
a job
anymore.
somewhere. You go get a job somewhere and they hire you to go here and do X, Y, and Z and complete a mission, and you come back and you lost the goddamn truck they gave you. You lost all the fucking data you needed, but you brought back a fucking rock. You think you're not going to get shit canned and fired?
What, after 60 years?
Kind of ridiculous, man.
Yeah, how do you square? Hey, like Druz, how do you square the thing that you think that they're lying to you about their defense budgets, but they're honest to you about?
I didn't state anything where anybody lied or not, so that's a straw man. Do you want to ask an actual question?
Okay, maybe I misunderstood you. What do you mean by that they spend too much money on defense?
Well, don't you find it weird that you spend more money in America on defence than the next 4 countries or 5 countries combined. And don't you think that money would be put to better use in other areas, like, I don't know, stopping people sleeping on the streets, helping people who have mental issues, making better infrastructure, because some of your roads are really crap. Don't you think there are better ways to spend that money on, rather than on having broken down, inefficient, nuclear silos in Nebraska still working off 8-inch hard drives?
Yeah, but that's what
8-inch floppy drives.
That's what you get from a psychopathic, deranged bunch of narcissistic freaks.
Well, actually, your government's a psycho-Protestant government, has been pretty much for all its life, which is why when Kennedy was elected, everyone pointed to the fact that he was a Catholic, and oh my God, the Pope's in charge. Wasn't that a theme back then?
And they were ready to burn the whole thing down if they don't get their way.
Yeah,
So
I agree.
they're
It's an insane thing to spend that money on that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, to let you know that if you threaten what they want, they will burn the whole place down. And those people aren't about science. They're not about logic. They're not about reason. They're not about peace or advancement of humanity. They're about psychopathic use of force. So their spending is going to go
it's more
up.
about mutually assured destruction, wasn't it? That was the whole thing. You had the Cold War going on. You had the proliferation of nuclear weapons, and the concept at the time, and it was a conservative kind of concept, was, hey, let's compile all these weapons, and they might throw some at us, but we'll throw a load back at them, and everyone will die. Mutually assured destruction is how we can keep peace. That was the theory, wasn't it?
It's been proven that they continually over-exaggerated what the Soviets had in order to justify having bigger defense budgets. That's a fact.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. But I think, again, that's the problem of having a monetized political system that you have in America. I think you've got a whole load of problems there, and I don't deny that. And, whilst I love to disagree with Crick, I do feel a lot of sympathy on some of his points around that area, because I think it is psychopathic. I think it is insane the way you run your country. I think it's sad. I always say one of the most beautiful places in the world is North America. It's just a shame about the people that live there.
It's not the people, it's the government.
No, and the people. You elect the government, you form the government, the people make up the government.
But see,
a cook system.
Yeah, this
the whole electoral system's rigged. Don't put that on.
Are not people in the government?
Well,
there's people, not Americans.
They're reptiles.
Shit, dude, you don't understand. We can't fucking do anything to change anything about what they decide and who they choose can make a decision.
Yeah, man. It's like if we're the prisoners and they're the guards. Yeah, just tell the prisoners to change their prison.
Maybe if you give Trump another term, that'll get everything sorted.
Yeah,
because that is the ultimate expression of American stupidity.
You guys still have guns over there, Darth? Where you're at? Or did you guys give up your? Did you guys give up your guns?
They got a queen. I don't know what you're talking about.
Did you guys give up your guns over there, Darth?
Well, you've got guns and you've got this shit.
Did you give up? Did you give up your guns, Darth?
Your guns don't help you, Dicelo. Do you understand that?
Darth, did you give up your guns or not?
I don't know. I can actually have a gun. I can go get a license. I can do that. I used to have shotguns. What's the point?
So you can legally own an assault rifle where you're at.
You can't legally own an assault rifle where you're at, unless you live in Nevada and it's made before 1962.
That's not true. Not true at all.
Yes, it is true. You cannot have a fully automatic firing weapon unless you live in the state of Nevada.
Never said
well, an assault weapon, by definition, is a fully automatic weapon, not a semi-automatic weapon. Yes, it is.
Actually, in most states, you have to get a federal license. You have to get what's called an FFL. You have to pay a lot of money, but you can own a fully automatic weapon. It just
Point is though, are you guys able to own a semi-automatic assault rifle over
there? Yeah.
Okay.
It's not easy. There's a lot of paperwork for it, but you try and get an SBR.
Let's be honest. The government owns that, and they own you.
May I ask how much do you
get if you are unemployment in United States? How much dollars you get per day?
Not enough.
Nothing. You get nothing.
Because we get in Finland 40 euros, so approximately, let's say $35 or something like that per day if we are unemployment.
If you don't work, you don't eat.
And
Unless
then
you're a real bum.
I calculated also that if you would spend the NASA budget, each unemployment person would get $8 per day in United States. So there's the calculations. So that's how they want to support the people who are poor in states.
Well, actually, why don't we just
money.
take 10% of the defense budget, not 90, just 10% of the defense budget, and on that scale, you could give everybody about $840 a day.
Start lobbying.
There wouldn't be in America.
But the thing is, I just want to go back very quickly, just because I don't have much time. To Daiso's point, yeah, okay, it's not as easy to get a gun here as in the US, but we've just been hearing about some of the problems in the American government, and you've just demonstrated the point, Daiso, that yeah, you got more access to guns than I have, and it doesn't fucking help you.
Well, the point is like it's not a matter of like what it's going to do. It's the fact that you guys have given up a lot of your freedoms, just handed them over, man. Where we still actually are trying to hold on to our freedom.
I have freedom of speech. I have freedom. I had more freedom of movement during COVID than most of you guys did. I have the right to assembly. What else? What am I missing? Oh, I have the right to have a political system that isn't funded by corporates. That's pretty cool. What else? What freedoms do you have that I don't?
Say if you didn't want to take the vaccine and then all of a sudden it was mandatory and they started coming to people's houses to force it on people, they'd think twice about doing that in America because every homeowner owns a gun.
No, they don't.
I'm pretty sure most people in America own a gun.
Yeah, if you look at
I think guns outnumber Americans by a lot.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. Totally. If you look at what's taking place right now in Australia, a lot of that's consequential due to the fact that they don't own firearms, so they're just getting bulldozed by the government.
As I say, if your firearms were so effective, shit government you do.
It's interesting.
You don't think that they're effective?
It's the last thing we want. It's like saying Russia and has nuclear bombs and so does the United States. And how effective is that from keeping us from getting along? And the fact of the matter is we haven't had a nuclear war. That's the whole point. Is we're not trying to get it.
Wars by proxy, haven't we?
But it keeps the whole level of martial law and the government from going completely tyrannistic upon us. Like at least they have to worry about that to a degree.
I mean, for me, if I had a say in the whole gun thing in America, I'm very pro guns. I love shooting guns. It's one of the reasons I like living in America. But I don't see any need for handguns. Really, a handgun is just designed to kill other human beings. At least you can say a rifle. Rifle can defend itself, and a rifle you can hunt with.
But the point is
what are you talking about? The only thing you should be hunting down is people that are evil and that need to die.
You're trying to say
we see the problem,
and I'm trying to make the point that
what are you talking about the problem, dude? You're talking about hunting down things that are not causing a problem, and that's the only reason I have a gun. But you don't care about people that need to defend themselves against people who want to steal away their fucking property, their legacy, and their family, including their own flesh and blood. I don't know what's wrong with you, dude.
I don't know how you got that.
You need to
fucking
get checked out, dude. You get the fuck.
I don't know how you got that.
You get the fuck over there to the psychiatrist and get checked out. That's as simple as that. That's all I can say about it.
All those kind of issues in America, we don't have nearly as much guns over here in Finland, and I mean, I've never had to even thought about using a gun. I mean, it's funny that you have so much crime.
You're really lucky for that.
Not over here. That's a general thing over here.
My point isn't the fact of using it or not. It's the fact that we didn't just hand it over
Like, we kept that at least. When you want to say Americans are stupid, at least we didn't just hand over our guns.
Yeah, that is true. You didn't just hand over your guns. You allowed a huge amount of regulation. As I say, go and see how long it takes you to get an SPR.
You know, with your logic, I can easily say, you know, people should not be getting tattoos because it's just not needed. Nobody needs a tattoo.
Tattoos never killed anyone.
I'm not even going to reply to that. That was such a stupid point.
Yeah.
Well, you know, you just know everything because I'm
Of
sure
course I do.
there's somebody who
I'm
has died in a
British and I'm
tattoo
European,
accident,
and
freak tattoo accident.
It's demonstrated that Europeans and British people tend to be a hell of a lot smarter than people from the other part of the world. That's why we conquered most of it. You know, just be grateful we let you have a country.
That's why you're the only ones talking like that.
That's funny because I remember the last time
and
you
that's
guys
all you
came
do
here.
is talking.
I remember the last time you guys came here, you got your asses whooped real quick and sent back
Yeah,
off.
I know that's because, you know, to be perfectly honest, we're a little bit busy on a bigger war than we were doing with you. That was kind of like a pretty fucking minor.
These guys got their fucking wooden teeth kicked in. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Just remember,
I thought it was
anytime you
George
want
Washington that had wooden teeth.
anytime you want to try that.
The phase when we won the Soviet Union in a war. So.
Anytime we get
White House
fucking
for a
ganked
reason.
again, let's fucking
Mate,
go.
we send over one British
that's
gypsy
okay.
boxer and he beats the shit out of your best boxers. I mean, what else do we need to prove?
You mean who else thinks it's right-minded to line up the way you guys do in battle? For how many fucking years did you guys just line up like a bunch of fucking idiots? Like, I mean, bowling pins, literally bowling pins.
No, it was the French that used. It was the French that used the marching column. We used to tend to use squares in front. But I appreciate the fact that you have no concept of history because you don't have any.
You guys are pawns, man.
Well, you are owned by China, so.
I can tell you where your fucking strategy failed. You started listening to a woman how to fight. Stupid ass.
Yeah, that's how they conquered most of the.
Your queen is a reptilian, by the way.
Sure, it is, and you're a
I
reptilian
know.
and an alien.
Queen Victoria was so unsuccessful in being able to dominate the world. Do you know the reason that you don't have a transatlantic slave trade is because of the British Empire?
How many children has your queen eaten this?
None.
How many children have gone missing in the palace this year?
Just as many as gone missing in Biden's bedroom.
Yeah, and
but you still allow that.
Daislow's house,
allow
there's tons of people missing their children. You keep eating them. Why?
But why is Foolish still allowing this to happen?
He's got no gun.
Oh, he's got no. Yeah. What's up, Darth? Why are you still allowing that queen to rule over you, man?
Well, that's the weird thing is this is again is a patent example of a lack of understanding of history. We had this little thing called the Civil War in the UK. And we kind of said to Charles II, hey, you know what? We really want a nice figurehead. That's pretty cool. We're going to give you some rights, but by the way, you know, if you abuse them, we're going to cut your fucking head off. And funny enough, all the royalty since then has pretty much obeyed that.
You guys are ran by a queen, bro.
No, we're run by a government that's elected.
Little old lady, dude, little troll lady.
You let Biden control you, so you have a pedophile running your thing. So I mean, I wouldn't say that the queen is bad.
Let's face it, all we need to say is Trump. Come on. There's no other benchmark that's any better.
Hey, Trump was the most entertaining president in history.
That is
I
true.
will actually grant you that. I will definitely grant you that.
The things that been happening, I think USA must be fake. Like there's just Hollywood somewhere in China, and USA just.
That's why so many foreign countries own so much land in your country.
Yeah, it's like all this time you've been saying Australia is not real. It's actually America that's not real.
Do you actually live in Australia?
It's a big psyop.
It is almost it is almost like satire. That's the way we look at American politics over here. It's almost like satire.
If you had the official capacity to have the opportunity to sniff the Queen's fart, would you take the opportunity?
No, of course I wouldn't. Don't be so stupid. I mean, getting back to being a bit more serious, we and I was trying to be serious about the political system in America, and I don't think anybody really disagreed with the points that I made on it when I was being serious, rather than sort of, the banter that we've been having. And I'm not saying that we have perfect government anywhere, but having lived in the US and having lived in multiple places in Europe, I know where I would prefer to live because I had the choice, and I chose to live in Europe.
I think you just could shake that crummy accent, and you were getting kicked around everywhere.
No, actually, my accent in America was incredibly successful. I'll tell you what, my batting average over there was pretty good. Even with my British teeth.
Aren't the laws more stricter over there, Just? Like, as far as I know, you guys can't even criticize the people, the migrants that are coming in, the Arabs and stuff.
We have freedom of speech. What we don't have the right to do is incite violence.
Can you kick them out?
We don't have the right to be racist. We don't have the right to go and say, hey, let's take that person because we don't like their ethnicity and hang them and burn them and use barbed wire to drag them behind a truck. We don't have that right. You're right, Matrix.
Crazy,
I'm
man.
sorry for using those images. I apologize.
Oh man, what about
I
the
hate
Irish,
racism.
Man, that was the best part. Keep going.
As long as they're your color and from another country, though, right? Like the Irish, then you can just kick them around good.
No, can't do that.
Impoverish them and just put them through the troubles.
Did you have any idea of the troubles in Northern Ireland? You don't have any idea why it happened?
I don't know, but you don't have to be black to be black. You know what I mean, Tommy?
I would have more respect for people of, different ethnicities than to try and claim that ethnicity.
Show me an intelligent American person.
Well, I think Richard Feynman's a good example.
Richard
you didn't
Feynman
go for
couldn't even
Elon Musk?
answer
No,
what
Richard
fucking
Feynman.
magnetism was.
Yeah, because
he's South African, so why would I say Elon Musk?
It also depends on what you consider to be intelligence.
Yeah, well, your country doesn't have any intelligence, so how you like that?
No problem. What do you consider to be intelligent? Is it the ability to regurgitate somebody else's brilliant work, or to come up with your own work?
I think both.
Yeah, it's a little bit of both, I think.
How to push the button on DEFCON 5?
It's good. What I do like about most of Europe is we don't have the death penalty, because I do feel it's really hard to say sorry when you're wrong. If you do.
Yeah, you're right. Death penalty is stupid because it's not going to stop anybody. They'll just tie it up in the legal battles.
Well, no, it's more the fact that when you execute someone and you find out that you've executed the wrong person, that's why I have a problem with the death penalty.
Yeah, I mean, that too. You don't want to kill the wrong people, but at the same time, it's just economically not even as economical as some people think. You know what I mean? Because
it's cheaper to put them in jail for life than to put them on death row. I agree.
Well, yeah, it's you put them away until something comes up, somebody speaks up and finally tells the truth, and then you can let them go and right the wrongs of what happened, and
The other thing I find really stupid in that system is the Reagan idea of 3 strikes now.
I don't know about anybody, but if they spent like 20 years in jail, how much would you want? Would you just want your freedom? Just leave me alone. You know, I just want to get back to life. I can't deal with this shit. Or how many million? Like what?
Probably a million for every day I had to be in that miserable goddamn place.
You want 1 mil? 1 mil for every day?
For every day?
20 years. You're about to embarrass a lot of rappers. Okay.
But like I said, you know, they got to put me in jail for something that I didn't do. They took my years of life from me, so I'm gonna charge them $1 million for every day. I'll settle for 200 million.
That's about
that's 7,300 or so times a million is what you're after there.
Yeah, 7 billion.
7 billion.
With the way
math.
the dollar's
I ain't
going,
hot.
man, I would ask for crypto. I'd say, give me that Bitcoin, bitch.
They probably couldn't afford Bitcoin. I'll tell you the truth.
But the 3 strikes and outlaws, I mean, that was one of the ways that sort of demonstrated the inequalities in American society. Because I mean, again, one of the things I kind of gravitate that Crit says is, you know, the money aspect and the way you're treated, depending on your wealth and status, is an issue. And I think a fairer, more applied legal system would be much better. I also think the concept of plea deals is totally ridiculous. And that's starting to creep in here, and I don't like it. Because, you know, if you're accused of a crime, you're accused of a crime, and you should go to court, and you should have legal representation. You shouldn't think, shit, I'm scared that if I don't take this plea deal, I'm going to go to jail for 30 years because it's my third crime. My third, you know, felony crime.
Isn't it called like how's it called? Like when you blackmail somebody, like something like it's almost like blackmail. Like
I agree with you.
We're gonna screw you more. Like, you know how.
And it's not 30 years because it's your third. If you challenge anything, even if it's a simple DUI, you could face up to maximum sentencing, which is 3 to 5 years plus a large fine. I think it's like $50,000.
So why haven't your guns,
if you get
your guns helped you with that? Like, if we all recognise this as an issue, and the main objective of the guns is to stop a tyrannical government taking away your freedom, I don't think there's anything worse than taking away the freedom of somebody for that. You know, forcing them to cop a plea deal, or they go to prison for the rest of their life. Why haven't your guns stop that kind of injustice from happening?
Because some people need to be in jail.
Listen, the gun's not going to fix everything, but
because we're the
that wasn't
freest
my
country
point.
in the world. That's what everybody believes.
To protect
Crooked as that system is, it's absolutely necessary.
You're the most
I'm
mentally...
going to go to work. I just want to say thanks. That was really, really good banter, and I appreciate it. That's helped me wake up before I go and get astride my iron horse and tackle the traffic and the rather bleak weather that we're having at the moment.
No one cares.
Are you going?
Are
you gonna drive in the rain or something like that?
Probably a cafe.
I'm going to go and ride my motorbike in the rain, which is always fun.
Yeah,
He doesn't ride in the rain. He doesn't ride. He lives in the UK.
Are you a cafe rider?
They've given away all their motor rights as well.
What kind of bike are you
on?
Yeah,
I strongly suggest you get a better education about the intellectual position in the world.
What kind of bike you ride, Darth? Is it a Harley?
No, it's probably a Vespa.
I've got a Honda VT750.
The Vespa?
Oh, no. If it's got less than 700 cc's, I'm not interested in it.
I just went to take my motorbike to the shop and it died, and now it's waiting by the side of the road for me to go pick it up.
No.
What are you riding? Eggshells?
DR650, the good old bush pig.
Nice.
You say a DR650?
Yeah.
A DRZ? Oh, that's a good bike.
No. DRZ is the 400. He has the DR650.
I've got its big fat sister.
Okay.
Yeah, that one is nice.
I got the
DRZ. I always wanted an XT500, the single-cylinder thumper by Yamaha.
Oh, yeah.
That's a bike definitely on my bucket list to own at some point, even though it's below 700 cc's.
I'll post a picture of my bike here in the chat.
But
thought you were going, Dross.
Let's bump to all the other bikers and catch you guys later.
You converted it to a supermoto already, or you still have it? You still have it for the like the dirt and stuff.
Off-road, yeah. I go off-road, try and find single tracks and tricky trails. And
Damn, you're running that thing without radiator off road, bro?
It's got a radio. DL's got a
No,
radio.
they have the oil cooler.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, oil-cooled radiator. Yeah, sorry. But yeah, it does okay. I mean, it's such a beast. Like, it's so basic. It doesn't rev. I don't think it even can get rev high enough for the heat to be a problem. At least it hasn't yet. And I go pretty slow because I'm often with my girlfriend who's, takes things a bit more carefully than I do.
Oh. Yeah, you don't want to be the psycho behind the wheel.
I had a big, powerful bike for a bit, and it was good fun for nearly killing me, but...
So, alright, for some reason, it sounds like you drive a manual.
Motorbike? Almost all motorbikes are manual.
Oh, alright. To be honest, I'm not gonna lie, no cap, I was not paying attention enough to know you're talking about motorbikes. So, has she driven it yet?
Yeah, we go out lots.
But is she driving it?
She's got her own. She's got a DR650 and I've got a DR650.
Oh, okay. Alright, my bad. I'm sorry. I was a little out in space. My bad.
I have to apologize to me. All good.
That sounds cool though. It takes a lot of guts to do something like that, and I feel like that's why I respect a lot of European nations and stuff, is because for one thing, to give anybody credit, if there was any dude that the European countries, they can drive manual. In America, yeah, right. Like, you'd be lucky. I had to try to show my girlfriend how to do it, and pretty much just told her exactly what to do, forced her to do it, and she was crying. It was like, don't worry about it. Like, I mean, like, you don't have to go fast. Let them pass, whatever. But come on, like, crying. It's just a manual, not that bad.
How popular is it over there in Australia for manual cars?
Pretty popular.
Yeah, most people want to be behind the wheel of something you're actually driving.
Yeah.
The thing is that manual transmission is just more reliable, and
yes and no.
It really
Depends.
seems so to me because of a couple things. The thing is that you can drive it through pretty much anything, and another thing is if you have a starter problem or a battery problem, there's always a chance that you might be able to give it a rolling start.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
And that's why I stick with manuals, just for those two reasons.
Yeah.
I was really young one time, and I tried to give my automatic a rolling start. Yeah, the cops weren't too happy about that.
There is no. I'm right in thinking there's no way to do a rolling start in a automatic, is there?
There's a way to break the gearbox with that.
I tried it. I'm not gonna lie. I got the fucking thing started after doing it, so I don't know. You tell me. Does it work or doesn't it? I was just joking about the cops, but it started, and later on I realized that's really just for like a manual transmission, not an automatic. It's not supposed to work in an automatic, but there might be conditions where sometimes it will. I don't know.
Yeah, I've only owned one automatic car, the Toyota Sora, but all the others have been manual. And I don't like maybe 10 cars in total. Now I'm buying a new manual, well, new to me, not a brand new car, but new to me in a week or two.
I've done a lot with cars, man, and trucks, and I've pushed a truck. It just ran out of gas, had a gas leak in the tank. It wasn't mine, trust me. Like if I could have, if it was mine, it would not be leaking gas. But I literally pushed it up a ramp with one other dude, and I'm not gonna lie. It seems like that 1 minute of pushing just takes like forever. You're so tired.
Autos are very boring. I've had built auto cars like stage 3 shift kits and all that sort of crap, and they're just, yeah, they do get boring after a while. But you can't beat a manual car.
Yeah, I was so.
You've actually got more control over the car as well. So
yeah.
Yeah,
I was
it's much better
tossing
to
up
drive
when I got my
winter.
Hilux, but I did end up being a sook and going for an auto.
Easier to do a brake job in an auto than a manual, Rick.
What? Sorry?
A brake
Yeah.
job. Where you put on the brake and hit the accelerator in an auto.
I
No,
think the only time an auto is preferable is in a drag race. That's about the only time I prefer an auto over a manual.
Terry, you
Well,
just do the
that's
slide.
not
You
an
hold the
auto.
clutch all the way down and just slide your foot to the side, straight to the brake pedal, mate.
Okay.
Let's just say this, dude. All right, that's like comparing. All right, it's not an auto. It's that shit's a freak of nature. It's like the mix that should. It's like unholy alliance. All right, between an auto and a manual. If you're talking about what I'm thinking, that's just it's just scary. Like it's too strong, bro.
Just go for dual clutch, like the BMW DCT. It's a faster than.
Yeah, I've got a DSG in my Volkswagen, and it's a piece of shit. It rolls back on hills. Yeah, I mean, the concept is awesome, but in practicality, they're not that fantastic.
You mean the DSG?
Just under the suspicion that I'm under the suspicion that if you just lighten your load, dump enough horsepower in that bitch, and just send it, it's gonna be fast enough.
Yeah, but if you have a rear-wheel drive car and you do want to actually do something with it, you need a clutch pedal.
Well,
clutch kit.
I'm not too great, like, but I'm slightly like a mechanic with cars. I mean, that's my job too, but like my car's got this fucking here's the thing. Like I got this like 4 codes of a misfire, but it drives just the same. Once the RPMs are above 1500, drives nothing's different. It's just only on the low RPMs where it's just like, yeah, that you can feel the shaking, hear it. Sounds like misfire. Otherwise, it's just like, yep, still fucking going
Have you
through the
changed
way it
spark
used to drive.
plugs, coils, and all that sort of crap, or not?
Yeah, I was going to say you might need a new coil pack or plug leads.
It's pretty simple, but then if it still persists after that, the next thing could actually be a catalytic converter could be absolutely fucked. That could cause it to run rough down low as well. I've seen that before.
Or you just have an injector that's faulty.
Yeah, O2 sensor could be a bit dicky, something like that.
I had that problem in because sorry.
I'm just gonna swap the engine with just something I buy off. Slap a turbo in there and just call it a day.
I had a problem with my car where it gave the fault code for ignition. So I changed the coil pack and the plug, and it didn't go away. So then I changed the injector, and that was the fault. So
Well,
€200.
Yeah, I've had a similar kind of thing where I had asked the shop to diagnose it, figure out the problem, repair it, and typical drive-in, give me my car back fixed and all better. But they basically had me buy ECU, buy new a new what's it? It's not the coil. Yeah, it is a coil pack. All right, I was thinking of something else. And they also like tried rewiring all that stuff with involving the coil pack, and none of that
What sort
took
of
care of
car
the
is this?
problem.
What sort of car?
It's a Mitsubishi 3000 GT.
Oh, okay.
All
You
right,
get a new.
and yeah, it was beautiful, but it wasn't the VR4. It was a manual, but it was front wheel drive. But anyways, it just turned out, well, I drove the car back, and I'm like, well, if they can't do it, then who else is going to? So I have to. And turns out, tearing that thing apart, found out that the timing was off. That was just the timing. Timing job, and I replaced like by 3 parts. The thing is, though, they were cool about the labor. They didn't charge me a lot for labor.
It's funny how like there's a lot of new German cars that are heap of shit, like the VAG engines, like the 2-liter TFSI is a shit engine. Also with the BMWs, you have like the petrol and diesel engines, and have the timing chain will snap, and the timing chain is at the side of the gearbox, so you have to pull engine and gearbox out to change it. It's fucking.
Is that a thing for like small engines, like the 2.0s?
Yeah, for the Volkswagen and Audi 2-liter
My wife
TFSI.
got a Volkswagen Jetta, the 1.4 twin charger, and I put a tune in it, and it goes like a fucking GTI Golf now. It's fantastic.
Yeah, my mom has the Mark V Golf with that same engine, and it goes pretty good, even in stock.
Yeah,
but there's also issues.
With the twin charger, the supercharger and the turbocharger.
Yeah.
Yeah, put a tune on it, man. They're fucking rocket ships.
Yeah, but there's some issues with the timing belt on those too. You need to change it early because the tensioner will.
Yeah, I think in the early ones they had some issues, but I think that Jet is like a 2015, and they pretty much sorted it all by then. So yeah, fingers crossed I haven't had any drama.
Yeah, I think it's new enough to not have that issue anymore.
Yeah.
My brother has a Audi A4 TFSI, and it has the oil problem where it eats oil because of the oil rings on the pistons are wrong size.
Yeah. Well, my son's got an S3, and he's done a shitload of work to it, and it's as fast as fuck. But yeah, don't think it's if you treat them rough, then they cost you money.
Yeah, it's weird with the EA888 engine code in the newer 2-liter TFSIs. You can get 357 horsepower if you just swap the turbo for KO4.
Yeah.
It's mental how much power you can get out of it.
Those 2-liter Volks motors, bag motors, they're a phenomenal little for something that's so widely used. And yeah, you can get a lot of horsepower out of them.
Yeah, I'm getting 2 weeks, I might buy from my friend a Focus ST 225. It has the Volvo 5-cylinder 2.5 liter.
Yeah,
It has
nice.
like 270 horsepower now, but I think I can take it to 350. Then you have to change the internal.
Yeah. And the other thing you start doing that, that's probably my wife's Jetta. It's got the 7-speed DSG. If you put too much torque through the standard gearbox, you're going to have a problem as well.
Yeah.
Just do a whole one. Do a whole one with just butter. And do a whole one.
I suppose you'll have a hot time.
Or sorry, no peanut butter, just butter and jelly together. Oop, I'm on my shit.
Should get Gio to start up a car tuning channel with you.
Yeah. Hashtag car tips. The voice channel.
Yeah, that's not going to get a few people in there.
Yeah, they might be. I mean,
bring the Globers
because we had
Platties together.
Yeah, the non-deals agreement form. I mean, I tried to find help because we have a garage with my friend and we bought a Saab 93 for cheap because it has an ECU problem. So I tried to figure out the what's wrong with it, and I couldn't find a Discord channel that's good for it. So someone needs to start like a general car channel. Would be good. The ECUs in Saab are pain in the
Like I said, if you bought a Saab 93, you need to find the psychology channel, figure out what's wrong with you.
Yeah, but we need a BC car channel and an AC car channel.
What?
Before computers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was the Vector. It was the Vector Saab. Like we bought it so we can sell it. So we bought it for 1,000 and sold it for like 4,000. So we made some coin.
Is that a Lambo or a Ferrari? Or a Porsche?
Lambo. Mental Japanese guys. What you gonna do?
That thing is that's nuts. It's really impressive.
It's hella gay.
Come on, man. That you can't. No. That's professional. That's not gay. That's professional.
Professionally gay, maybe.
Oh, next level.
What do you think of Justin Bieber's gay car?
Well, I don't know. I don't think anybody really cares, to be honest.
Don't be too sure, dude.
Show me if you don't know me.
I think every time he drops a track, like 1 billion people come over to have a listen to it. Fuck knows why, but it's the kind of world we live in, right?
That is a gay Lambo.
Wow, another hater.
Yeah, what's wrong with pretty colours?
Most Lambos are gay though.
What are you talking about? That's right there. You cannot get a. You wouldn't dream of having a paint job like that. Let's be honest.
Show me where the infraction is within that image.
I can never. Yeah, and I would never dream about a paint job like that because I don't want that.
Ooh, what the fuck? You're crazy, bro.
Okay.
It's not too gay. It's just gay enough, dude.
There's a pussy magnet somewhere into the.
It's a dick magnet.
I mean, there's only so much time I've got for magnets. Okay.
Talk to Dicelaw.
Where's the pussy magnet? I love that part of Borat.
All right,
He's like trying to buy a car.
Yeah, he's shopping right now. What the fuck? Oh my! No way. That's not a real transformer.
Yeah, this is the new one.
No, it's not. I see the Photoshop right there, dude. Right there in the corner. Fuck you mean?
That's Rumblebee's
All
arch
right.
enemy, dude.
All right. You're right. You said, dude. You're right.
Magnet.
It's because some dude pushed him back, and then he just busted out in form, like right there. All right, it's real. It's real. Is real. All right, bro. Like, let's be honest. This car is evidently sick. The paint job is immaculate. Not to mention the the neon green, the lime yellow, cyan.
Heads
Would
always roll
all
with
these
two-tone cars.
all
That's
these
why I
under
always
like
used to love TVR because they basically come standard with that sort of blue, purple, green sort of free tone.
that's basically the car that is luring in globetards, right? So you just flash a bunch of pretty colors in front of like just say it's from Hubble. Let's just say it's from Hubble. All right.
No, just say it's the Tesla come back to Earth.
It's the that
paint's
one
been stripped.
right there. Yeah. Those all those colors right there. No. That's the fucking Galaxy G. All right. So this is the Galaxy car.
No, I think the car's just on mushrooms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Evidently.
What's everyone's dream cars then? If money was not an issue.
I want an Unimog.
A what?
A Unimog. It's a like
You're thinking of a Unibog. But
It's
yeah,
a
it's
4x4 towing it, right?
It's a
giant.
It's a
over the
giant
cab,
four-wheel
over the
drive.
front axle. Yeah, it sits over the front axle, and it's essentially a
cab over engine. Yeah,
It's like
it's a Mercedes.
Mercedes just looks like a big car until you realize those wheels are about like shoulder height on an adult.
Oh, so it's like a monster truck.
Check
Kind
out
of,
the
yeah.
check
It's
out
like a
the
round-the-wheel truck.
Oshkosh. Check out the Oshkosh MK48. You can
Okay.
pick them up. It's a 500 horsepower turbo diesel aspirated engine. It's like a fucking $500,000 rig that you can get for
Awesome.
right around 20 grand, 10, 20 grand. Military
For-
vehicle.
for
And
that.
it comes with a trailer that makes
That's
it an
awesome.
8x8 because the trailer is actually powered, but it's got like a hydraulic connection. And
That
so
is
this is
awesome.
how they like maneuver tanks and shit around in like the sand dunes and all that stuff. They're really nice.
Why did you post a trap there? Before the trap.
Well, I'm a simple man. I'd like an Audi RS3. Then I'll be happy.
If money wasn't an issue, I would take the Bravo's rocket, the one made out of VS. Right?
No Nissan GT.
Post a link to this thing here.
No Pagani Zonda. No Ariel
I
Atom.
If I could take multiple cars, then one would be a GTR with, I don't know, 1,500 horsepower. Oh, yeah, 1,500.
Actually,
You
the
could get that
Zonda
in.
is it's a pretty cool idea. Any Pagani, actually.
Yeah, any
This is what
Pagani.
you want. That's what you want right there, Bendy.
I'd just
Or, sorry,
swap and
H-chip.
twin turbo my VN. That's all. Anyone even understand that?
Hang on, what do you got? You got a VN Commodore?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey,
And you want a
Rig.
twin turbo at VN?
Yeah, I'd put an LSA and twin turbo setup on it, so it's charged and twin turbo. If
Yeah,
money
you
was
do it,
no
man.
object.
Did you
I've
go
already
for
LS swapped it,
longevity?
man.
You only live
Rig?
once, bro. Do it.
Hey, Rig.
Sorry?
Did you
Yo.
go for longevity?
No, not at all.
Only speed. Let's go.
Just bulk power. I don't think that'd live too very long, mate.
No. It'll be here for a good time, not a long time.
Isn't that the idea? Come on, guys.
I like the idea.
With the friend that I have, the garage that we have with, he's making a Lexus SC400 thing turbo.
Yeah, right. The 4-litre.
He saw a video of a Toyota Corolla in Australia that had 1,000 horsepower on one UZ, so he's copying sort of what he did. So
What a great
should be
idea.
good. Yep.
The bottom end on those motors is indestructible, pretty much.
Yeah, he's just gonna switch the internals except for the bottom end, and then put 2 hull sets on it.
Yeah.
He already ordered the ECU. I think it's the same that they used in the Corolla over there in Australia, because I think he ordered it from Australia.
Okay.
See a video a while ago about a BMW where you can move the driver's seat into the center. There's no passenger seat in the front, so you can have the seat right in the center of the car. What do you guys think about that?
That sounds pretty gay. Like, why don't you just be riding backwards while you're at it?
Why would you want to do that?
Yeah, it's bordering
strange,
on
isn't it?
helicopter. Yeah, I would say gay.
But I
mean, but the whole steering column and everything would have to centralise as well.
It all moves.
It would be good if just the bench moved and the pedals on the steering wheel would stay on the left side.
May as well go by that
an angle.
McLaren F1, wasn't that centre seated or whatever?
Yeah,
Pretty sure.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
24 carat fucking engine bay as well.
Ridiculous.
It's all gold plated, I'm pretty sure, wasn't it?
You gotta have a fish tank in the back. I was gonna do an alligator skin interior roof.
There's a guy over here in Finland who had a drift car, and he made interiors for cars. So he had a snake skin. The exterior of the car was out of snake skin. Weird.
Would be kind of weird.
Yeah, the new Koenigsegg, the free valve technology, that's interesting. Like you don't have any camshafts in the car. That's pretty good.
What is it?
Yeah, there's no camshafts. It's all done electronically with like magnets. Don't remember the name of the sensors, but it's just like there's small electric motors that run the valve.
Is it in the Koenigsegg?
Yeah, in the newest one. It's a 3-cylinder. Was it 3-cylinder, 2-liter engine with 600 horsepower or something like that?
Do many of you have many of you heard of the make Noble?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Any of you Americans?
They had the one. No, I'm from Finland. I know the manufacturer, but I've never seen one of their cars in real life. Didn't they have the one with that had the Ford Mondeo real life? Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find a picture. Send in.
I think the one of their cars had the Ford Mondeo real life. Original Republic.
A little bit of flex there.
I have a friend over here who buys Jeeps and sells them for parts for off-road guys. Making some good money.
Whereabouts are you again, Mailman? Iceland?
No, Finland.
Oh, Finland. So do you use winter tyres most year round?
No, we have there's like 3 types of tires: summer tires, then just like we call them friction tires that you can drive in the winter and in the summer, and then there's studded tires that you can only use in the winter.
Cool.
Don't you get tired of having to change them all the time?
A little bit, but it's I mean we have a garage now, so it takes, I don't know, 10 minutes to swap them. So
there was a joke in there, but that's okay.
yeah, I mean
We
sometimes
grew
it's a
tired
bit
of your joke.
when it suddenly snows in the winter, like in the fall, and then you gotta go to work and you have your summer tires on. It's like, oh fuck. I had to scrape the windows on my car today because it was below freezing in the night time.
I remember seeing this guy years ago with his big Audi A6, I think, the Avant, just covered in snow, and all he had to do to it wasn't like iced; it was just snow on his car. but it was covered, right? And all he'd done to take all the snow off was put his sound system on. Just completely gone.
Mm. And I'm buying the Ford maybe in 2 weeks, and that has a heated windshield. So there's like metal wires going through the window, and it's heated. So that's good in the winter. So you don't have to scrape the window.
Yeah, that's long.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the car if my friend can fix it. It has some boost issues. But he already ordered new bypass, new MAF and MAP sensors for it, so should be good after that.
So what's one of the coldest winters you've experienced in Finland?
Myself?
Yeah.
Maybe minus 31, 32, 33, something like that. Over 30, but not 35. So between 30 and 35.
Shit, minus 31.
Yeah.
I didn't think you'd feel the difference once it gets below freezing. Well, there is a level of coldness that is below that.
Yeah, you can sort of feel it.
Still feel it, yeah.
But I mean, the difference between +1 and 0.1, I don't know how we do feel it. I'm not sure. I mean, it's so close.
I mean, in
But yeah,
heat, we feel it like between 20 degrees and then 30 degrees, so to speak. But just imagine feeling cold and then you feel colder.
Yeah, and from 20 to 30, yeah, you feel it, or from -10 to -20. There's difference.
Yeah, the temperature you feel cold in, Terry, mailman will be sunbathing.
yeah,
probably.
Yeah, that's why we have saunas over here, so you don't have to worry about cold.
There was a time when it was down about it was about 7 degrees or 5 to 7 degrees there one time, and my ears felt sore. It was so cold. That felt cold.
We were snowboarding once when it was 20 degrees below, and I didn't have any goggles. That was not nice. It was like your eyes are freezing.
The moisture of your eyeballs freezing over.
Yeah, usually when it's winter, my beard or some mustache, if I have them, gets frozen up. But it is nice when you've been outside in -25 degrees for the whole day, and then you get to a sun that's like 80 or 90 degrees. That's priceless.
You go in the sauna for a few hours and then jump out and jump in the snow.
Yeah, I used to do it when I was a kid. I don't do it anymore. But I go outside like with the towel on and have a smoke. So gets you the contrast.
Is there a tradition in Finland for like cold water bathing, like they do in Russia?
Like what?
Like they do in Russia. They quite a lot of old people as well. It's supposed to be health benefits. You know, swim in a freezing cold lake for 5 minutes.
Yeah, they do that over the yeah. And it's good for your like circulation, like the outer veins. Then again, you can die for a heart attack.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, there's a lot of old people who do that. It's good for your circulation. Some people don't even go to sauna after that. They just go into an ice hole in a lake and they just dress up and so.
And then let the breeze warm you up.
Well, it feels warm here after you've gone to the lakes or the sea. I gotta continue working on content this week.